you. If I heard that you. If I heard that you. If I heard that you.
She's really good. It's expensive at home, so I have to make good use of it here.
Nice. All right. First thing, new update. Love it, hate it. What are your initial thoughts?
I love it. We got 2 packs on Vertigo. I love it so far.
What are your first impressions about Vertigo specifically, since I think you're the first guy I talked to who's actually practiced it?
I think like normally you would fight down like with the gap smoke, with the deep smoke, whatever kind of smokes you want to use. And now it's like one step back, and I think like normally people would do the crane check. Instead, now it's like the different way because you have to go so long around the crane. So it's more like these 2 sides swapped, and you fight more for the sandbags area instead of the deep area.
All right. What are your first impressions on the change? You think it's good? Does it like improve it?
It was really T-sided so far in the practice. I think that will change over time when CTs kind of figure out the ways. I think you cannot fight as a CT. I think it will get more T-sided for sure because you cannot fight as a CT more. Like back then you used to fight like the gap and the ramp together. And now you have to make decisions of which side you want to fight. Because if the Ts attack one of them, like either heavy gap or heavy ramp, they will have advantage for sure because there are so many angles now for the CTs to cover. Yeah, so I think for sure it will be more T-sided. It's my impression.
How about the economy? You see any early changes for the Ts now in the second round after the plant, that kind of stuff?
I'm not too worried about the plant. I think like obviously they got a bit less money, but like I'm more worried about the CTs having a less Molotov time. So for example, every like the banana trades on Inferno, like on every map basically the molly trades that would happen usually are now in favor of the Ts because the molly is like 1.5 seconds up longer. So that's for sure an improvement for T. But I like the change to the CT molly, that's a bit cheaper. So we will get to see more mollies. And also in pistol round, you could buy duals and molly. This is a huge upgrade for the CTs for sure.
All right, you guys have had a bunch of officials recently here. So what's it like, having to prepare for an event in NA compared to EU?
Oh yeah, we got a lot of game time, not so much practice. Even on like we had, for example, officials in the evening, and then we were like, let's practice today, but like it was hard to find pracs, especially quality pracs. So we just try to use the game time, the officials, as like the real practice. I think it's also the best practice. But yeah, in Europe you could prepare your maps really good. I think here's just like we're overall feeling good. The maps we played, like in officials that we got, we're like feeling super good on it. But yeah, maybe not all of them, but like we're feeling good.
How's it been going since Pro League? Because there you guys had a couple of insane games versus G2. Now you're going to have to open up the tournament against FaZe, so it doesn't get any easier. How's that progression been going?
Pro League was like a huge storm, like a lot of emotions, like we were super hyped. Then it got a bit calmer now with the online games at home. We were in the boot camp in Austin. Like it got a bit calmer, we had a bit of a chill time. We played some games, obviously. But now that we're back on LAN, I feel the hype for sure. Can't wait to get started. And like for these guys, it's like the Cologne for me in Germany. For these guys, it's the Dallas. Like I will feel the energy for sure. We all feel it, and we're excited to get hyped in the games.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Good luck. Have fun. How's it going? SSD setup, another successful day in the office.
Yeah, I know. Just trying to hit some hedges again.
Well, you were a little bit of a revelation at Pro League for people who haven't been paying attention during your time on Team One. Yep. You know, and it's been a little bit of an up and down trip with the time in 0-0 Nation and all that stuff. So how does it feel, you know, again delivering now with this team?
Feels great because I feel like I was like an underrated player, and I had a lot of pressure before because like I never had the opportunity to show my capabilities. And now that I'm in a more comfortable, how do you say, environment, I just feel like I can just show up what I have, you know?
How's it been for you in this new update? You know, a little bit, you're seeing a little bit more space on the T side because of the incendiaries being weaker, or is it not a massive difference?
I feel like it will come off to CTs using more HEs, like the old CSGO meta. Like for example, in Inferno as a CT, you would have to multi like Broom and then double need a tree or something. So like it will come up to like having more HEs to like the strong part of the, or like the strong choke points. So I think it's fine, but it's definitely worse for CTs, and also that it's a worse molly and it's a more expensive molly, so it's really bad, but we can find something to work with.
You guys had a ton of officials here in NA and you've been spending time here. Do you think that might be a problem since you're going up against FaZe in game one? Just even though you're aware of it mentally, that it's not the same level of opposition, but just sort of getting used to that quickly?
I think that the more officials we play, it's going to be better for us because like we can fix a lot of stuff that we cannot see or fix during practice. Because like pressure and stuff, it will help us a lot to fix, and they will not know what we're fixing. So it's probably like a +1 for us, but you know it's FaZe, so just try to do our best and focus on our game and try to do good fundamentally.
Don't worry about it. I already got most of the information from your teammates. I just want to ask you, home turf. How does it feel? Is it a different feel to other tournaments?
Yeah, definitely a different feel to other tournaments. We don't have to adapt to the new environment or whatnot, and we're home. Jet lag isn't a thing, obviously, right? So it definitely feels good.
Where are you from in the US?
From California.
So it's not like really home turf, but Sin was telling me that, you know, for you guys and for the org, like it's a big deal trying to do well here, maybe a little bit more than some of the other tournaments?
Yeah, definitely. I think since it's home turf, we're more comfortable, so maybe that allows us to perform better.
Gives you an edge against FaZe?
Definitely, yeah, I think so.
All right, man. Have a good one. Have fun.
All right, cool. Here we are in the hall, the performance hall, the giant room. This looks like it could be more from Lord of the Rings. This is where the DreamHack Festival is going to take place. To get to the point, it's going to look vastly different when everything's done. Obviously, these rafters are going to be raised up. It's cool seeing it empty like this because it shows you this sheer scale and all the honking of what this room is going to be. Because once we actually get all the booths and all the competitors, the BYOC in here, all the smaller tournaments going on, you're not going to be able to see quite how big this place is. But the DreamHack Festival is always full of activity, full of craziness, and it's a big, unique angle to the Intel Extreme Masters tournament going on right next door inside the arena. But yeah, this place is just fun when it's all filled up, so we're excited to see it.
Ali, what have you been up to from Pro League up to this event?
Not a whole lot. We went back to Australia for about 10 days, so we adjusted to the time zone there just in time to fly out to here. So, yeah.
Is it going to be hard to go up against Donk after Tux?
After Tux, probably not. They're pretty similar players, so it should be right.
All right. What do you think about the new update?
Of the new update, I don't know, man. Vertigo, I don't reckon it'll get played too much. I like the util changes and the price, obviously, because I actually like the A4. But I just want to see what Vertigo is like in the meta after this event.
All right. Thank you. That was very kind of you. Now I'll bother some of your teammates.
Hey, man.
Backside, you're an A4 or an A1 guy?
A4, but it was always too expensive.
And now?
I'm an A4 player now. It's going to be used.
What do you think about some of the other changes? You know, the incendiary. Did you get a chance to play it at all?
Not too much, but I think the economy changes are really good. Maybe a few more changes to CT, like made the kit cheaper. But other than that, I reckon it's all good. It's pretty good.
What's your favorite fast food in the US?
Raising Cane's. We had it 2 days ago for the first time, and it's good.
That's an interesting choice. Who else do we got? You're missing one guy. Oh, I see what he's doing. All right. Never mind.
It's a valid answer.
We'll talk. We'll talk to Inns. Inns, how are you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. A little bit getting over the jet lag still, but no, it's good.
Yeah, you guys just can't catch a break wherever you go. You know, which one is worse, Europe or here?
I don't know. It's weird. Like this time, people are feeling a bit more jet lagged, but I think we got to LA a couple of days ago, so we have a bit of time to adjust. But some people are still adjusting. I'm fine right now, but usually Europe's pretty bad.
How do you feel about the game against Spirit that you guys have coming up?
Obviously a tough matchup, but I think with our recent wins and going up in the ranking, and they haven't been playing events, so it's probably a fair matchup. I think we just have to try shut down Donk, I guess, if anyone can do that. So we'll do our best.
All right, appreciate it. You guys have fun with the SSD and all that good stuff. See you later.
All right, here he is. He's the lawyer. He's done his duty. He's done his diligence. He's defended Zaiwu. Give me your thoughts on the post-trial emotions you're going through.
Well, I think what happened in this interrogation room was pretty much what I expected. Came in prepared. The charges were bullshit anyway.
Yeah.
As you can see, this was very physical for me. We got very much into it. I think at some point security was involved.
You look
maybe.
hot. You look sweaty. You're warm. You're flushed.
Yeah, it is. And I got to put it all on the table.
Sure.
That's the way I see it. And when it comes to defending the interest of Zaiwu, then there's no stop I won't pull.
Did you win? Did you win? Or do we have to wait for the...
Well, let me just say this. If the charges are dropped, there's a lawsuit coming, and that's all I'm going to say.
We're coming right back, baby.
We're coming right back at
Oh,
you.
man, I'm excited to see it.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. We're going to do this fast so you can do the setup. How's it going? How are you enjoying Dallas?
I'm enjoying. It's okay. I don't know. I'm happy to be here.
Thoughts on the new update?
I didn't test a lot, but I think it's good.
You've been in the team for almost 6 months now. How's it been for you?
Yeah, I like it, and I say so. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, that's it.
You guys had a tough draw in Chengdu, right? When we last saw you at IEM, there were some close games there. Doesn't get any easier here. You have Maus in the first round. Any thoughts on the matchup?
We know it's hard, but I don't know. This new best of one, I don't know. Maybe we'll win. So we are confident. We are confident.
Tell me your favorite fast food chain in the US.
What, sorry?
Fast food chain in the US, like, you know, In-N-Out or Shake Shack or something like that you like to try when you're in the US?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah. Five Guys? It's good.
Yeah, Five Guys.
Five Guys. It's right, man. Thanks, guys. I'll leave you to it. Good luck. Have fun.
Good. I wanted to steal you, but finish your thing.
No, I'm just talking through the different booths, what the different pictures are. So,
Okay. What have we got? Name them.
So this is the Fnatic booth. So essentially, they're one of two teams to win the World Championship 3 times. So just different roster pictures from the teams that won it, basically.
So that was the Fnatic booth. This is just like the IEM booth. You can see all the branding in the back is some various stages. This one is Cologne on the left with that beautiful catwalk and like the little V, the little legs. It looked like a human being inside the arena. It was cool. This is, I think, Katowice. Pizza in 2013. I could be wrong. Dallas here on the end. But yeah, various IEM stages that we've gone through over the years in celebration of Dallas 2024 being the 100th Intel Extreme Masters event ran. The other team other than Fnatic to win, how many was it? Three world championships. So those would be like the Katowices and the Colognes, and I think early on it was something different. Yeah, all the different Na'Vi liners. Got Flamey in there. That's pretty sweet. It's been a minute. Boomich on the end. This is the old school 1.6 Na'Vi roster. Boomich lifted another trophy. Another old school Na'Vi roster. Simple right in the middle. We love that. Yeah, plenty of memories here in the Na'Vi booth. And then over here, we're going to be a little bit more quiet because someone's recording content. It's the Vitality guys. And this is looking like the Astralis booth, the greatest team of all time, lifting their plethora of trophies as we go. Big Dupree up in front, looking happy as ever. The whole team grabbing the trophy here on the end. Yeah, this is a beautiful little booth.
The first IEM major.
The first IEM major. Ooh. Just as if they needed one more accolade to add to the resume.
No, that's what this booth was the first IEM major.
Gotcha. Okay. And here's the other four that we have. Are these all themed as well?
Okay, you have Oliveira over here. He won StarCraft World Finals 2022 or 2023, one of the two. Huge underdog story, basically the equivalent of like Party Astronauts winning Cologne. So came out basically on groups, did barely made it through groups, and then just won the whole thing. It was sick, very emotional. Right here, this is Rafa. He was a Quake player. Yep. He won back-to-back World Finals, just like Na'Vi actually. The same 2 years that Na'Vi won their first two, he won back-to-back as well for Quake. You have Orange Marmalade right there. He won an insane 1v2 in World of Warcraft, and at the time it was kind of never done before. So huge moment, insane moment in esports. They beat SK Gaming in the finals with his 1v2. This is XPeke, biggest IEM clip in the...
Yeah, is this the back door?
That's the back door. That's the back door man himself. So, yep. Yeah, just cool different IEM moments. That's not Counter-Strike, actually.
Yeah, it's weird. Like we always, StarCraft is such a cool game to be in the IEM circuit. I love watching top level StarCraft. It's cool as hell. So we got Ents. I'm assuming this is from Dallas yeah. Last year. Rio Major. This would be, yep, it actually says it right there. This one's cool. I like this. Like Monosiege is like worshiping the trophy as well. Just like goal accomplished, settle down, let the adrenaline kick in, enjoy the moment, breathe it in. You also had, that was like the iconic Nico, like really staring at the trophy like a little newborn baby.
Yep. This was the EG from back in the day.
Yep, there's Danny Montana. There's our good friend Lurpus that we all love on Twitter. Storm, he's a North American legend.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a cool history. Yeah, it's crazy how far back this goes. Neo, there's the old Polish guys, Neo, Taz.
Yeah, I think that was the first ever IEM winning moment picture, I'm pretty sure. So
okay.
With Team Pentagram winning, so.
That's sweet.
Yep.
Look how young Get Right. And Forrest looks.
I know.
No beard Forrest. Karn's up there as well. Yeah, it's crazy. I love it. I love the history of IEM. This is the Dallas booth of all the different IEM Dallases we've done, which is basically 24 is this year, so none of these, but 23, 22. Before the online era, these were all DreamHack events out of Dallas. So these are the IEM ones of just shots of the fans and the crowds, cowboy hats over here, having a good time. These dudes are cheering about something. The crowd in Dallas, it's like I'm not going to say a small arena, but it's smaller. But these guys pack it out and get loud, so it's cool as hell in there.
My name is Philip, and I work in the event IT department, which means I am responsible for the network design at events, the internet, and supporting any kind of PC setup, mobile setup, anything that more or less counts as a computer. My journey started back in 2015 as an apprenticeship at ESL. I quickly picked up on the whole event thing, on not being stuck in an office, actually going to events, making things physically happen, being involved from the start, from day zero of an event, from the planning, and then going on site with the team, setting everything up, going through the entire show, supporting it. It gives you a sense of, you're there for a reason. Part of it is you do a very complicated network setup, very technical things. But on the other hand, you also just sometimes go to a practice room and you find simple issues, maybe a broken network cable, maybe just some settings that are wrong with the PC. When events get very big and complicated, you have a lot of factors to deal with, a lot of variables that you have to kind of keep in mind, try to keep track of, and still factor into the same kind of result that you need in the end. The successful professionals in our industry have not just the theoretical IT knowledge, but also is able to apply it in an event context, because it's a very big transition of being able to do something behind a desk to being able to do it on site at an event in an arena where people are still putting trusses together and lifting things up in the air. I think the most rewarding thing must be standing in front of a stage, in the middle of the arena on the final day. You watch the player walk in, maybe even a big opening ceremony like we have at some of our events. Just watching that happen around you and feeling like you were one of the key people who made this happen.
When Taz was winning IEM Hanover, the first ever finals in 2007 in Pentagram.
Holy shit.
What else was happening 2007? Was it A, Steve Jobs introduced the first iPhone, B, Facebook was created, C, Michael Jordan was still playing in the NBA, or D, an Inception movie was released?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay, so what is okay, let's just rule out the most random shit.
Facebook is all the way from 2001 or 2, something like that. Yeah, I think so at least.
So what was it? So yeah, and then the iPhone release?
That is more, it's more old than 2007, no? No, it might actually be.
I'm pretty sure Inception is from like 13, 12,
yeah,
something.
14.
So I don't think that. My best guess is the iPhone release.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
You nailed it. Yep, first iPhone was released.
Yeah.
Which team won IEM Season 5 World Championships in Hanover in 2011? Was it SK Gaming? Was it Fnatic? Was it Navi? Or was it Complexity?
So that was before CSGO was. It was kind of before CSGO was released, and
I feel like it was Complexity. No, 11. Was that the year when Navi won everything? Then you always talked about 1.6.
And it's either between Fnatic and Navi, I think.
Let's go with Navi then.
No, are you sure?
No, sorry, Fnatic.
I think
Sorry.
it's Fnatic.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
My best guess. I'd say Fnatic.
Should have trusted your instinct. It was Navi.
It was Navi?
Sake, Emil. Good job.
So it was 11 Navi that was dominating.
Which legendary player once said, "I don't think I'm the best, but I also don't think there's anyone better"? Was it A, Forrest? Was it B, Olof? Was it C, Simple? Or D, Flusher?
I'm pretty sure it's not Simple. Simple will not say stuff like that.
No.
Simple would just say, I'm the best. It could be Forrest, he's pretty humble. Flush has never been considered the best. Or maybe it is actually Olaf.
Could also be Olaf.
Because Olaf was considered the best.
Let's go with Olaf. I think there's a higher chance that he could have said that.
I will go with, I know, rings a bell, Olaf Meister.
Yeah.
You are indeed correct. It was Olaf Meister. How many IEM events have Carrigan and Rain participated in? We've got A, 26, B, 34, C, 30, or D, 39?
I feel like it's high because I guess Finn was also participating in 1.6, no? Want to go with the highest number? Rain has also participated for a long time now.
Let's go with the highest one, 39.
39?
It's incorrect. It's actually 30.
Really?
But still a lot. And final question. How many times has Forrest been named the MVP of a tournament by HLTV? Was it A, 5 times, B, 8 times, C, 12, or D, 15?
So it's 5 or
I think Gedward has around 10, and he had the record for once, no? If 1.6 counts, I guess we need to go above 10 then. Want to do 12?
Yeah, let's go 12.
Yeah, we gamble 12.
It's not, it's 8.
It's 8?
Yeah.
God damn it, Forrest.
But you did pretty well. Off a random question.
I think it's super random.
Also because we...
It's like, because it's like it's not even narrowed down. You're just like, it's super hard.
I'm Matt Olive, and I'm a tournament manager for ESL, and that basically involves being like a lead referee at events and also preparing all of the behind-the-scenes tournament stuff. When I was at university, I did like a esports society kind of thing. So when I finished university, I started looking around for jobs, and I applied for a few, and luckily enough, I met one of my colleagues who was just leaving their job and starting their job at ESL, and he kind of said, like, you don't have much experience outside of university, but maybe it's something that we can look into getting you. So eventually he hired me as just a referee for a few events back in 2022, and here I am. We stand behind the teams during games, making sure that there's nothing suspicious going on, but also we're kind of the first port of call for them if anything goes wrong, like if they have any tech issues, we try and fix it as quickly as possible. And generally we're kind of the connection between us and player management during a game, because obviously they can't just get out their phones and text if they need anything. As a tournament manager, it's my job to be like the final person to say, you know, this is against the rules or that you can do this or whatever. But my referees have been coming to events for a long time now and they know what to expect and I know what to expect from them. So there is a good chemistry between us in the team and I'm glad that we've built it together, to be honest. One thing that sets us above the rest is probably that we have these constant CS tournaments and we can always improve. If there is something that goes wrong, we can always fix it and make sure that it doesn't go wrong for the next one. So the fact that we're always working behind the scenes, like trying to make the perfect product, that's probably, you know, what puts us above the rest, I'd say.
I think it just looks so weird. It looks so weird. You can just hold like the gap now from city spawn. You can have like just one being able to hold mid and A at the same time, and just one guy on A holding on the left.
It feels like they kind of just made a bunch of changes and let's just see like what ends up being good and what ends up being bad, and maybe I don't think this will be the final version of what they change.
And now also with the, like, I think the most overlooked change is the spawn changes. Basically the crane and the gap, I think kind of the importance changed a bit, like it swapped, because now you're like so fast up on A. Gotta respect it, like also now from the cities they have to, like, if they want to play something fast on A, I think they will go rather to gap.
T got to the ramp earlier than City. I guess it's more balanced now than early. If the T trying to take side and play post-plant, really tough for them because there is some spots that City can hide and pick you on timing.
It's gonna be weird for both on T and City. I feel you have a big advantage now on City because you can get like that yellow space easier because of this wall broken, I would say. But yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty interesting.
In a sense, I think the Orba is gonna have more fun on the map now because there's more angles you can play instead of the default ones. Especially when you play passive on A. Vertigo is literally about spamming all the smokes, and I think there's more opportunities now to do retake.
Don't ask me. Don't play the map. Haven't really seen more than the photos, so I know nothing. And yeah, happy about that.
I think the A-bomb side is going to be kind of like the Wild West now, and it's almost like a deathmatch in my opinion when you're playing it right now. So we'll have to see like how creative people get and what changes.
So we actually had more days to like practice it and stuff, but I mean I think compared to the European teams that came here, I think we have gotten a bit more practice than them because it probably happened as the day they traveled. So I think we have a little bit of an advantage there, but I mean I don't mind change.
Well, time Thursday night to check the changes when it happened. I love changes anyway. I think it's a really nice thing, but being able to play it without practice will not be fun. I don't think it's nice, but that's the way it is. Now we have to accept it and play it.
Obviously, Vertigo had so many meta changing over the years, and I think this is another one. Very surprised we're playing it here, but just looking forward to the chaos it's gonna create this tournament. And you know, I love chaos. I love walking through smokes here and there, and I think there's more opportunities to walk now.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Malbsmd! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
getting started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hear them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Hang time, check, hang time, we. Hang time, check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Let's cut it up on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hear them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Check, hang time, we. Hang time, check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Let's cut it up on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey, it's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started.
Well, turns out pathetic fallacy is real. Only day 2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024, and already 2 teams eliminated. Monty being one of them. We knew it was going to be a complicated situation with their roster coming into this tournament, but on the other hand, Complexity eliminated on home soil already, not only losing out to Liquid in a North American derby, but also Mouse in the Group A elimination game. Speaking of which, what was my English teacher's favourite book? Of Mouse
and Spirit, maybe, and that's who we've got here for the early morning start of the games. They're getting set up and ready. Shiro, how are you feeling this morning?
All good. Yeah, going to breakfast, all good.
Oh, you had breakfast? What's the Shiro breakfast to get ready and be in your best?
Eat eggs and strawberry, orange juice, and that's all, I think, for me. Yes.
Have you been going gym after your little bit of training?
No.
Okay, it's all Counter-Strike for him. That's all that matters with it. Magix is... Okay, was that Counter-Strike or was that not Counter-Strike? What was that? Okay, it's Counter-Strike. Ooh, okay.
Sometimes.
Yakuza. I like it. What? You just an enjoyer of Yakuza? You played many of them?
No, I played only 2, but they're goated.
Goated. Okay, I'm going to take that one for you. That's good as well. Chopper, you always tell me you don't understand. I was enjoying his mouse pad, but why did you choose this one?
Because it's only available from Maxi.
Oh. So this one because it's Maxi one, yeah? That's why I had to have it. And who is this woman?
I don't know. Just good woman.
Just good woman. That is a good woman. Have a look at that, Ross. That's lovely. Donk out here is keeping it very basic and still. How are you, Mr. Donk? You had a fun, easy game yesterday, right?
Probably.
Yes, probably. I think you did have an easy game yesterday.
Maybe.
Donk, are you in troll mode today?
What?
You're trolling today, yes?
Who?
You're trolling me.
No.
He's definitely trolling. I'm going to leave him to do his thing. Someone who's actually in warm-up right now, though, is Zontix. Oh, that was you gave me a positive. How are you?
As always.
Good?
Yeah.
Bad. Donk says bad. Why are you bad, Zontix?
I don't know, he's just talking. I'm not bad. It's okay. I feel normal.
You feel normal? You feel ready to own a Na'Vi today?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They haven't won a series against you. They can take a map or so. So is it 2-0 or is it 2-1 to Spirit?
I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. Well, I'm waiting to see. Let's see what happens, though. Dinko, Moses, I think you're ready for this one.
Oh, we're doing so good. We've got the arena being constructed in the background. The stage is being set up for the playoffs. We've already brought 2 teams into those playoffs, Vitality and 9Z, with a nice surprising upset run to make it in as well, Dinko.
I think many Liquid fans thought it was going to be them after they got the 9Z matchup, but 9Z just kept surprising all day long, even in the best of 3s. So that's super impressive, and I'm excited to see them in the arena.
Yeah, heartbreaking for Liquid. That was probably one of the best chances they'll have at qualifying for the playoffs, and also equally, actually more so, heartbreaking for Complexity, been eliminated after day 1. So one of the North American teams that we wanted to be here, gone already.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough run for Complexity, right? They had an opening best of 1 against Liquid on Dust 2, and they had Malbsmd, one of the best team in the world on the rankings. So definitely a tough time for Complexity, but at least hopefully Halzerk will get re-signed. Hopefully,
we'll find out. But there's a couple more things. Some of these teams, Vitality in the playoffs is going to be chasing down that Intel Grand Slam. We got Spirit looking good, have a notch on the Intel Grand Slam from Katowice. FaZe as well have one. Plenty of teams still in contention for this season of the Intel Grand Slam, and someone's going to take it home. Someone's going to get another notch on the belt.
Yeah, well, Na'Vi versus Spirit's our first game here. I'm literally looking forward to that one. So back to you, Freya, and the boys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Jason and Dinko. Yes, the arena edging ever closer. And today, Yanko, 2 more teams. They're going to be heading there.
Yeah, I just have to say, Jason really looks dashing.
I know.
How do you make your eyes pop like that?
He's got that energy, right? Probably 8 hours of sleep. He's just fresh.
You know what it is?
Dallas.
It's being back. It's being back in North America. That's all it takes for him. We get an NA event. He's feeling great.
And seeing Liquid lose to 9Z.
Yeah, and Complexity being eliminated. That wasn't so hot yesterday, was it, Matthew?
Oh, we're starting with the bad news immediately. Is that where we're diving into?
Let's just get it out the way.
Yeah, Complexity, another page, another sad chapter in the book of Dallas. You know, being in the hometown heroes here. That's what, 3 events now back to back with either a last place finish or 9th to 12th. I think is the best ranking they've had. Very, very unfortunate. And let's once again just address it. I think playing Dust 2 against Liquid was a massive mistake. And I don't really care what were the reasons behind it. I do think when you have Ancient and Dust 2 at the very end, there is no reason for you as the most established team to take that gamble, to go to a Dust 2 where even though you have practice, you don't exactly know what your opponent is going to do, and you absolutely get spanked. That was a massive mistake for me. The Mouse game was very competitive. I don't have a lot to hold against them, but Liquid hold
That's the thing. It was unfortunate that they had to then face Mouse, right? Because they fumbled the bag versus 9Z earlier on in the day.
Yeah, I think it's just... It's weird to me how teams still underestimate the fact that they haven't played an official on the map. Like, yeah, you're practiced, you have
best
your
of 1
little game plan and all of that, but it's going to be different, and you're doing it against a team who already had reps on the map. They were always going to be more comfortable. But I think for Complexity, the story of yesterday is also just not winning pistols and having bad starts to maps and always having to play from behind. And, you know, Mouse, there's a reason why they're the #1 team in the world, and they managed to outlast them in that series yesterday.
And we could see from, you know, the interview that Elige was giving, some of his tweets as well, he was hella dejected that he didn't make it through once again here in Dallas. Like, we got to consider it's not only their home country, this is their hometown, right? Yeah. That's so disappointing for the fans that will have been hoping to see them here this year.
I mean, 100%. You do feel an extra level of pressure on your shoulders to deliver for the fans that are coming here to find you. I'm sure we'll have a signing sessions from Complexity here at some point in the arena. And again, when you consider the stride and the progress that was showcased in Pro League, you're thinking, oh, that's it. They're picking up some steam. The better results are coming around the corner, and it all comes tumbling down. So Elige was disappointed, and I think there's reasons to be. Also, apparently, they've made decisions when it comes to their future, and one would argue this is supposed to fuel them, right? When you know where the hell you're going. Again, guys, if you end up cutting Halzerk, I'm gonna be hella mad. But if they don't and actually have found a way to build a future together, they should have been like fueled, just ready to bang it out. Didn't happen.
And they've only got a couple more events to be ending out the season, right? Obviously, they're not in London. Yeah, it's only 2 more. So they're going to have to be working incredibly hard to kind of, you know, bounce back from this.
Not too much time to dwell on it. You know, got to get back into the saddle. But it's also funny to me a little bit like Monty's run at this tournament, because they were 9-3 up at halftime in Vitality in the best of 1. Then they lose in overtime, right? And then they just lose to Falcons 2-0, and now they're out of the tournament. They could have played against the G2 with the stand-in for a playoff spot. Instead, their tournament run is already over.
I will never try to defend best of 1 in this first round here. The only reason is I'm part of the broadcast team, and it just makes the event shorter. But in reality, it is BS, and we would love never to see that. But it's true, like, stories actually really dramatically change in a couple of rounds. What if Monty actually beat Vitality for 9-3 position lead? Completely different bracket, different story.
We could have had 9Z and Monty in the playoffs already.
And we missed it.
God damn it.
Thank God.
As if that slipped through our fingers. Yeah, maybe we should look at the positives. The people that have made it through to the playoffs. Quick note on Vitality. Obviously, obviously, it wasn't the hottest start versus Monty, but it was a great recovery, and obviously G2 with the stand-in, they should have taken that.
Look, it's reoccurring for Vitality to sleep at the beginning of events. Like the Sharks game rather was slow the other time around. Here against Monty, the first half is an absolute drag, but when they start playing the game, it gets much better. And G2, look, the first game gave us the false impression that Stewie was absolutely up to par and he's going to be fine, he's going to do everything. You look against Vitality and it's almost a 4v5, and I don't even think he's the only one at fault, but we've just showcased the limitations of what the roster could do, and also a Gala Flames.
Also would help if they, we're not losing rounds to Glocks for G2.
That'd be great.
That would be a great improvement.
Twice on 2 different halves as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So it doesn't get any easier from there. I mean, even the Falcons game, that's a tough opponent. Then you go against Vitality and now you have to play Mouse. Might be over for G2 today.
Yeah, could be eliminated. Tell you who's not eliminated. 9Z. Who had that on their bingo card that they'd be going through to the playoffs? Wasn't me.
No, wasn't either. I mean, prior to this, I think the most vivid memory you would have of 9Z would be beating Vitality at the showdown. For real,
and that's
like
saying something.
This would be the moment you would remember.
You're the only person literally who remembers that.
Yeah,
right?
but we do, and we give them the result.
Didn't that send RPK to retirement?
They did.
Like that
they
was
actually did.
That was a pretty pointy game.
Was on the team.
They retired RPK. That's true. It actually is true. Hey, these images are so beautiful. We were still in the studio when that happened, and I think they were screaming for a good minute. Like from a vocal standpoint, that was impressive. The amount of oxygen they had in their lungs, a full minute of screaming for what is unarguably the best result this core has ever had at an S-tier event. That is just it. The sentence can stop.
Yeah, and you also have to remember, the year started great for them in a sense of they qualified for Dallas and they qualified for Chengdu, right? So there they are at 2 IEMs. Then they don't make it out of the qualifier for the RMR. They weren't even at the RMR. So that's crazy. But props to the org for sticking through with the team and the lineup and not making any changes and showing belief. They also had a tough run in Chengdu, had good opponents there, couldn't really put a dent in anything. But here, they've stepped up tremendously, and in the playoffs already, amazing for 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the results as well just very quickly. Resilience.
Yes.
Showcased by 9Z. The first half of the first map versus Liquid is a 3-9 scoreline early on. Like, it's Liquid destroying them on the CT side of Nuke, and then what 9Z were able to do to correctly assess the rhythm that Liquid wanted to play, to have the aggression at the right time, to stay calm in late round situations. It was very, very commending the way they won it. I was talking about some of the results, and I actually asked
Where's
production,
the showdown here?
Well, that's a problem. We should have it.
Come
just
on,
asked
guys.
production, I said,
They retired RPK 7 years ago.
Maybe there should be a line over here. There was never, ever a result that significant for them. And you have people like Max and DGT who's been here between 4 and 5 years in that jersey. And this is the most historical result they've had. In an interview, they said, last year we were in Dallas, we didn't make it to the playoffs, but we were in the arena watching it. It was incredible. Now you're going to be here, buddy.
Yeah, don't worry, Darth Mike is going to be around again.
Yeah, I hope so. Casted game is going to fly over here as well.
You alluded to it earlier, Yanko. A couple of teams, well, more than a couple, 4 teams going to be going home today. So I think we should check in with the Group A brackets to see exactly how that's going to be going down. Who do you think is going to be the most safe today? Who are you
most safe?
Betting on? Yeah, not being eliminated.
So you're asking us who's going to make it through the lower bracket?
Yeah, we got Mouse G2, we got Team Falcons, we got Team Liquid. Who's going home? Who's staying?
I think Mouse is pretty
exactly.
safe.
Who's going to say that Mouse isn't safe? Like, they have to be at the top of that mountain, I guess.
Falcons and Liquid, that's going to be an interesting one. That's going to be a messy one, potentially.
Yeah.
Was it the other group? Show us the other group.
Falcons Liquid is like Schadenfreude.
Well, okay, so Group B is, maybe a little bit more, maybe not a little bit more clear-cut. M8
It's
Heroic,
clear-cut,
FlyQuest, big.
But for all the opposite reasons.
Yes.
It feels like the winner of the lower bracket currently is still in the upper bracket. See what I'm saying?
Because they're going to face the loser of Spirit, Na'Vi.
Exactly. The future winner of the lower bracket is currently in the upper bracket.
Oh, God, I hate this, but you're right. Right.
But I'm correct.
He is right.
It's a weird sentence.
There, yeah. Na'Vi is the winner of the lower bracket, yes.
Yep, that could actually very well be.
But the loser of FaZe and VP also goes down as
but they won't be the winner of the loser bracket.
You don't think so?
No, there will be the loser of the loser bracket.
There will be the loser of the loser bracket.
Do you think?
Natus Minsir, born to win the lower bracket.
That is...
Natus Minsir Lower Bractus. That's how they called, actually. That's their name.
So you're already calling that Na'Vi is going to lose to Team Spirit?
Yeah.
That's all you're going to give.
That's
Thanks,
the segment.
man.
That's the pre-match segment.
Well, we're going to, I'll give you some more detail after the break, Fred.
Okay. Should we go to said break? Because I think we should get into the game ASAP, because it is Na'Vi taking on Team Spirit. That's going to be going down after this short break.
It's time for the DHL ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Donk, the sharpest tool in Spirit Shed and the sharpest tool in all of Counter-Strike. Just at 17 years of age, we've never seen anything like him before.
Пацаны, это фейк, как будто молик. Осторожно, Габит.
MBK spawn to execute A. I'll go first.
Oh, the shadow betrays Carrigan. Pushing! Look at Donk do it! That's disgusting! Revolting from Donk!
23, there's a bit of early groundswell around this kid. You know, he's a bit of an AIM star and you're hearing about him in FPL, and then he gets a promotion from the Spirit Academy to the main team. And then they're playing some online events. And you're like, all right, well, when is he going to play LAN? Then he plays a couple LANs against good teams and he's still playing well. And you're like, well, when is he going to play against the big boys?
We said already, if you have one idea, let's help each other.
No, we need tour guide.
Who was the last one? Who was running last? You were right.
Forget about runs and remember what I said. Stop the chaos. Just communicate.
Visa issues come into play. You don't get to see him get that soft start.
The issue with that is, well, we hadn't really seen him at a Tier 1 event yet. Both him and Magix missed past groups due to visa issues, and those issues were still somewhat floating around.
Because we know that they are Russian. But they are Russian, and we are surprised that they are Russian.
Donk missed the media day, arrived late the day before their game, so not exactly the ideal scenario to be getting comfortable.
It's not like it's every day for him to be going into events like this, so you worry if rocking up late is going to affect his performance, right? If he's going to be distracted.
You know, hold my broken, I have, it's just sometimes it's just a bit too late. This round was okay. But also, you know, pistol round. We know exactly where they're coming.
However, it was still the early days. It was only the playing stage, so I think everybody was relieved when he touched down and entered the server.
Donk is in the building. I repeat, Donk is in the building. Just in case you guys weren't up to date, he is here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. And just in case anybody's been living under a rock for the past couple of months, Matthew, why are we so damned hyped to not only see Donk, but see him on the Spirit roster?
I mean, most people think that we're looking at the next best player in the world for the years to come. That is the hype that is around Donk. You have to realize this man right there has been able to eclipse the arrival of Shiro in the lineup. We don't talk about him. We only talk about Donk.
Day 2 of IEM Dallas, baby. The 100th IEM, and we've got more Counter-Strike action guaranteed. We've got North American representation to kick off the B stream today. M80 versus Heroic. Myself, Scrawny, and Launders to take you guys through the best of threes, Mo. No more best of one upset bonanzas. 9Z have made it to the playoffs, believe it or not. Maus are having a cold start to the event. FaZe won their opening game. it's so impossible to tell you what the hell is about to happen.
Yeah, it was a great news day from that perspective. And we got to cast a lot of action. Obviously, we're being called now the talismans of 9Z because we have been good luck for them to get them to power up just in time to take down Liquid. The only time you'll catch me cheering against Liquid. 9Z, baby. So got them in playoffs. That's fantastic. From M80 yesterday and from Heroic yesterday, they lost their games pretty handedly. So I think it's kind of a good place for them to go head to head. And I actually wonder if Heroic will lose again today, because I think if there's anything that can be said in the positives, it's mostly towards M80 for me, even though they did get beaten in a pretty one-sided game.
Yeah, I think M80 yesterday just kind of didn't have that individual impact from Malbs that we had been hoping for. And if that can come into the server today, then Heroic could have their hands full. When we looked at the shortcomings of Heroic yesterday, man, I hate to say it. I hate to be just kind of blunt, but didn't feel like they were playing as a team, which is ironic considering the amount of practice they've had as a team in recent months. To me, it felt like one of those moments where you just have a dead roster walking and everybody knows it.
So here's Malbs on the screen, of course. A lot of fantastic numbers to back up his great plays that you see. He passes the eye test, the numbers test, everything. But the thing is, this last day of games, at least, wasn't so great. And we see how brutal the tournament is. Complexity already getting eliminated. So they won't have many tries potentially for Malbs to show what he's made of. And at this point in his career, it's critical that he shows us at each and every opportunity at an event this size.
And you could see that head-to-head in the stats comparison, right? That's first map at the event, directly head-to-head. And he started just so incredibly hot back at Malta that he never cooled off. If that hot start was one of the, contributing factors to his ability to perform throughout the entire event, well, let's hope he's able to turn it around now. And I'd say with Malbs, I'm not going to just write him off because he had one bad map. We've seen it from many players. But if they don't have Malbs, then I don't think M80 have the X factor that I still kind of attribute to the pieces of Heroic, even though they're not here with Dexter. Meanwhile, of course, it's fair to say that there was just no chance versus FaZe yesterday. M80, they never had really any runway because of maybe just the smothering that came from this FaZe clan, and we're still yet to see what FaZe are going to bring forward towards other teams as well, whether it was just this ROPS one-off, if it was the flank masterclass that kind of dismantled M80 from the back lines. But in this head-to-head, I've got it far more even for arguably both these teams, because Heroic also had to deal with some tough opposition out of the gate, right? Electronic Mohan. He showed up and he tore them apart. And with Electronic's strong performance, both these teams had to deal with an individual that was just a bit too much for them to handle in their opening games.
It's extremely fair what you're saying, and I think that we saw both Virtus.pro and FaZe played such good CS yesterday that, again, it's very hard to tell how the underdogs that they played against really are. And I'd say one thing for M80 is that they also got to play Ancient. They were very much looking forward to playing the map. Unlike Heroic, they don't have the excuse of playing with a stand-in, and they took basically their highest win rate map, got FaZe's lowest, and didn't really have a chance of winning that game. So I think even though it's FaZe and they played well, M80 will have to either play a lot better today or really show us that FaZe are just incredible, because this game can also easily land on Ancient, as that's where Heroic ended up yesterday as well.
There was this weird identity crisis yesterday, too, with Heroic, and the fact that, T side, we didn't see the AWP come out once. CT side was short-lived, again, because of the fact that VP were just trouncing them out of the gate. And that's the weird conversation that surrounds Heroic at the moment. A team that says, we want a different style opper. We want that hard dedication. It's this type of op that, Shush and TessS are used to having on their team. It's the type of op that Nertz was used to tethering off of with Sun Pius and Kixan, who had Knock. And so we had it in Degster, as temporary as that was. And yet then when Nikados comes back into the server yesterday, it's all rifle work from his behalf. And even in the pregame interview, he comes forth and says, I'm just here, think I'm going to play my own game, think I'm going to keep bringing this to the table. But we know that for the rest of Heroic, that's not necessarily what they want to work with.
It's very strange to hear something like that, because obviously when they play as a professional team, it's not like your individual players are just going to be able to do what they feel. Like, surely Kixan has to, as the guy who's running the system, is looking to Nikados to call what he's doing out of spawn, to be okay with him not buying it up before the game starts. These aren't the kinds of things you make up on the fly in Tier 1 CS. So it was sort of perplexing to hear that interview, because it wasn't clear to say, it wasn't clear if what he was saying was just some kind of joke, but then when he went on the server, he didn't actually buy the op. The only asterisk to that is that we didn't get to see a CT side really at all. So it might have been that it was, T side, it's whatever, but CT side, he was going to buy it more. I can only assume that would just be like the case. But the facts are that this didn't work out essentially because Nikodas wasn't good enough on the op. And even though he was good with the rifle, Heroic don't need a fifth rifler. So I think that I expected this to be an opportunity for Nikodas to show us what could have happened if he had learned lessons earlier. And I thought in the time that he'd take off in between, when he got cut and now when Dexter came in and now playing here, that he could show us like, all right, well, I could pick it up, I can main it, I can be really good, I can be more aggressive. I feel like they didn't give me a chance to do that. Let me show you. But we didn't really see that. And if we don't see that here at Dallas, I think it's just an opportunity for the resume, right? Like, show that you can learn fast.
In that same interview, though, Mo is talking about playing other games, and there has been this undercurrent around Nikodas maybe switching to Valorant over the CS career, tongue-in-cheek the whole time, but now with this tongue-in-cheek conversation and then the reality of hitting the server, who knows what's up for him. Like he said, he knew he was going to be playing at Dallas even once he found out about being benched back at Pro League. His one last run with Heroic here, and maybe a run that gets cut short. Now, we had this conversation about Ancient. Sure enough, M80 content to take it right back there. I think that's promising for them, seeing as Heroic took a loss on it yesterday, but also they have to be able to improve off of their phase beating, and I think some of that comes down to Malbs in middle, but we'll get there. Mirage as well, the pick of Heroic, and then if we need it, we're going to Anubis to decide this one.
I guess for Heroic, they're like, oh, we believe in ourselves a little bit, let's not go to Vertigo and introduce some randomness. They could have played it for sure. Anubis is more like, yeah, we have a game plan on the map. So, I mean, here's a veto that Heroic are taking seriously in a situation where yesterday it didn't look like they were playing that well as a team. For M80, I'd say they want the most standard map pool possible because they have 5 players with lots of experience together. So I think the veto makes perfect sense from their perspective. It's actually sets up a good chance, I'd say, to maybe see a third map here. Yeah, and I don't even know what the odds say. Like, it might be hard to even call M80 some kind of favorite. It's really, really tough because you are comparing a team that's strong in a smaller region versus a team that's weak in a bigger region. So, what do you think? Do you think that it's going to be 3 maps with M80 winning slightly, or?
I would love to say that I have full faith in M80 and the ability to kind of run with their domestic success into this one. However, yesterday it felt to me like just there was nothing online, man. There's the biggest chance that Malbs has a pop-off game. If Malbs has a pop-off game, I'll say 3 maps, M80 take it. Just because Heroic don't seem like they have the structure to fall onto. I'm not sure how much their head is in the game right now. I think they want to maybe get on the road with Dexter again. But yeah, I'm taking M80 in this one, if not just for the NA Copium.
Okay, yeah, me too. I think I honestly don't feel super biased about that, and I think the European experience that they brought into the team has actually added to make their team a lot better. I think M80 are showing promising things in a sustainable way in North America with the help of players like Sin, and I think why shouldn't we believe in them? They're the ones who are a real team here today.
Into their map pick. Shush wastes no time. Climbs up into lane and cuts Swisher off the pack from Malbs. We get this instant rotation, though. Heroic going to be going and stacking up that B side. They've seen enough to be confident in it, and then the mid players can retract back and hold extremities if M80 decide to burn this pistol late. But starting to size up the site. Flashes go over. That's the only volley of util they'll have. And so this late elbow re-aggression ends up working out. Now, compromised Red Room, suddenly that back lane that you were hoping to play off, oh, look how they have to dismantle it. Everybody pulls back, because that also could serve as a trigger to just straight up head to A. We get this very important fight in Red Room where Rek will find his, alongside Slacks continuing to try and chew through them. Bodies confirmed still to be towards B, so their lurk will come out from M80. And things start to take a turn. Tesses with the double kill keeps it interesting. Bomb is stuck in middle. Nikodas with a chance, had a chance, but gets shredded by Rek, an upcoming American player that we've had a chance to talk about as of late.
Yeah, and he's maybe one of the only players that had a big moment in that phase game where they got 6 rounds or whatever it was. So 1-on-3 here for Shush, up on the flank. Chance for quick contact here as Sin tucks in the box. Oh, he's down.
Yeah, that's the kind of first headshot that makes you believe Shush has got it in him. Across the board, individually, you know Heroic have an edge. Shush to tap the bomb and try to cause panic. Hones in on the second player to the corner, but Swisher hangs on, and it's an M80 T-side pistol win.
It is, yeah, well done. That's such a cool mid-round decision. I mean, I really like how the first two players to take over mid-control versus Nerds, they end up tucking into red, and then we see actually the three players to follow up from behind push through the window at the same time. So they are intent on simply trading and then picking the easier site. And those duels are better than the ones coming out of Donut towards the A site. And it's a little bit easier to not let someone rotate through Temple or kill them in transit rather than go into the site and try to pull off sometimes a very difficult plant situation over on A. So it looks like we got some comments in chat. I think we might be restarting this round. With, of course, M80 still winning that pistol. If there's one thing I could add to these games, it's just a belief meter, you know, like a heart rate monitor that you see XQC use sometimes when he's like doing bank codes. I want to see like what's the truth about how you feel about your odds in the game. I want that meter. So we don't have to do interviews. I just want the meter. I don't even want to hear what people have to say anymore. Oh, I want the numbers.
Scientists, get it started.
Yeah.
Belief meter. Applicable to more than Counter-Strike. Nade to cave. SS backs up. Be careful, because this is an all-in from Heroic to take it back. And they'll use the utility accordingly. Met by a smoke, so things get cooled off for a second. And that was the incendiaries that M80 had brought to the table, so it's a bit of their util burned. And with zero map control elsewhere, you know that tick in the back of your brain starts to make you concerned that maybe you're being boxed in. They won't know, so they have to be confident to just chew through the site in a moment's notice.
They're taking control of the map very well, very carefully at the moment without taking damage. Getting smoked out at 50 and watching the flank with a bomb means, well, we're about to see which site they're going to pick straight up. They can't actually spend too much time now crawling. Just waiting for B, it looks like.
TSS stuck in. Good distraction from the player in the background. Sets up TSS, who can't hit that one dig. Reaches for the MAC-10. Smoke still top ramp. Sin comes out with two. But this stacks sight. Oh, slacks. Oh, it's ugly. Ooh. Sin's going to try to bring it all back on his own now. Nah, man. It falls apart.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. You saw the rotation back from A, right? There was a moment there. They had a window to take the B site. I mean, still going to be versus 3 people, but way better than 4. And they don't jump on it. And in fact, they end up just walking back and forth. That was definitely a problem of calling right there. They absolutely needed to make a decision with much more conviction. There was no variables that sort of changed in the last 15 seconds before that execute where they couldn't have made a choice and they just weren't willing to do it one way or the other. That's one of those situations where you pick either one, just pick it sooner.
Sure. A little conviction. Confidence goes a long way in Counter-Strike. Add that to the meters that we want measured.
Yeah.
Belief in the comeback and confidence in the wide swing. Donks would be 100 all the time.
It would be. We don't even need the meter for him.
That's how we could do it. A unit of measurement, 1 or 2 donks.
Right. It'd be a 1.0 is donk, and then everything else is up to a donk.
Is there a chance they recover this with just the Galil, though? They've got 4 players out elbow. Oh. Rek delivers with the dig. Malbs is gonna... supposed to die fast because he's so low health. What? They've got Kicksam preoccupied at the B site. If they, again, right, conviction, go A. Go A right now. You hear the rumblings of the player down on B. Confirmed as TSS at half health now. And with the Malbs low HP, I thought that was the turning point. Sure, beautiful kill out of Rek, but Malbs coming around the corner with 10 points of health looked like he was done for. Instead, M80 go back and forth and take one away.
Man. Well, you know what? I want to hope that they learn their lesson last round, because this is a gift. They hit 2 incredible deagle shots. You can't always ask for that. Heroic are going to do the same thing to them at some point. But because they had won the pistol and they set up an anti-eco and they lost to time pressure, which is one of the worst, ugliest ways to lose, I hope that they learn their lesson and we see sort of a much better next round for Heroic. This is sort of a wake-up that, damn, these guys have firepower.
And that firepower is not really something we saw yesterday versus FaZe, right? There was none of these miraculous moments where a couple deegs come out from multiple players on M80 and they just kind of pounce back into a round that you think you can start to write off. So nice to see it. Those are the scenes that kind of got the attention on them back at Pro League. So a welcome sight for M80 early on here versus Heroic.
Yeah, no kidding. The purchase up will be stronger than the last year for Heroic. So let's see if M80 can rise to the challenge. But I would say they definitely beat themselves last time.
They'll take over lane control. Again, it's bodies inside of the cave, and they're coming at them. Tech9 comes flying out. SS tagged. Has his map control that he has so much fought for, and spam comes through, but he's off the mark. Still, it is enough to have M80 stall for a moment. They didn't get cave immediately, and this is the exact positioning that they kind of tripped over their own feet when they lost to that round 2 force buy.
I think what would take the edge off is if they were going to all hang out outside B, if they sold some kind of very small fake at least, just so they feel more confidence coming back. Malbs gets decapitated. No head armor, or is he low? I didn't hear a dink.
It's a good question. Maybe no head armor.
Oh man, so much rests on this now.
Swisher versus 2 gets the thing. Slacks picks up Nertz at least. That was the rotate from mid into the B site, so they know that this is probably bolstered. Nikadaw's stuck in the corner, but they don't look. And so he just churns through the 2. It is the Force Wars back and forth, and Heroic just stacking inside of this B site to the flailing M80 attempt to get in.
So this one's messy, but for a different reason. What actually happens here? I don't think he has head armor in that spot. I don't know what the HP was, but... And then not clearing this with time this time as well. They don't have a cave molly. They're running into B. Sorry, what did you say? We got Kixen really talking about this here. How do we grasp the opportunity that's been presented to us? Not a beautiful start here for M80. Early to mid-round looking okay, but looking way too nervous in those late-round situations.
One corner, right? One corner in the back of that B site, and it makes a world of difference. But hey, we've got some entertainment on the B stream to kick off the day.
Yeah.
Who's going to get out of this better off than not? Nice shot from Nertz, though. Gotta say, even if Malbs didn't have the head armor, it was just that quick glance over the red stairs. And I mean, I expect nothing less from Nertz, to be honest. Right? Rookie of the Year 2023. It's an accolade we give him. Tough conversation to have when Zywoo exists and Donk comes after you, but... Hey, it's a trophy.
Malbs. DHL MVP right there.
Malbs looking to replicate round 3. This Desert Eagle looking hungry. Rifles to support it. Nertz is playing with the grenade in hand, so it's going to be a tough one for Malbs to get in with. And sure enough, smoke goes down, so they forego mid control. That's going to put a bit more pressure on Nikadaw's, but luckily he's having a good game so far. 6-2. And the utility that Heroic still hang on to will burn off even further time. We're looking at about 25 seconds if they want to include Red Room. Smoke now fades. And it will be A. Nerds, good corner. Tries to commit to the M4A4 spray down. Only gets the one with some damage on top. So man advantage, in fact, for M80. Late A main play. Shush, gonna shave off one player. CT's trying to do their damnedest, but it is efficient trade frags out from M80. It's a duel onto the bomb site, and that red flank just shut down in time. Nikodas picking up the slack as Malbs misses his chance. What an easy kill it could have been. Kixan dropped, but he does what he had to. Gets him off the plant to win the round.
Oh, man. Yeah, can't do it. Slacks makes the right play getting off the bomb. He even has a few seconds to shoot, and that's a moment that literally comes down to his accuracy, right? He's got the AK behind default, and I mean, a full second and a half. I don't normally like to talk about someone's spray, for example, but making the right play but missing that kill means no plant, means 2v1 versus his teammate in the site. Other than that, trading down was pretty effective. They got into the site. They got what they wanted.
You know, Malbs also has a chance, though, to kill the first player in CT with the M4 spray.
Yeah.
Goes down. There's still time for the plant there, too. So, unfortunate, you know, but Malbs' mechanics let him down for a moment. And it's Heroic who are looking to stabilize after this back and forth 4 rounds that we end up having. Nikodas, CT side still not one-up bot, but he's been playing with the picked up AKs. So for now, he's not even buying anything. And also holding mid with confidence. Very critical kill last round in Red Room to deny that flank on the CT lane player. Making it work and making mincemeat of what's left now. M80, just the 3 pistols stuck in side A main. And Shush eats kids up for breakfast. You think you're getting into this bomb site, not without nades, not without rifles. Total shutdown and a 4-2 start.
A shush down. Can we do that? No.
Yeah. Also, I don't know why I just said that. Eats kids for breakfast. I just
was gonna glaze past that.
I
no problem.
appreciate that you were gonna let me go by, but I
all good
to address it.
Call him Captain Crunch.
just gobble some up.
So, gonna start a new conspiracy.
Oh, Nerds. Nasty.
Wow.
Hey, we kind of saw a gap on a smoke like this yesterday, too.
Yeah, from FaZe.
I wonder if it has something to do with, like, the new CT incendiaries. If, like, because the fire's not that far out, then the smoke... Yeah, like, if the smoke only covers places with fire, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if that gets used again. But definitely one thing you see is that Shush can play on that left side, and the T's just think that it's fully smoked. Like, you can't tell from the T perspective that it's not fully smoked. So, yeah, it'll be a gimmick as long as people aren't used to it. But if you add in that maybe they can fit a CT molly in there now too, then we've got some new meta maybe.
Nerds will stay posted up here for the rest of the week. Bottom mid controls his. Ramp has eyes on it thanks to Tesses, and we see what happens. Slacks rounds that corner for half a second. Dead. Makes a step, can't turn around fast enough, and so 5-2 from Heroic. Nice to see Nerds working with the rifle, man. I just don't like Nerds on an op. I never want to see it. I don't think it's what kind of got him into the spotlights.
Like the kind of player he is, like look at the angle he's playing right there. You don't want to see someone like that use an op, you know? There's some players where it makes sense, like, oh, you bait anyway. Maybe you should just op. No. Nerds is like a very explosive rifler. He's always moving, so it felt very strange when Nikodas and him were like sort of divvying up the duties on Vertigo.
So much util burned in the first 20 seconds. No elbow control for M80. Their pistols looking to just come take over the lane. Tesses gonna spray half Sin off. He's not making himself very hidden here, but he's got a boost that could end up getting Tesses caught off guard. No, sir. TSS plays it patient. 2 first kills are his. And now what's left of M80 just going to limp closer towards Cave. With a smoke and a Tech 9 and 2 Desert Eagles. They'll hope to get wallbangs or some kind of opening kill, but TSS doing a great job of making himself a small target.
Oh, they've got... Dude, Rek has a nice deagle.
Inspired by Malbs, who last time posted one as well. TSS, there's his third. Last 2 players confirmed in Cave. All of Heroic going to come running over. The flank is in place already. Rek, your days are numbered. Torn apart as Nertz comes through with the flank and the 6-2 Heroic lead.
Oh man, Heroic are piecing them up here on Ancients. Yesterday not looking that great, but here they've survived 2 really big tests in the beginning. They lost a pistol round, they lost a counter force, and they still right now have a 6-2 lead on CT. So M80 have already let them get comfortable. Oh my god.
Am I?
Oh my god.
Is that?
Nikadaz said, I'm not going to op in this game.
Yeah.
I'm going to auto.
I'm already upset. And he hasn't even shot a bullet yet. He sat all the way back in Temple, just waiting for the A main approach. Oh, poor Rek.
Oh man, it's such a good place for it too. Oh my god. It actually worked. There's nothing worse than this.
Disgusting.
Wow, he's really done opping. He's really done opping, I guess.
Man.
This is the equivalent of when we played Pool Connor using the granny stick.
Well, yeah, Blep pulled that out, but I thought maybe it's like a short guy thing. You know,
no. Everyone, there's always a time where you need it. There's certain pool angles you gotta have it.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've never touched it.
But imagine playing the whole game with it. That's what Nikadaz is doing. He's got the granny stick.
What's that thing actually called?
I've always called it the granny stick from when I was like 10 years old, so I actually don't know.
It's like using the ramp when you're bowling. If you're a 29-year-old man and you're still using that...
the bumper lanes?
No, the one like... it's literally like a ramp that you set the bowling ball on top of.
Yeah, little slide, right.
Yeah, a little slide. You can aim it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Nikadaz.
That's
professional bowler.
What he's doing. That's what he's doing, guys.
Yeah. As they say in Turkey, auto noob.
Like training wheels on a bicycle.
But you know what's worse than using the auto? Losing to somebody using the auto. And you know, as much as he's using this, M80 have to prove that this is a joke. They have to one-tap him, you know? They have to.
Also, Scar 20 at the moment, right? I've seen some clips of this, like no-scoping up close. The accuracy is actually out of this world right now in Counter-Strike 2.
No, it was like that in CSGO. It was perfect accuracy, no scopes.
Was it?
Yeah, 100% accurate, no scope.
I hate everything about this. Rexa, there we go. And you know what feels worse than losing to an auto?
What?
Losing your auto to a Tech 9 smoke spam. Oh, that's got to feel good if you're Rek. Double drive-by Tech 9. What is this?
Now he's got an auto sniper.
What in God's name?
Rek has an auto sniper.
And now your teammates have to deal with the fact that it's out on the field. Shush. Good flank. Finds Swisher locked in. Rek's not sure which gun to use. He's losing all his teammates.
Wait, they might actually kill him.
3v5 getting recovered. Who's next? Kixan, you want some?
SS like bought this shit, man.
Oh. All right, that's enough of that.
Wait a second. They should go try to get it back from window.
No. You leave that shit behind. Slacks. Molotov behind him. Nice deeg. Malbs also comes out with the closer. And that's M80 back on the board thanks to a double Tech 9 one frag through smoke drive-by out of Rec. Look at this.
I'm going to say this has never happened for Rec.
Oh, okay, because of the
sniper, 3K.
Right, because of the auto sniper pulls punch through smoke.
Right.
Actually, not that
You
random of a
actually see
spam.
him, yeah. That's pretty funny. That's when you got to start yelling at them, I think.
Surely.
Nice
Nikadaz
auto.
has an
You know what
off.
I mean,
He's got an off. There is an off on the
okay.
field, and it is in Nikadaz's hands. Does he remember how to use it?
Oh, looks like not.
Slacks slams him down. Everybody is nerds. And we have a 4v4 set up outside of the B site. The op looking for his second kill. In. Nice frag. Tesses. You know, Tesses has been doing a pretty good job up inside of the cave. He is 14-5. Cannot be forgotten about, but this round's looking a little open. We've got a duel out top middle. Nertz ends up losing to Malbs. And Shush retreating with the AWP as M80 aren't sure where they want to go.
They aren't, but they're actually right to wait. Now, let's see if they miss this window again, because if Farouk are moving correctly, they're going to get some data back in a few seconds. Like Kixan, yeah, he's searching. He wants to make sure that it is the A site, since they're 2v3 right now. And if they're going to be liberal getting information back, then M80 has to be liberal in moving quickly. Otherwise, they're going to go up against 3v2 again. And I actually think that they're going to do it. Okay.
Rotator smoked off. Kixan. It's going to have to do it all. Oh, they line up.
Close.
Damn what could have been. Rec tagged to 17. Malbs is here to escort the bomb plant. Shush looking to just save the AWP as M80 will take a fourth on this T side and still room to go.
Yeah, very much. I don't want to call this game at all anymore because what we've seen in this first half has already been ridiculous. Like, literally, what you are used to Nikadaz, he has one auto kill, no op kills, lots of rifle kills. Overall has had a really strong half without the, use of a scope, which is maybe a bad sign. But at the same time, M80 only have these 4 rounds here on T side. And that's even with a pistol and an eco. I've never been more unclear about who will win the series.
2024, brother. It's a confusing time.
Yeah.
But nothing confusing about that op duel. Slacks straight slides into it. M80 don't get lost in the late round with the double man advantage. Just the right util for Sin to still call that rotation deep A to section off the threat of a rotator if needed. And here we go. Last round of the half. M80, had a chance just now. Another player swings wide. The lane plays coming in. And yes, sir, recovering the 3v5. Nikadaz is locked into the corner. He has no support at this point. We're going to get Tesses quickly scrambling back at him as a push down ramp goes through doors. How could Kixan come back to rob this from M80?
Yeah, man, look at the map. That's actually pretty good. Nikadaz moving out. Another op in front of him. He's already seen that, though. Ooh, interesting use of utility back and forth, but it allows him to get away.
And they don't know about Kixan, so doomed is Slacks. Falls right into that one. Sin thinking he was the mastermind of the B site. Now just thinking, oh God, they know what I'm up to. And as he rounds this corner, Tessa's gonna end it. So an 8-round CT side for Heroic. A little one-off at the start to kick it off, but M80 couldn't manage, and so Heroic have an edge. Malbs 1 Deegs, Nikadaw's auto snipers. We had op duels picked up by Slacks and a couple dirty deagles out of Rec as well. The first half of this heroic M80 map 1 had a few fireworks, but then things fizzled out for the M80T side on their map pick, and we end up with a significant lead here for Heroic, who wastes no time. Hold your horses immediately into this B bomb site. We've got an entire pack of Heroic, literally all 4 of them up that ramp, barring Kixan, who's stuck back by doors. Nertz turns. They're dealing with the fast flank, and the defenders on site also start to falter. Malbs and Rec, 3 kills back. It's a 2v2 as TSS hits 17, and with Nikadaw's to work with, they just gotta hang on for this bomb, but no sir. Retake comes out. M80, it's frantic, but a retake's a retake. The defuse is clutch, and a 5th round secured.
No, definitely. There was so much action right there. So I think one of the questions for M80 today was aim for sure, and we're looking for the big Malbs map as well. So we'll get a chance maybe to see that here on CT side. We just have a real chance of fighting back in this game now. Nice frags.
Especially as he's getting chased down. Malbs just in the corner. They kind of came to him, right? In all of that carnage, it felt like Heroic were trying to flex their muscle. But hey, M80 won the first pistol and got force bot right back. Let's see if Heroic can do it twice. Ooh, this is going to be pressure on Slack, seeing as he only plays with the scout right now, too, and nobody's even close to rotating on him. Oh, this bomb site's
he got stuck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got completely run over. Tough. 1 point of failure on that gun, and they can't hold on to temple control, but well, the T's aren't in there, so they can actually still take it over. I'm going to say that this isn't impossible.
Waiting in case the mid lurk comes out. There is a very slow burn lurk from TSS that could eventually compromise Malbs, but for now, he's been given a chance to press out. Unfortunate timing as he's clearing close corners. Nertz hits him with the damage on the drive-by. They're just going to smoke this bomb and try to get frisky. There's a player still sticking it. Rec all the way. Rec, he got it all the way. What? Funnily enough, Mo, we saw the exact same thing happen yesterday with Virtus Pro. We had Flit stick a defuse in the same position versus Heroic, and they weren't able to pull him off the site.
Yeah, that's so true. Oh my god. Everybody else is dead. They actually get Swisher too, and they just can't find him. That's... They're like upset, but they won.
That may have been his reaction when he got ran over by the push. Because he was dead first.
Right.
So, yeah, hands in the air like, 5 people. But...
Ooh, let's see if that was a key round.
You know, a defuse is a defuse. It's a round win on the board.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure that... I don't want to say it didn't matter, but...
But it's not pretty.
Because they all died. There's sort of a perilous round coming up where they've got 4 MP9s, so... this is actually quite scary.
Ooh. Oh. Yeah. It's a quick reality check bottom middle as he takes over with the double insta-kill, and their MP9's now looking real flimsy.
This is about as bad as it gets because they got 3 MP9s not even worth saving, plus no money. No refunds on these weapons. No money next round. What's even their loss bonus? Like nothing. I guess their one out is that they find a way to win this, but that won't be easy. Yeah, they picked the wrong time, and 2 pairs of footsteps are heard, so this allows for the crawl up the ramp. Timing here, maybe a Swisher checks his back. No, he'll end up dying, and they know a second player's in here.
Nikodas clip and wreck at the distance. Sin, last man to be found out, and nothing. We've got 1 kill versus TeSeS. That is it, and Heroic are setting themselves up to finish Ancient fast.
Oh, that's like the very rare situation where you don't even buy if you win. Like it was actually at that level, man. That's crazy. The problem is, like, they're on minimum loss, right? Oh, Jesus. They lose that round, they're forcing this round, they're saving next round, and then they're buying.
Oh, yeah. It's ugly.
Oh, God. CT economy is so painful.
That's a hard landing if I've ever seen one.
This is why people save so much, but that's not what we want.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Maybe it's going to take a little Malbs magic. We've seen a couple deagles out of him and Wreck. Now would be the perfect time to pull that out again. But smoked out of the bomb site for the time being. Bomb is still outside double doors. Yep, that could end up helping. These smokes may fade. Nope. They get replenished. Bomb gets into the site. Plant cannot be stopped. And it is an all-in retake from the back lane of M80. Still another smoke grenade for Shush as well to block off one of these entry routes if he comes to join them from middle. He's still concerned about a lurk. So let's consider the utility out of the question, and that means M80 just looking for the fights here. Looking to drive by to swarm. Oh, it's starting to work. Sin and Swisher a kill a pop. TeSeS, the triple spray, double headshot to really send it home. And the Danes will close for Heroic's 10th.
Yeah, nice map overall from TeSeS, 21-8. And 3K versus pistols, but they needed all three right there. That bomb could have got stuck for sure. Nice try from M80 with no utility, half armor, and pistols with a couple of good opening kills to try to pull that off. Unfortunately, they may have just straight up needed that round because it's another save. This is so crazy. The last round they won, they had full buy. They got a defuse versus 4 T's alive, and the next round they had to buy 4 MP9s. Now they forced, and now they're on pistols. The only story in this half is economy.
So the tale of Heroic starts to turn, it feels, in Dallas, as what feels like an easy map 1 win is queued up. We look to the scoreboard, we see TeSeS top in the charts. Nikodas had that strong start, the weird auto sniper buy, but, you know, maybe just indicative of the confidence that Heroic were straight up bringing to the table today. Unfortunately, like you're saying, economy just never there for M80 on the CT side. That defuse may be a curse more than anything else.
It is. I mean, I don't know if this is mathematically true, but because I haven't really looked at it that closely, but I feel like it actually does literally make sense to have purchased up like half armor and a little bit on that round after they won, instead of actually full buying. I think I've seen Virtus Pro do that one time, and if they did it, it's probably right. We should just get like a lower third with James' face, maybe AI him, and just what he would say in that situation.
A James
hologram.
Yeah, okay, so we had the belief bar, the confidence meter. Let's get the James economy equation.
Damn, giving all my best ideas in this one map.
Turns out you do your best work from home.
Tis the future.
Gun round finally for M80. If this defense has any chance, it's going to have to come here and now and off the back of a 4v5 to boot. TeSeS is just a monster inside of the caves, already starting to pressure the site, so they have to get aggressive down the ramp, and it's starting to work. Supportive flashbang, but it blinds Shush. That doesn't end up going to his favor, and with it, we do get the edge back to M80. And again, like last time, that bomb is stuck outside the double doors. So Heroic, they've got work set out for them. Malbs trying to catch TeSeS, sees the barrel of the gun, but he loses the duel. And now Swisher's got everything to do here because his teammate's late on arrival. He slips out, closes cave at the very least, and can just leave Nertz to his own devices.
Surely Nertz knows that that one player was Swisher going back to the site. He can grab the bomb, and he can still go for this. Now, the thing is, they drop the bomb here. They're waiting this amount of time. M80 have to be worried about A, or they're just going to go for a full retake. And there's also a chance that Nertz could run towards A if he wanted to. And right now, they're splitting their chances. Nertz is coming into the wrong site, quote unquote, but he has a smoke.
Got 5 seconds extra and caught off by the second player. Rek is already there. Sure enough, guns make a difference, and M80's CT side has at least one leg to stand on.
Yes. I'm glad for them that they got a chance to show us their CT side because, yeah, money hasn't really allowed for it until this point. And it's just a minute before too late right here at 11.
Damn, Rek's yawning.
Light work.
The hell. It's 1 p.m., brother. You've got the opportunity of the event ahead of you in a stand-in situation. Heroic. It's elimination on the line. And he's tired of their shenanigans.
It's 7-Eleven, and M80's jerseys kind of look like the 7-Eleven logo. You know the stripes they have beside the 7-Eleven?
Sure. The M80 logo reminds me of... oh, actually, never mind. Conflicting sponsors. I said nothing.
Put the image in my mind. It's over.
Yeah, never mind. Monster Energy. Smoke in front of Donut. Malbs, get it out. No, he comes back. Nice duel. He reads that Nertz is on the chase. Looked like Malbs was done for, and instead, it's 5v4 M80.
Oh, this smoke is tough when you've made that cross. Oh, little damage. But Kixan got what he wanted to out of this. Look at the suspicion he's drawn. They've got 3 players watching this one mid-smoke as they're all starting to buy some tempo and lurk towards the B site. The Swisher make a move. He's got no support right now.
And Sin's his closest teammate with no flashbangs, so...
They're going to try to clear this out. Oh boy. Don't mess with TeSeS right now.
Yeah, and TeSeS is just playing some lights-out Counter-Strike at the moment. Poor Swisher, the moment he pulled that trigger and missed, felt like he was doomed. So here we go, Heroic. They found the equalizing kill. They found the pressure onto the back lane. They forced Sin into the open where he will hold his ground. Beautiful second kill. Third and fourth trying to cross over. They deal with the rotator. Shush still hungry, looking for more, but that's bomb dropped at the 12-second mark, and Nikadaz wants to hang on to the op, so this is M80 with another.
Wow, they'll just have to walk away from this. Nice kills from Sin, very, very clean. I think the idea from Kixan was great in the beginning to honeypot them into being very scared about a lurk inside of window. They had to go and clean out all those angles. They had to respect the fact that it could be lurked. And, well, other than this, one sort of scary moment where TeSeS gets his kill on the ramp, everybody else gets theirs. So despite having a very, very tough economic start, M80 have stabilized.
Flash to the ramp. That's not going to deter TeSeS. Not with the level he's bringing to the table here. So again, they're going to try to cross out. TeSeS dead. That's a good sign for M80. Kixan's good trade frag back. queues up Swisher as Sin looks to come back from Cave to help, but there is no immediate follow through. They just stall out on the ramp, maybe waiting for the smoke towards Cave to fade, maybe looking to turn this into the B split if needed. Nikadoz will take the angle that they've worked for, and it's a critical waiting game at a minute mark. Oh, this fight right here. This is the big one.
Oh, timing.
Caught with a nade, but Sin's got the double kill right back. That is a masterful double kill. He needed it so badly, and he'll smoke Nerds out of the play, dropping bomb at his feet. Swisher pushes down through smoke, maybe compromising sight if they had the bomb.
Nerds is not even thinking about getting that before the smoke comes up. He just wants to make sure he punches any rotation. Rek is going to jump up. He's got to be very careful.
Nerds is stuck between both players. Smoke now fades. Bomb back on full display. 25 to the clock. Molotov's going to keep him off it. They've got a smoke grenade on Nikadoz. A flash here for Nerds. Sin looking to move forward into the action. And he's going to catch them off. There it is. The 1-2 to close it. A much-needed triple kill from Sin in Cave.
Yeah, you can just see right there, Rek's such a good teammate, and that was actually such a good setup. Sin, amazing round. The way he posted up for his second, well, the fact that he got his second sets that whole situation up. But then even him playing aggressively in this fight for the third kill with Rek jumping up at the same time, that's hard to coordinate. It was the exact right play they needed to make. It was also brought to you by the decision to throw that molly down because they heard there was damage on the left side of Cave, which allowed Rek to know he could jump up. So a lot of things went right there, but they did such a good job of capitalizing on the information. Even those little tiny CT mollies are useful.
Little tiny dinky teeny weeny CT incendiaries. SS the solo AK. He's been playing well enough to deserve it, no doubt. Oh, and he's going to catch Sin on the smoke timing. Oh, TSS, you dog. This would be what feels like the final nail in the coffin for M80, just as they're starting to mount this CT comeback, as Ancient's getting close. The solo AK round from TSS, double kill already. Going for the third, he'll be shut down by Malbs, but that's a bomb plant and a chance for the AK to change hands. Deep push from the Deagle punished. Nerds will not get away with it. It's a retake that seems winnable. AK relegated to the depths of the site. Nikadoz gets his hands on the M4 towards Cave, but kicks in with the Glock of all things. Malbs gets chewed through, and it's the Danes again. 2 from Shush, 2 from TSS, and a round that M80 can't afford to lose.
Oh man, after all of the effort of what we've seen in this second half and all of the tragedy and defusing 1v4, then saving and then winning 2 very strong rounds, they're still always liable to lose to pistols. Very dangerous for M80 when they think about the fact that like how this half has gone, how both these halves have gone, to be honest, when it comes to going up against Heroic's pistols. Like that is quite a shame, right? They've won some good rounds, but they've lost so many to pistols. Nice one for TSS though, with the, what is it, one of 2 AKs, 1 AK?
Yep, solo AK, double kill entry. He's been having a blinder of a game. You know, some little inconsistency for TSS as of late, but with shuffling 5th player, maybe we give him an out. Today is not one of those days where he is off the mark, but rather on the money. Rek's shadow has already betrayed him. He is doomed as he does damage to Kixan. The rest of the pack can just push past, and Heroic, ooh, this could be the final round of Ancient. Shush takes the green boost. Malbs wary of him. His support will be smoked off, so times are getting desperate here for M80 with just pistols. Again, economy has been their demise, but Malbs has got a pocket.
Oh, yeah, he
Hitting the
does.
smoke. He's going to catch Shush off guard. Goes for a second versus Nertz. But Kixan, with his low health, is able to get the best of him, and the sidearm is going to finish the job on Slacks. Desperation, so many steps of the way here for the CTs. It's the unfortunate reality of getting that defuse early on. No survivors. Put them in such a bad position. Still a chance. Swisher. Oh, he's got himself a second. Slides out from behind the bomb site, grabs that AK-47, and looks to do everything on his own. 45 seconds as Heroic stall out.
Yeah, they're taking so much time just sitting here. They weren't ready to go for that split, and now what? Kixan's gonna... He doesn't have any utility. He's just gonna run in with the bomb. The op separated. This round looks kind of silly, to be honest. If he's left in the 1v2, that's rough. How's Nikodaz going to lurk out? We'll see if they make a mistake. A lot rests on his shoulders, and Kixan looks like he get caught too. He has to cross. Kixan's going to die, surely. Oh my god, Swisher misses it. But he's going to walk to the site. Nikodaz not making any contact. And are they going to run back? They do.
That one op shot. Nikodaz is so lucky that that's enough to bait the second player back.
Oh my god, they still think it's A?
Is at nothing. They know that Nikodaz is over here because of the op, so Sin's going to be cautious. He will end up finding him. Kixan gets away with the bomb plant, but what more can he do? Hidden back sight. We're talking about a round where there is no kit on the remaining two players as they come in for this retake. Sin's better not going to miss that op shot. Kixan in the corner. If they think it's ramp, then he's just got to buy his time. He clears the first, and there's the pistol out from Sin, but with no kit. With no kit, this one comes down to the wire, and I don't think he's got it. That op shot from Nikodaz baits out the rotate, and it is a heartbreaking way to lose. Heroic take Ancients, and M80 left embarrassed and bruised.
No kidding, man. Especially considering their track record on Ancient up until this event. They've now lost it twice. The first one's to FaZe, no shame in that, but to Heroic, you'd think they'd have a better fight considering they were able to beat teams like G2 entirely. And this is so much to do with pistols. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed. Luckily for them, it's a best of 3. We are waiting for the return, the turnaround of M80, and it's got to come soon. It's now elimination every step of the way.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
All right, you guys have had a bunch of officials recently here. So what's it like, having to prepare for an event in NA compared to EU?
Oh yeah, we got a lot of game time, not so much practice. Even on we had, for example, officials in the evening, and then we were like, let's practice today, but it was hard to find pracs, especially quality pracs. So we just try to use the game time, the officials, as the real practice. I think it's also the best practice. But yeah, in Europe you could prepare your maps really good. I think here's just we're overall feeling good. The maps we played, in officials that we got, we're feeling super good on it. But yeah, maybe not all of them, but we're feeling good.
How's it been going since Pro League? Because there you guys had a couple of insane games versus G2. Now you're going to have to open up the tournament against FaZe, so it doesn't get any easier. How's that progression been going?
So Pro League was like a huge storm, like a lot of emotions, like we were super hyped. Then it got a bit calmer now with the online games at home. We were in the boot camp in Austin. Like it got a bit calmer. We had a bit of a chill time. We played some games, obviously. But now that we're back on LAN, I feel the hype for sure. Can't wait to get started. And like for these guys, it's like the Cologne for me in Germany. For these guys, it's the Dallas. Like I will feel the energy for sure. We all feel it, and we're excited to get hyped in the games.
You guys had a ton of officials here in NA, and you've been spending time here. Do you think that might be a problem since you're going up against FaZe in game one? Just even though you're aware of it mentally, that it's not the same level of opposition, but just sort of getting used to that quickly?
I think that the more officials we play is going to be better for us because like we can fix a lot of stuff that we cannot see or fix during practice. Because like pressure and stuff, it will help us a lot to fix, and they will not know what we're fixing. So it's probably like a +1 for us, but you know it's FaZe, so just try to do our best and focus on our game and try to do good fundamentally.
Home turf, how does it feel? Is it a different feel to other tournaments?
Yeah, definitely a different feel to other tournaments. We don't have to adapt to the new environment or whatnot, and we're home. Jet lag isn't a thing, obviously, right? So it definitely feels good.
Where are you from in the US?
From California.
So it's not like really home turf, but Sin was telling me that, you know, for you guys and for the org, like it's a big deal trying to do well here, maybe a little bit more than some of the other tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. I think since it's home turf, we're more comfortable, so maybe that allows us to perform better.
Gives you an edge against FaZe?
Definitely, yeah, I think so.
All right, man. Have a good one. Have fun.
as North America looks to M80 for high hopes, some sort of hometown representation in playoffs. Please. Heroic have had other ideas today. It's a turnaround since their Virtus Pro loss on Ancient 24 hours ago, but without Electronic in the server, it left space for Heroic to thrive. And who at the top of the charts, Mohan, took over the server today? Well, none other than Tesses. My God, unstoppable in the face of M80. Even with that CT side starting to mount its comeback, it was that Tesses solo AK round, the double kill up the B ramp that really spelled disaster and cut M80 short.
It was disappointing map for M80 considering it was Ancient, and Heroic would be one of the more favorable teams I guess you could face in an elimination game, but Heroic showed that they are still very strong on an individual level. They had some interesting sort of mid-round ideas to try to pull out, and they were killer when it came to pistol rounds, and you can't really, you can put blame on M80 for not winning those. Like, those are the easy rounds. They really set this game up to be as difficult as possible and still nearly made it close. But, I mean, there's really no excuses for them. Like, Heroic, they did what they needed to do. They came through. They showed some very good stuff. And obviously, we've got a fantastic performance from Tesses, really made the difference.
Ultimately, I'd say just individually looking better, looking like a Heroic that, deserves to be on the brink of top 10 at the moment. M80 looking to break into the top 20, right? Their domestic success has kind of inflated those numbers. And now in a European outing, the first since that ESL Pro League performance from Malbs that turned heads, we're just not getting that same M80, right? If we took the team that was defeating G2, we're not getting a glimpse of that today.
The only thing I don't like about the regional conversation is that in all the years of us like casting, we see different stories from different regions. But, from North America, it's almost always, oh, they're from North America. They should be doing, of course, they're going to be not as good as you'd expect. But then we see 9Z take down Malbsmd, take down Liquid yesterday, like in a single day, and very legitimate fashion. And they come from a region with lots of practice, but it's not like we're talking about those teams all the time, and not even talking about 9Z as much anymore. And then we have like teams like the Mongols, who obviously are taking bigger series wins as well now, and that's trending up. So we're not exactly getting the same. We don't have that one team in North America that's really doing that from the bottom just yet. It felt like M80 had built up a good base, a foundation of wins, and some interesting, surprising results recently to be able to do that. But you'd really like for it to come together here at Dallas, of course, because there is, a couple players on the team that would love to be able to represent now that Complexity are gone. There's very little competition in that regard.
Yeah, well, I mean, with Complexity out, right, this is the only other team that features Americans. Team Liquid's synonymous with North America, but besides the two Canadians, Dallas ain't really hometown now, is it? It's just more of an org thing. So it really feels like it has to be M80, right? We're going to be talking about we're going to be talking about
please, Rick.
Rick and Johnny there. No, Rek and Swisher as our two actual American celebs. Rick and Bobby, just a couple guys. And now we've got a difficult road ahead. Ultimately, I mean, at what point do we start to have this conversation where it's like suddenly, like you've brought up the Mongols, you brought up 9Z specifically for Dallas, but obviously Copenhagen was great for the South Americans. Brazil really to kind of putting their name back up there. It's like all of a sudden North America has become the weakest region.
Yeah.
Straight up.
If you wanted to go for, who's showing us what, I mean, we're definitely under potential, even if we have slightly better results overall. We don't have, we're currently in a disappointing state. I think it does feel like things are slightly recovering in terms of how many teams we have that are somewhat competitive, I guess. But we're certainly not like blossoming. We're not that exciting right now, that's for sure. But we got Dallas, baby. I think this one's going to be about the crowd.
Yeah, true, right? Yeah. We'll bring the hype. How about that? It's like when we had to go back to the Copenhagen Major. There was no Canadians in attendance, but at least you and I were there. Moses is on site. I hear there are maybe some cream pies being prepared. I feel like the entertainment value is always there from NA. It's never a dull day when North American players are in the server. It's just a disappointing day more often than not. And if you had asked me, whether we were blossoming, so to say, just post Malta, I would point directly at MM80. And obviously, you know, there's an extra layer there that goes to Malbs and Guatemala. But it was promising so recently, and now it would be a real kind of step backwards if Dallas falls this flat, not only for M80, but a complexity that had also been eliminated even quicker. So, Dallas not turning out to be the hometown hero story that we know the USA chants really thrive for.
And genuinely, I'd be excited. I mean, I'd be willing to have a lot of sympathy depending on the fashion in which they lose. But so far, there's not really much to say, right? It's not a good look the way they just lost that Ancient game versus Heroic. At least there's still a chance to win the whole series, though. Of course, it's going to be difficult as we go into Heroic's map pick, but there wasn't sort of an amazing try yesterday versus FaZe. They did just kind of get beaten pretty badly. So we're still looking for the map. For the people that are watching Dallas because it's a North American event, who might not be hardcore fans, who don't know about how good M80 have been recently, this is a really great chance for them to see what could be coming up, you know? So we're hoping for that Malbs carry. We're hoping for that map win, right? Any map win at all here for M80, and us to show us what they're really made of.
You know, Malbs has posted across all of the events that they've played so far in 2024. His lowest rating he ended an event with was a 1.15 at the Katowice play-in when M80 got eliminated pretty damn quick. Beyond that, you know, every other event, literally every other event is a 1.23 or higher. So this current 0.73 rating that he's standing on after 2 maps of play is an insane negative anomaly. And when we talk about M80, we also talk about Malbs. I mean, they go hand in hand, like like peanut butter and jelly. Without them, M80 aren't much. So it's a tough dry spell in these first 2 games. If this isn't the turnaround for Malbs, then I think it's M80 dead in the water. Throw them on top of complexity, and let's go Europe.
Damn.
Yeah.
I love it.
And EU. It just doesn't have the same.
It doesn't sound
ring.
right.
It doesn't sound as good. It's just not as nice. But we have to work with what we get. And right now,
like what, does it smell bad?
Much.
EU,
yeah. Wet socks. Oh, strong cheese. You know, it's just olive oil. Who gives a damn?
Oh,
Nikadaw's coming out from Palace. Nice blindside. A-site. Oh, ooh. Okay. At least the player under Balco put a bit of a break on it. That's the bomb cut off as well. Rek is in a very interesting position with bombs stuck towards tunnels. Kixan bails it out. B is clear for the taking, and they know it. So we want to talk about Malbs. We'll get a chance. Pistol round clutch in a 1v3, and the door is open towards market. Bomb planter shrouded in smoke means Malbs gets ever closer, but there's a crossfire setup, so the bench player can just stay tucked in. Tesses can jiggle if he wants to, but I'd say let Nerds take contact. And in doing so, a chance! It's a reload. It's 4 bullets. It's 2 kills deep in the 1v3, and Tesses changes position. Malbs, can he figure this out? It's more damage done, but he's ultimately stopped. It's a damn good effort, but it's a little too much.
We would have renamed that bin from Skadoodle to Malbs. This would have been the moment. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Nice try in the 1v3, but it was all about these kills, dude. What was that from Nikadaz? Like he was hopping on the pistol. 1 bullet each. But there's a Heroic on their map pick with their first pistol round. 4 Spy comes out for M80. Looking to challenge mid.
Gonna wait that smoke out. Or just pop a flash inside it, get 1 player behind boxes, bomb in tow, Tesses on top. Can he give us what he did on Ancient? Because that was some lights out CS.
Mm-hmm.
Heroic looking adamant. about taking mid control. Utility's going to go over the top. That's connector and window smoked. And so suddenly pressure on Swisher. Molly in con just to really add that problem. And Swisher, can he stop him with the Deeg? Another smoke. But the CTs throw one of their own, and that causes concern. Heroic gonna have to boost over the bricks. Swisher doesn't consider it. And because of that, now Sin gonna have to do it all. Double kill off the 5-7 wonderfully. But stuck inside that corner, he'll be hard cleared out, and TSS plants default. Nikodas goes for its market. There's the scout down, and the rotators. Oh, can they do much? Malbs already offers up a beautiful Desert Eagle shot. The second player's confirmed. Malbs, can't get three. And TSS to clutch with a 3-piece. It's costly, but Heroic get through it.
Yeah, they try to fight back, and TSS has to go to the sidearm right there, so very small chance they could have pulled that off. Nice boost to kick things off. And great pistol work here from Sin, from Malbs. A nice effort. Got pricey.
I'm a little surprised that Swisher doesn't anticipate the climb over the bricks, right? You know, all that mid utility's out. If that doesn't tell you somebody's coming from mid, your CT smoke goes down. You've got teammates behind you. What else is there to look at than the smoke or the boost? But a little lapse in judgment, and maybe if he posts something, Sin's double kill could have been enough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
There's always next year.
Try again. My bad.
Oh, this is the best strat to take over the B site when you think it's an A stack. This will be low violence mode as they plant a bomb and secure a free round. Do you ever, what was the show? Home Improvement? God.
With Tim the Toolman Taylor?
Yeah, Tim the Tapman. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Home Improvement with the neighbor who peeks his head over top of the fence.
Yes, that's what Nikodas looks like.
Okay, yeah.
Go to his cam, you see it.
You can kind of see it. That's how I feel talking to my neighbors nowadays.
Yeah.
It's been real friendly in that backyard, I tell you.
Wait till he checks the radar.
I see what you mean.
Oh.
Oh, it's a little unfortunate. Shush dying to the bomb. Not the end of the world, but death's a death. 3-0 the start, and Heroic. Let's see what they've got in store. Now the guns come out for the North American majority.
Yeah,
well, America's majority.
Yeah. Yeah, not even a majority there. Just
only complexity.
Americans.
It wasn't their fault. They had to play Mouse.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, man, those flashes were brutal, actually. Woo! Nice one from Malbs.
Nertz on a fast response. Shush. Not going to waste any time sliding out aim, but then we get Wreck off of Palace with the frag, and Nertz's MP7 is a whole other beast.
No head armor again.
Smoked off. Nice grenade. That's a ton of damage for Nikodas to deal with. Wreck's going to have his hands full. Beautiful kill back to TSS. Molotov, and he gets away. Nertz knows he's stuck here. Sin's gonna chase, and in doing so takes man advantage, but only for the moment. Nertz re-smokes connector, flashes down into it, and finds the upgrade, but needs to get bomb. He's got 50 seconds to figure this out. Sin has been hot on the heels of the tease, and he doesn't consider this at all. Beautiful pressure from Sin. He plays so fast off of the catwalk that they never see it coming. 3 steps of the way, he is just ahead of their expectations and catches them off for the win.
Yeah, nice clutch. But we got to give a lot of credit here to Wreck. I think he plays the situation so amazingly well, honestly. Even just the awareness to molly the bottom of the stairs, the pre-aim to the top of the stairs. None of these decisions were perfectly obvious, and I think he just acted very quickly. He also caught the lurk out of the A ramp. So I get it, man. Wreck hype is real. He's got some good rounds, even at this event.
And this time they win a round, and it's not, I'm going to say all for nothing, but Malbs is going to get caught outside of the connector smoke. Uh-oh. A reset looms. Swisher feeling frisky with Slacks and Connector, but they're just waiting them out. And in that patience, Heroic thrive. CTs felt like they had to get something done. Instead, they are now pinned against the wall. Slacks and Sin separated. Sin's catwalk impact was so crucial in that clutch, but this time he can do nothing.
Damn, that was just the right amount of patience. It looked like that Heroic were going to start doing something 1 or 2 seconds later. I think someone pulled out a smoke, but they were right to wait. Good call so far here for Heroic.
Whoa. So already a lot of mid-control for Heroic coming through in the gun rounds. M80 clearly looking to fight back. Malbs outside of connector there. But, you know, Malbs kind of operating on his own. We see that like re-aggression come out from the CTs that was an attempt to be orchestrated. Multiple players coming back to try to reclaim something. Malbs did it on his own, unfortunately, and ends up getting caught. Sure, if he could run that back, he'd rather have been inside con, but hindsight 2020 and scoreline 4-1.
Really tough. We've got basically the perfect game plan right now that Heroic are executing on, so Ancient for them has been a bit messy between these last 2 days. This Mirage is just looking a little too easy. They've got the right strats to counter exactly the pace at which M80 want to approach this game. They picked B on their anti-eco when it was a full A stack. They've sort of had the path of least resistance right now. Wonder what idea's coming up next.
Hey, give me the guns.
Hey, gun me.
All right, Sin Cam. There we go. Look at that stack. Ooh, this could be the right call. Sin, not only the man of the round with the single AK, but puts all the pieces in the right place. Oh, this is the best chance they're going to get at causing Heroic to step and fumble. Nice dig from Malbs to kick it off. 5-7 in the pocket, but the return frags are clean. That AK comes out, and they're gone. Heroic almost tiptoeing their way into danger, but getting a good couple of kills beyond the AK and giving themselves space to move.
And Nikodaz is juggling an op to get rid of it. Of course, he could just use it, but...
Hey, you shut up. What do you know?
It would actually be decent even for the B hit. You know, you go on the window, post up on the cross, but it is versus pistols, so they don't need it right now. And Sid will hope they make some really big mistake here, but they just said, hey, it's 3v1. Let's not be scared. You should have someone who has a really good memory to do like to recount all 100 IEMs, you know, like decimals like pi.
Okay.
And just in terms of locations, you know, it'd be like Katowice, Dallas, Cologne, Sydney, whatever it is, over and over again. But to see who could get the most in a row, and then give them a car or something like that. Whoever wins. I'm pretty generous. That's what I would give them.
Give them free tickets to IEM 200.
If you make it.
You just got to wait another decade.
If you live long enough to see IEM 200, it's free.
Terrorists win.
That's how we keep people in Counter-Strike, right? They have to justify their prize.
Sin, it was a good call, brother. It was a good attempt, but Heroic were just too fast on the fallback. And that was even with Malbs getting the one deagle the moment the first player came out from ramp. So, I mean, what more could you ask for if you're M80? You get the deagle kill, you get an additional pistol frag.
It's true.
AK's in the right spot, everybody's there, and it's still just not enough. So Heroic showing cut from a different cloth. Bunch of Euro nerds trying so hard to embarrass M80 on home soil. They'll go for the mid control yet again. Malbs given the responsibility of floating out mid, but this time Heroic aren't quite home. Sizing up that B site early on, Sin could be in for a world of hurt. His nearest support is Swisher up Cat.
Oh, this is
Can't
dangerous.
afford to die.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Just like that. Kicks in, ready for the jump up. Shush has got the second frag, and this one is toast. Another CT caught out middle. Nertz's next point of contact could even catch Slacks, and that is every single person on M80 just getting cut down a step faster than they're prepared. A double mow down to close it. Oh, it hurts.
Listen, that's an excellent shot from Kixen, but at the same time, I'm not going to lie, that's not that hard when you can hear and time the jump, right? He knew exactly what was happening right there, and even though there was a lineup on the jump, it was still a little bit wide, and there was always a chance that he could be that close. So Kixen, perfect crosshair placement, but he kind of knew, I'm going to catch this. He doesn't think I'm this close. He wouldn't have thrown that nade if he thought that. So I think there were just too many clues in there, unfortunately. So it's a big pickup from the IGL, and that's just like, you know, a huge rifle round out of the way.
Now back into the lesser weapons. MP9 on Sin. If a single AK wasn't enough, then a single SMG feels like they have spelled disaster. Malbs, he'll get his one dig deep in underpass, but not expecting Tesses to be this deep down middle. Swisher's looking to throw a wrench in the works, but covered perfectly from Tesses. That gap didn't exist when Swisher came out, but then it instantly evaporates, and he is done for. Heroic, 7-1. Yeah, that's me trying to jinx it.
Yeah, wait a second. I was like, hold on.
Yeah, that's
this is the Connor curse.
Yeah.
Trying to do my best. Oh my God, he might have done it. He's here to save M80, guys, predicting them to lose this round. Let's see if Sin can channel this energy. Would you rather go into the AK or the two other players? Well, Rexlow with a deagle. Both these guys have a mean deagle, though.
Couple missed chances. Ramp players coming out now, and they'll find site free for the taking. Smoke grenades won't make this any easier. Nika does misflick.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh!
Bomb is planted regardless, and there it is. Finally, Lady Luck shows herself, and M80 get away with the deegs. A couple clean ones from CT spawn. They'll take a second, and I've successfully jinxed it.
It's not the 7-1 that you said it was going to be, Connor. What happened?
Well, you know exactly what happened. I called it early on.
It's crazy how you can literally choose the outcome of the round just by speaking.
You know, it's a real burden and responsibility, but I like to spread it evenly from time to time.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you use your powers in an unbiased way, not just for teams that have Americans on them at Dallas. Why don't you go ahead and call this a 3-6?
I would never. Tesses traded out as the smoke was popped open. Slacks making sure that the first death's not in vain. Rek signaling he needs support, and Slacks, missed shot on the deep ramp play. Luckily, Rek still got it. Hanging on for the palace control. They're wary of the connector push with good reason. Nerds gets away. Catwalk player also in the mix here with Kicksand, but that's all that's left over for Heroic. So it's looking like Rex got a round to be proud of. 2 kills to his name. Everybody kind of stacked up inside of mid-window/A. And that means there's still something weird that could happen.
How is Rex so good from that spot up on Palace? Sin not totally aware that Kicksand could be up here and no one's watching over his shoulder, so it's possible Kicksand comes. There's going to be some kind of risk taking, surely. Maybe not. Oh, okay.
Slack's got window plugged up. Nerds giving a duel here. Got to be careful if you're Malbs or not. Okay, clean close. And M80 take a third.
Is Donk still human, by the way? We can do a live score update. I'm just doing pretty good now, I guess. They're just winning big time. It's Magix who isn't human with a 1.92.
Damn. Nice to see it.
It's actually, yeah, it's a big map.
So he was very quiet in their previous event, so get after it.
This one's all about Rek. We even have Slacks miss a shot from top stairs, and Rek has to go and kill 2 lurkers basically in different timings from that top balk position. He's got lots of kills from there in this half.
Big responsibility being that front-facing A player, so props to him for hanging on. And it's a chance off the back of him in the previous round to honestly tie this game up. Not that I want to get ahead of myself, but mid-control's been going a little bit better. Was. Tesses back to his usual antics. Swisher thinking about the push through. Oh, it's a matter of timing.
It is.
Tesses lets his guard down. Swisher recovers, but there's also a player bottom bench. Nerds. Oh, coming out of the smoke. Swisher's double kill could be key. All the while, A site falls. And as they see the player jump deep CT, that's Slacks on high alert. And the bomb crossing over towards default, planted now. 3v3 post plant, but cleared. Slacks knows there was somebody up close. They'll have a man advantage for the retake. Nikadaz on an AK with a flash to try to set up Kicksand perhaps. He's just going to stay tucked behind Firebox. Burnt out, has to make his move. Even the smaller Molly is going to get the job down. Nikadaz out in the open, dodging utility here. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Nikadaz, he's locked into Tetris. They got to come at him. He's going to shave off the first player. Opper in the back goes down. Time still of the essence, but he's good. Sin's defuse for M80's fourth.
Whew, that's a close one. Nice try from Nikadaz. Gets out to Tetris. One chance to win right there. They don't swing perfectly on him, and he gets 2 1v1s, but they still, again, have enough time to get that plant off. So I'll get that defuse in, I should say. So, yeah, Swisher's kills really did matter. And this is now still a half that's within reach. And I actually like how much they're trying for mid-control all the time. Even if Heroic have been pretty good at taking it over them. The information has worked out in some important moments.
Swisher looking to get frisky inside of the apps. Oh, but he's not too ready. Kicksand just slides off the countertops. Nice fresh tile. Malbs back through the smoke. And mid can now join the apartment split. Sin could be in for a world of hurt. We've seen a good 2K with the 5-7 here once. He's got a better weapon for the job, but he also has no teammates to help him. He's got to survive and take somebody down with him. Apartments player should be free, but he exposes himself to the corner outside market, and that is where Tesses returns the favor. Malbs dueling, but can't get both, while Nerds also picks up the wreck frag. It leaves Slacks 1v3. And after a small dry spell from Heroic, it looks like they've managed to get right back through.
Yes, indeed. Just as we were singing M80's praises finally. And Slacks just really wants to get away with this gun. Ooh, actually still might, but he's playing it close. No, never mind. He's going to die. Everyone does for M80. Heroic on to 7. Trying to keep this tournament alive. Trying to keep the wick burning. They're now just 6 rounds from eliminating M80.
Been waiting for the individuals of M80 to come together. We've seen impact on the A site out of Rec. We had the Swisher 2K in middle, but I feel like I am still just scratching my head when it comes to the Malbs impact. We wanted him to go God mode, and he is on par to have the worst event of his year so far.
Oh, what a shame.
And running out of chance to turn that around.
100%. I mean, the idea is, well, the game's not over. That's all you can say to yourself. It's still live. Go for it. My God, do they not have smoke for him? Oh, okay.
Yes, they do. Swisher
man,
tries to get out
early.
Yeah, naded, exposed, and dealt with. And the 5v4 with 3 players top middle for Heroic to try to close the half. It's a demanding 8-round T-side queued up. Malbs, it's a one and done. Tries to pull it back in middle, but all the while, Nertz is slipping out closer to the A site, and that's going to rotate the bomb back around through T-spawn. Nertz feeling like he's caught this rotation timing, and he's not wrong, but the catwalk player, Sin, is going to bring it back. That should turn Rec into the bomb site that he once left, but what's he going to do with this MP9 in the face of all of Heroic? They've got nades for him. They've got the smoke still top con. They are cautious about the approach with 40 seconds to the clock, and Sin's just waiting for a chance to get more impact from Cat, but nobody's going to show themselves. Does TSS clear close corner? Yes. And the swing from Spawn is a missed shot. TSS double kill should be that 8th locked in. Sin desperate, as he's already pulled the 1 player off of the round, but unfortunately his 2 rotators get nothing done, and so it's a deep hook for Heroic inside of the CT spawn. He's not working with a kit. He's got a frag grenade and his M4 and only 42 health to work. Bomb very far gone, and he will be crossfired. It's the 3-prong assault and the 8th round for Heroic. It started strong, it ended strong, and it could end faster than M80 could ever hope for.
Well, folks, half two is upon us, and that might as well also be called the final half, potentially here for M80, because they are on death's doorstep. It was a great start to Mirage here for Heroic. It was a great map of Ancient to kick off this series, and now they're within just a few rounds of ending this run and taking the last two Americans out of the running for playoffs here at Dallas. Looking to avoid tragedy here. M80 attempt to coordinate on the A site. Shush from CT spawn with a lot of chances, but it's Nertz after the early warning system that gets the kills. First two in. Shush gets a third, and Shush gets a fourth. That is beautiful between those two. So well done. TSS with the final frag. Heroic on to 9 rounds already. Unfortunately for M80, this is going to get desperate. We saw them survive a lot on Ancient, economically speaking. They sat, waited for their chance, had to force a couple of times, but even with their backs against the wall, they still showed up on the rifles when they had to. Problem is, this is not their map pick. Problem is, Heroic look very comfortable, very good, and M80 without a bomb plan certainly won't be seeing that by right now. Malb's about to have a chance to show us this Deagle again. He's definitely got some sweet frags, but no one to contend with him just for the second. Nigadaz looks around before taking his attention to the ramp, and the full explode comes out through Palace as almost everybody goes down. That's it. A quick one for Heroic as they touch 10. We're going back to the drawing board here for M80. What Sin has to tell them is that our T-side begins now. There's a full buy, and actually because Heroic didn't lose any players last round, this is actually a chance to beat a team that only has 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, even if they've got some money in the reserves. So they'll fan out quickly for mid control. Oh, and this boost. What a novel idea, but they end up giving it up. There it is. Works out beautifully for Sin in the end. Love the reboost. That's a great idea to deny anybody from pushing off of Cat. An important part of the map has been cleaned off, and you see that Nikodaz now has to supplant his vision by holding onto this cross. One thing that worries me is we saw M80 on Ancient get into good positions in the early round. Really good opening tactics, pick plays in defaults, but lost to the clock. Started to lose cohesion as the round went on, and they didn't see any more targets. We're hoping to not see that now here on Mirage, but it is another T-side. Malb Swisher getting in the conversation, while Heroic make moves.
Can Shush do it on his own, though? Single ramp play? Just versus Slacks, you cut off one attack, and suddenly that connector push could be compromised, but instead he delivers himself on a silver platter. And Slacks with this should be able to come in with the assist and deal with what will be only Nertz for the most part. Maybe a well-timed cat peek could have stopped them, but at the moment it's Heroic going underpass instead. Kixan, oh, I think he just got spotted. Swisher took a glance, but he's still worried about the catwalk, so Kixan does throw a spanner in the works. Makes things a little bit weird. Bomb plant on the other side of triple. Nertz is going to wallbang down Wreck, and they're starting to lose bodies on multiple fronts, but luckily, again, that ramp play comes in critically, and Nikadaw is so concerned about the flank that it feels like this one's toast. M80 with early legs to stand on in this T-side.
That's nice, because they started off with a cool play coming into mid control. They fanned out fast across mid and then boosted on the right side of mid, and this killed TSS like easily, purely off of the tactic. The idea alone won them the round. And on Ancient, we saw them do some cool things in the early round and then, you know, lose time later on, but here they stay organized. They did take a little bit too long to play their advantage to its fullest, and that's something I'm worried about sometimes when I see M80, is they like try to do everything so perfectly that also allows Heroic time to get all the information back that they can as safely as possible. And then you see Kixan gets in the bottom connector, and it almost gets to the point where they're in jeopardy. So I think they do have to trust themselves a little bit more in certain situations to keep their tempo. Otherwise, they're going to give it up to the better team.
Feels like that's like a little bit of big influence in Sin's calling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Whereas Kixan comes from his own school of thought. Nade's not going to spot anything here, so they go for the Palace push instead, and honestly, Rek is a bit compromised. He's wary of it, but he keeps turning his attention down towards ramp, and because he's of two minds, well, he could have gotten caught, but he's going to keep it clean.
He has good focus when he's by himself, eh? He doesn't seem to get caught off guard too often. Oh,
Ooh, they made
that
sound.
jump.
Nah.
That would have been a perfect time to window lurk. You see no one on the other side of jungle.
So gonna have to adapt. I like that they don't just kind of stubbornly stick to it. Sin's gonna go try to clear out the ladder, but that activates Tesses, who gets shut down, but queues up the Nikadaz trade frag with ease. 4v3 and nobody at that A site. Bomb should be able to just get on in there. And when it does, we're looking at M80's 6th. But again, you can still see it, right? Like trying to do everything to perfection, still delaying with the flash, every smoke in place. This time it doesn't end up haunting them. It's just a clean conversion of the advantage on that A site.
Yeah, that's good at least. Yeah, at least it doesn't come down to 10 seconds or less. So guns will be saved here for Heroic. They've got to still be feeling good after their first half, the pistol conversion, their map choice. Has Sin been the best player on M80 across the two maps? Is it?
That's a good question.
He had a couple of good rounds on. I mean, it's obviously a lost map previously, but
lost map was Malbs at the top by 0.1.
Okay,
difference.
But maybe
Malbs
it's still
Rek Sin.
Something like Malbs.
But, you know,
I've seen the best plays out of Rek though. I'll say that, even though he's only got 7 kills.
Co-signed. Especially, I think, on the second map, right? Some pretty critical A play going on from him on the defense.
Yeah. Some moments where I'm like, okay, he can play versus good players. So... oh dear.
Feels like the door is ajar. We saw that comeback brewing back on Ancient as well until Tesses went God mode with the hero AK. So this is another one of those rounds where it's like, it's potential turning point. You've got the advantage. It's just 2 M4s, no grenades. Do not let this one slip through. They're going to try to take that fight to the window. Softening up Nikadaz is a good start. That's one of the 2 M4s down to half health before you even have to fight him.
What a find. Oh my god.
2 of them as well. I mean, 1 frag there is insane. The fact he gets away with the second. Malbs on the jump ups trying to take it to Nikadaz. They really want to push this other M4 to the dirt, but now it's tethered nicely off of Shush. Kixan loves a cat push, and he finds the timing. It's a P2000, but it's a nade in hand.
What? Now, alarms go off at the B site. I mean, the CTs aren't necessarily here right now, but... uh-oh.
Bomb is stuck in the fight. Nikadaz down. Oh, they come back with it. Tesses in with the AK-47. Again, it's these turning points, these lesser buys. Swisher's gonna have to come through with 4 kills on the round. How does he get the bomb back? They're just trying to swing it at the same time. Tesses, he gives away the position, so both CTs known to Swisher. Jiggling on the reload. Dancing with death as Nertz is ready to pop right up, but Swisher gets ahead of it, and sure enough, the 2 rifles in the round that M80 can't afford to lose come to fruition, and twice, both on Ancient and now Mirage. It's a late game turning point that could spell disaster for M80.
And look at the play that Shush makes. How can you be ready for that? You smoke connector, you mollied it too, and he's playing between the molly and the smoke. It's of course something that you can do right now, but you got to believe at least you can hold on to, you know, control of a part of the map like that if you throw those nades down. So that's unfortunate. Really nice from Shush to take advantage there. But yeah, like the story for M80 has been a story of we can't afford to lose this round, into losing that round, into going into ecos, into forcing up, and then last map it was coming back slightly. This map, we'll see if that's even going to be the case, but at least they still have some money to buy up in quick succession.
Man,
they really do have to
some
fix
limitations.
that, though, huh? They really do have to change that. First, I was like, oh, this might be interesting. Like, as long as you know it's there, you can punish people. But look at that. Like, you're spending so much money to take map control, and someone can just stand in it.
Ooh, Kicksan under pressure. Oh, what? While blind. No way. Wreck is dead, but luckily for M80, they've got Malbs and Swisher still on the entry. It's a fast tempo change, but they've got a player burning close market. And the T-Smoke will get the CTs out of the retake before it even gets going. Quick change of pace.
Wait. They don't have... Oh, oh, sorry. I didn't see a fourth player. Okay. I was like, 3v3, surely they're going to try it. But no, a good quick change of pace works out for M80 as they get the entries. It could have been even better than that, so good sign for them. They made a great call early out of spawn instead of mid-control, which is what they've been doing a lot. And, I mean, something I respect about this team is they are going for mid-control on both these maps really often. They are trying to win defaults. They're very rarely... doing simple strats out of spawn, but oh my god, what the hell?
Oops. That kill's wild. Kicksan.
Did it? They can at least still buy.
All right, back to the mid-control. M80 know what they want. And they're going to take it out of the gate. And they fall silent at the top of middle, moving that bomb back around. So we're going to have a two-player con split. Will the pressure in mid keep the top connector player occupied because there is nobody playing anchor under Palace. There is nobody over towards that CT ticket. There's a lot more of an emphasis on mid control for the moment, and Heroic are trying to move pieces right before the commitment could come out. Bottom con now occupied by Malbs. This is maybe a little too fast for Heroic to handle. Nert's trying to set up Shush and connector. Can he come through?
Oh,
yes, he can.
Flash.
But there's at least Sin to still take it back. Nikadaz will deal with him. Man advantage for the defense. Nertz can just stay tucked on the garbage can. And Nikadaz, top con, looks for the Swisher trade, but hasn't found it right away. Giving himself a smoke to work around, trying to maybe tether off of Nertz, who goes down with nothing. Oh, they get through. M80 come out into the A play with the defense starting off strong in 8th round queued up regardless, and they've got solutions, Launders.
Definitely, and that's 3 players that really needed to climb the board a bit, and they did. Nice one from Swisher to get his 2, and Rek to get a final 1 as well, so that'll send Kicksan off to the save. There was definitely a chance that Heroic could have traded back into that, but really good, calm scaling here for M80 on the A site. That was kind of relaxing, whatever just happened there.
The static transition?
You almost hear the gray noise, yeah.
Ooh, there's Nertz. Just a wider angle from Rek, and Nertz was thinking they were back further on the site, so Honestly, I'm surprised the defense did as well as it did for a moment, because it looked like with their emphasis on mid, with no anchor on the CT spawn, I wasn't sure if Nertz was going to get away with that cross, but they stay ahead of it. And honestly, if not for that 2 rifle round win out of Heroic, this could be M80 already taken back on the T side. This is 2 second half comebacks we've been watching through the series.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. They just lost to pistols. Like, that's how it goes.
Quicksand solo M4. Looking to edge the smoke, and it works out. Again, this is how they lost last time around to the similar buy.
What?
Push is pushed out.
Oh, not like this.
USP. Oh my God. That's how it goes, he says. And that's how it goes again.
Oh, not like that. That's the worst one yet.
NA.
Oh, no. Hey, only 2/5. Only 2/5. So
it hurts. The USPs are honestly just, I mean, that's just insult to injury.
I can't believe
no timeout off of that either.
That's, I mean, they've literally lost like 5 or 6 ecos to Heroic in these 2 maps.
And that's unfortunately what's going to spell their elimination from Dallas if they lose even one more round here on Mirage. It's overtime or bust for M80. Flashbang finds 2 players top mid. They're going to keep the pressure up. Kicksand looking for his. He'll connect, and it's a 5v3 turn 4v3 to try and close this out. At least the molly spreads. Bombs out from ramp. Will Nertz be caught off? He hears Rek fall out from Palace. Now he's honed in on the firebox fight, wins that duel. Switcher can't convert it. And M80, oh, it hurts. It hurts to watch, and I'm sure it hurts even more to experience, but those half buys work out wonderfully for Heroic, as they will survive to fight another day in Dallas, and all the hometown heroes gone to the wayside. This IEM will feature no American players in the playoffs.
Oh, that hurts to hear that. At the 100th IEM, no less, but that's it. End of the line for M80. They showed so much coming into this event. They build up a strong base, but to get 4 spot eco'd and lose so many rounds to a team who are officially playing with a sub, even though they should still be playing pretty well, it's a shame to see. So not the best note to end for M80. This isn't the best that we've seen from them. And as for Heroic, well, they do look a bit better than yesterday. I don't know what their odds are for how far they can go, but they certainly show that they're here to play.
It's unfortunate, I think, as well, that just because they've come off of such a successful ESL Pro League, that everybody's expectations were starting to peak for this M80 team. And I think ultimately this will be Malbs' worst event so far in the year. And he is undeniably the X factor for M80. It's an X factor that unfortunately we just didn't get to really see a glimpse of. Nice Desert Eagle at one point back on Ancient early on in the game. That round 2 force buy that worked out for M80. That was the flash of brilliance on an individual mechanic level that made me think, oh, yesterday was the one-off, Mohan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for M80, that was the only glimpse we really get of it. And then they fall victim to too many of these half buys, pistol moments, and it's just too much to ask of them. Eliminated in slightly embarrassing fashion.
Yeah, it's tough, man. And yeah, there's no joke. Malbs' average stats are so high. This is a real aberration. And 3 map losses in a row, not 10 rounds even in any of the maps, and no star player performances from him means that, you know, it's okay that a team has to rely on their star player. If they don't show up, that can be a legitimate reason why they don't win. There's a bit more to it, I suppose. But at the end of the day, they needed everything and more.
Needing a star player perhaps on the side of Heroic as well. Tip of the hat to Tesses, who across these 2 maps has played lights out Counter-Strike. And so if Heroic are supposed to be limping into Dallas with, as you said, a question as to how far they can really go, well, it looks like Tesses wants to be the star in Dallas specifically. 2 huge maps from him, and it felt like back on Ancient, you know, kind of the first nail in the coffin, because he was single-handedly dismantling this M80 attempt. And then on Mirage, just kind of a part of the pack, but still with some impactful moments. M80, I can only hope that, again, they can continue their regional dominance, and then with their next international outing improve from there. It just feels that much worse when it comes off of a promising pro league where the conversation around Malbs was at its all-time high, where, you know, he's being recognized by international talents, where his head-to-head versus Nico was something that Nico even gave praise to as he was outclassed. And now suddenly Dallas is just the total other side of the coin.
I think, yeah, there's no other real way to put it. So, I mean, I'd love to know how they looked at the match, because I'd say there are certain games where it's like, oh, they didn't have their star player, certain games where the team sort of lost as a team. This kind of felt like a combination, right? You can't put losing to on an eco all to Malbs, for example. They all got killed by these USPs and pushing deagles and things like that. So it feels like basically everything went wrong, and that's why you do get less than 10 rounds versus, you know, on any map of the 3 maps that they played. Yeah, but, well, we're going to rein in our MVP from the match because there are positive things about this, and that was this TSS performance.
My goodness, man. Back-to-back maps where he is at the very top. 43 and 21, a 1.67 across the series, keeping that ADR above the coveted 100. And anybody that's doing better than 100 at the 100th IEM is worthy of the Aim High MVP award presented by the U.S. Air Force. So TSS, I mean, again, you felt it from the early days of Ancient. Inside cave, constantly just kind of pummeling M80's attack. This cave highlight and B-site highlight could roll forever, because it felt like, you know, this is what really kept M80 at bay straight out of the gate in this best of 3.
And there was a couple scary moments with Tech9's coming towards Heroic where TSS bailed them out totally, like 3K spray. Here's one of those situations on a force-up, but it's a force-up where everybody else dies except him and one other player. So, yeah, MA didn't really have that same energy. TSS showed us sort of what it looks like to be a star player for your team, even though he's not that typical star.
He also posts the 3 kills inside of the B site of Mirage early days when it felt like maybe M80 were going to unroot the momentum of Heroic out of the gate. That force buy inside of the B site that almost came to fruition. No, not on TSS's guard. So, yeah, definitely a great chance for TSS to remind us what he brings to the table. Somebody who maybe kind of loses their shine with the moving pieces of this Heroic roster, but as of today has put a step forward in Dallas specifically. Now, if him and Shush can continue to kind of bring it to the table, again, there's a question as to where Heroic are going to go in Dallas. This is a team that's burgeoning on top 10. One last rodeo with Nikadoz, who pulled out the auto sniper today, Mohan. Do we have to touch on that one more time before we let this go?
We can. I mean, he did get a total of 1 kill, so we can talk about that for whatever that's worth. The fact that we didn't really even see an op in general, even saw him juggling and throwing away an op, makes me wonder what is going to happen in this tournament. So perplexing again to get the contrast between why he was cut, his interview about what he's going to do with the op, and whether or not it was a joke, and then seeing him not use the op, and now seeing them go forward and wondering, is he ever going to op? Is he only going to auto? What is going on?
It's an identity crisis is what it feels like on an individual level, and still within this Heroic camp. They know what their solution is, and that is to bring in Degster, who I think will be happy watching from the sidelines, seeing that his, you know, temporary replacement can't quite fill his shoes, because we know that Degster is the dedicated AWP. And it's just nice to see, I think, on an individual level, other people from Heroic kind of trying to keep it afloat. Anytime you have a single stand-in and you know it's temporary, it's still just good to kind of keep the results alive. But unfortunately, while Heroic are alive, M80's hopes in Dallas are dead. We have an interview with Sin as he departs the tournament.
Our local heroes in M80 do find themselves eliminated here at Dallas. And Sin, I want to look at this game in particular, because the FaZe game, right, everyone can forgive you on. But going up against a Heroic, yes, they have a stand-in to a degree, right? He still was a very recent player with it. But I felt like you guys should have had more of a chance and more of a fight in that one. Would you agree?
Of course, of course. I think we showed glimpses of what we can do, especially towards slower rounds. I think we showed some really good slow rounds, but just like some pace changes maybe didn't work out. I can take responsibility for that. Same on both maps, and same with obviously anti-ecos. When you lose, like, I think it was 5 anti-ecos in the series, it's getting tough for sure, and I have to take some responsibility for that too.
I'm glad you mentioned anti-ecos, because I didn't know it was 5. I had a less number than that, but obviously you'll remember better than I did when it comes to it. What was going wrong in those situations? Was it a bit like scrambling? Because I could hear you guys from over there. Comms still sounded good, so I'm unsure why it went so badly multiple times.
I think we just have to breathe a bit more in these rounds and like take a bit more the slow approach, make them think a bit more. We played pretty straightforward now that I think about it, especially like the on Mirage right now, the B splits, the A execute. Like normally our execution should be on a higher standard that even you're ready for all the possibilities. But like we showed how we can do it. We showed also like how we shouldn't do it, and like we can just learn from that. And yeah, it sucks for sure when you lose the Anticos.
I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna bring you a little bit close to me as well before I take out a camera shot with this. As well for you guys, you've been in America, you've been able to play in practice, but you just told me you've had just officials after officials as well. How much do you feel like the lack of practice hurt you here?
I mean, officials is in a way the best practice. So it's not like we're not ready at all or something, but like still going in depth on some maps, it was missing for sure. But like it's just like you can talk about it, but in the end we played our best maps, our go-to maps, but like we were focusing a bit too much on the games. Like we played the games, and like in review also, I think just having a bit more deeper like insights on the maps and like a deeper protocol pool would have helped us for sure. And that's like obviously what you can get with practice time rather than just, you know, the match day. Even though on match days we play also pracs, but like in NA it's sometimes tough to find like the pracs. So yeah, but just in general, officials is normally the best practice, but like yeah, I'm sad that we couldn't like really convert it and show it here in Dallas.
And what's next for you guys?
We're playing the Challenger League playoffs, so we for sure look to get the title there, win the league, and qualify for ESL Pro League. And yeah, that's next for us. And I think then the season is kind of over with the player break. And yeah,
get a well-needed break and a well-needed rest, I'm sure. And good luck going into the Challenger League, man. We'll go back to Scrawny and London to see what they got to say.
Unfortunately there for Sin, I kind of, mirror his sentiment. It's a shame that they also got to play their go-to maps, right? We get 2 instances of Ancient where they were able to turn heads versus G2 back at Pro League. And then, of course, mentioning that with the Challenger playoffs, there is no guarantee that we even get M80 back at the next iteration of Pro League. So back to the drawing board and trying to bring forth the promise that we saw from them once. The glimpse of M80 was great. Can they tap back into it to close out the season? That's a question for another day. For now, Launders and I done, and we'll be back, of course, more B-Stream action with Darf and Exner soon enough.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
That's not allowed! This is not FPL! This is a major!
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Donk, the sharpest tool in Spirit Shed and the sharpest tool in all of Counter-Strike. Just at 17 years of age, we've never seen anything like him before.
Пацаны, это фейк, откуда молик. Осторожно, Габит.
MBK spawn to execute A. I'll go first.
Парни, дым сам будет.
Oh, the shadow betrays Carrigan.
Oh, pushing!
Look at Donk do it! That's disgusting! Revolting from Donk!
23, there's a bit of early groundswell around this kid. You know, he's a bit of an AIM star, and you're hearing about him in FPL, and then he gets a promotion from the Spirit Academy to the main team, and then they're playing some online events, and you're like, all right, well, when is he going to play LAN? Then he plays a couple LANs against good teams, and he's still playing well, and you're like, well, when is he going to play against the big boys?
We said already, if you have one idea, let's help each other.
You know, we need to work on it.
Who was the last one? Who was running last? You, right?
Forget about us and remember what I said. Stop the chaos. Just communicate.
Visa issues come into play. You don't get to see him get that soft start.
The issue with that is, well, we hadn't really seen him at a Tier 1 event yet. Both him and Magix missed past groups due to visa issues, and those issues were still somewhat floating around.
Because we know that they are Russian. But they are Russian, and we are surprised that they are Russian.
Donk missed the media day, arrived late the day before their game, so not exactly the ideal scenario to be getting comfortable.
It's not like it's every day for him to be going into events like this, so you worry if rocking up late is going to affect his performance, right? If he's going to be distracted.
You know, hold my broken, I have, it's just sometimes it's just a bit too late. This round was okay. But also, pistol round. We know exactly where they're coming.
However, it was still the early days. It was only the playing stage. So I think everybody was relieved when he touched down and entered the server.
Donk is in the building. I repeat, Donk is in the building. Just in case you guys weren't up to date, he is here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. And just in case anybody's been living under a rock for the past couple of months, Matthew, why are we so damn hyped to not only see Donk, but see him on the Spirit roster?
I mean, most people think that we're looking at the next best player in the world for the years to come. That is the hype that is around Donk. You have to realize this man right there has been able to eclipse the arrival of Shiro in the lineup. We don't talk about him. We only talk about Donk. We talk about his transition to the very top level, what he's going to be capable or not to do against the elite level.
Donk, he's up next, and of course they line up, and of course he sprays him down.
In reality, I don't necessarily have expectations in terms of, oh yeah, I want to see him take Spirit into the playoffs in this tournament. I just want to see him keep doing what he's doing.
We wonder what Team Spirit with Donk and Shiro together would look like, and that is our first taste.
It is actually scary how good he is and how much he's dominating in this new game.
Надо заходить с позиции силы, просто уверенности и хуярить. Если вдруг что-то не получается, не по нацель, мы все равно скилловим, мы все равно любые ситуации перевернем и доиграем. И получится.
Убил меня. Хорош. Ебать, я их убил. Ебать, я их умасал. Убил, я отрываюсь. Да они лезут. Убил, еще убил, я выжил. Зик еще один. Зик убил. Dude, it's so fucking annoying. Вышли, пончик. Лежать! Стал. Воду убил. Арена. Еще вода, убил. Убил рампу, пончика жив. Убил между. Умница.
Spirit looks excellent from the get-go. Donk was topping the scoreboards, absolutely fragging out, but the jury was somewhat out on their opposition. Complexity and Na'Vi at the time weren't exactly finished products.
Imagine how stressed we are, how fucked we are. We're doing 5 RAM. What? Anti-force, we did 5 RAM. No, just 3 rounds. I said 3 rounds. No, it was like mild disconnected, bro. It was anti-force. Mild disconnected for him, you remember?
They were now teed up to face FaZe, a completely different beast, in an upper bracket game which saw the winner making it straight through to the semi-final in the Spodek.
I jumped and he hit me in the face. Bro, it couldn't even peek, bro. I just got stuff out anyway.
The stakes were certainly higher. At that point, FaZe were a team that had been in every single grand final since the switch at Sydney. These are known LAN players. Big games on the big stage is where these guys thrive, and they have an excellent mix of not only veterans, but young fragging power. So this is definitely where we were going to find out if Spirit were legit.
Spirit versus FaZe. We can't understate how important this game is.
Yeah, FaZe Clan is like the main character. You expect them to get to like the final battle, and this is the first test for Spirit.
Will he finally be stopped? Will he finally be humbled? Or is this kid rolling into the semi-finals of the Spodek like it's absolutely nothing?
Donk on. 2 guys. Yeah, win the boost. Con. Ramp as well. Con. 1 mid. Dead on the window. He's running back. Бывает. Flash top mid, flash top, push it mid. Мог за? Сколько от City? I cannot. On window. На коврах нет. Один тик на
Зенка убил.
Heading default. One call ticket. Ticket. Flashing above City, procky.
Тики там на хп.
Jungle, убил Jungle. I killed Palace.
Both low, I think.
Пацаны, когда остаетесь в клатчах, немножко пореактивнее. Но если чувак не разменивает, просто чуть побыстрее решение принимать, их отпиздим. И когда выходим в какую-то точку, скидывайте сразу гранаты. Докиньте просто гранаты, мы возьмем раунд.
Пацаны, делаем астралис. Я смог окно дам.
Согласен, давайте, пацаны.
Flashing above bench now. Care mid still.
Fire, молик. Искра убил. Он убил. КТ убил.
They smoke me ladder.
I'm done B.
One more B, everything.
Team pull.
Я играю с тобой, 20 пикать будет. Окей, бэксайд. Zigo, братан.
That's almost B-ups.
For once, it is not a massive beating being given out by Donk. We've got a good show on our hands here. It was that 5-0 start that made us believe FaZe were gonna be the humblers of Donk. We are all tied up going into the second half.
Let's go, boys. You guys rushing short after the Molotov explodes,
Yes.
right?
Careful there, just rush mid.
Дам флеш, дай. Давай. Дал.
This is what you get every round on CT side.
Over you call the flashes?
They have up, yes. They have up. Yeah.
There you go.
Flashing.
Kerrigan, nicely done. Him and Brokey. If you can kill Zontix and Donk, you've got yourself an opening on the T side of Mirage.
Can we smoke window with mid A? You guys can? Two con.
Яма. Керриган еще мид играет, парни. Блять.
They got trapped in mid, boys. Perfect. They want ready smokes? Smoke.
Яма вышла.
Дал флеш. Убил одного, еще яма и два.
Яма убил. Трон на ковры. Трон убил, ковры. Лежать, блять.
Not gonna let you in. No entry. Last round uncontested. This round inoperable.
Push him in.
Frozen slipped out. Frozen almost getting past.
Под коврами убил. Это еще один.
Еще.
Робс. Default low. Nice default, one more. Just put the pressure up and wait for Finn, boys. Going back.
Kerrigan's being given room to work here. Catwalk player just missed him.
Ковры убил. Еще ковры. Ковры дефолт. Еще выше. Два,
все три. Бэдом один.
Oh, a lizard flick!
Под коном один.
Кон убил.
Яма убил, это еще яма.
Кон убил.
That's 3 from Rops now, 2v2.
Rops is looking for the cross, catches Magix. It's Brokey to lean back, waiting and give him that little bit of time. Now there's a smoke and a flash here for Zontix. He's also got the kit. Does he stick to 5 seconds? Brokey lines him up, but doesn't clear him off it. And it's Spirit to take first blood, first map, and a clean path to the semifinals in the Spodek lies ahead. Now we go to Nuke, of course. This is the map pick of FaZe Clan.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Все, погнали.
Let's go.
They barely won their map pick. This should also be an absolute banger.
Ooh, thought Magix was gonna get swarmed while blind, but deletes Rops, goes deep to Squeaky, dodging the flank behind him.
Door.
That door.
Heaven 3. Heaven 1 low.
What?
Wow.
That was 2 bullets, I think, too. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Могу флеш тебе дать от старта. Даю. За мной на мобил.
Дал за спину флеш.
Inside door.
Are you serious? He's out. How does he just go up and over? It's Donk.
Never seen death.
Rops back to ramp, dies out to Donk, who's alive and thriving. If you miss Donk, he's not going to give you the same privilege. And FaZe, at this point, simply have no answer.
Секрет убил. Это Финакова. Шифтом играйте, продолжение, шифтом.
Вент. Убил. Срывайся.
Does it make you nervous that I know all your secrets? Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad, 'cause I when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, regretting all the texts you're sending. Another line before, I roll my eyes when I see that you're typing. So go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything.
When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. No. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. No. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end.
that you if I heard that you if I heard that you
sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time. Baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It is so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time. On my mind, girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. what you need. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I got my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness. Hiding from the light, all we do is push violence. Pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, you might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Donk, the sharpest.
Welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024, where we are ready to get things back underway here on the B stream. Once again, Darth Mike and Mr. Exner taking over the action here on the B stream as we've got another elimination game on deck. And of course, big moments require the big clan, and they are on the scene ready to take on FlyQuest, though only one of these teams can move on. We're back here underneath the beautiful Texas stars, and I'm ready to witness some stars in the server here, Cole.
Yeah, the only thing we're missing is some s'mores here, catching some fire, but yeah, I'm just right there with you right now. A lot of pressure.
Fire.
You can.
I mean, it wouldn't be a good idea, but I can do it.
I don't know if your landlords would like that too much, but...
What do you mean? We're outside.
Yeah, good point. Sorry, I broke the immersion there.
You broke the immersion, but it's time to immerse ourselves into this matchup, as I've already tried to derail you once. Big and FlyQuest, two teams that are under a little bit of transition, right? FlyQuest, not so much, but they've finally been breaking upwards. It feels like this has been a team that's been much embattled, has gone towards a new org, have had their struggles of late, but there's finally some hope for the Aussies and perhaps some hope for the Koalas as well, as they've now begun a qualification program to help support some of those bears. They didn't get a whole lot of those supported after last matchup. They came up against a little bear known as Donk, and he's not quite as cute and cuddly as a koala.
No, pretty fierce right there. Is it every ace that you get and pistol round?
Every ace and pistol round win.
Yeah,
and I don't think Donk allowed any of those.
I don't think so either. But I do like what FlyQuest have been putting together here. They've been very consistent, at least in trying to build back into what is going to be a more exciting form here, and definitely I think that has a lot to offer from the leadership department there, and then Dexter.
I mean, that group's been working together for a while, right? But it feels like they finally had some sort of positive momentum out of Pro League, and now the question is, can they build on it? You ran up against Donk, can't let that derail you. Big, a little bit more of an attainable objective here. But speaking about those big guys, speaking about the big clan, I think we have a little bit of an interview with their new coach, if I'm not mistaken. We've got an interview somewhere over there to hear about the changes. With Crimbo. Not the new coach at all, not Cockafoo. We'll hear from Crimbo to find out his thoughts.
But I also want to talk about something that was more of a shock with Godby going out, and obviously him also saying about the fact it was the majority of players making the decision. Can you explain to me exactly why this decision came out? What happened?
Yeah, I don't want to say too much about it. I mean, we're still in the tournament, and I mean, I'm also a bit, he's been with me my whole career, 2 years already. And I mean, it's not only management, we as a kind of team, we also we spoke about it. It's not only that management decides fully everything, and I think it's also right like this. But I don't want to say much about it. I also miss him. But I think in the end, it's sports, Yeah. And he's a legend. He's a good guy, and just.
So let me reword a little bit then. What would you say you're looking for? What change do you want to see as of this? Because obviously all teams want to go through changes and try and find something to make a difference. So what is Big looking for in this?
I mean, it was more about figuring out what we exactly need. I mean, Gop is one of the, if not the smartest guy in CS, and we've been playing strategical so good, but I think in kind of mood, it was always a bit funny, like for me as a player or for you guys outside, behind us, Don't want to go so much into details, but we're just trying out right now, seeing what we are missing exactly. I mean, we've got some points I don't want to share, obviously also due to respect of him. Yeah. And
Okay. Now, looking at your current streak of games, it's not looking too good. So I wanted to see where your confidence is as a team right now, because it's been loss after loss, and obviously you need to try and get a win, and you can't be eliminated here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, first game against Navi was, I think we could have won that game 100%. I think me and John played mid really good against them. We had some rounds, these small clutches, 2-on-2s, 2-on-1s or 1-on-2s, whatever, they broke us a little bit. I mean, on T we had a good shot, but I mean, in general, just trying to find our identity for everyone as a player and as a team, trying to build a full foundation and doing it step by step. I feel like it's going in the right direction. And let's see, I'm still pretty confident and that it will work out sooner or later.
And for this matchup, considering it's FlyQuest as well, should this be a confidence boosting game?
I mean, we are not also in the position right now to, you know, to underrate teams, especially like them, because they've been also playing some good Counter-Strike. But I mean, if we have to beat these kind of teams, you know, to get going again and also prove that we still have it. And yeah, I think they're still not a bad team. They've been showing some good Counter-Strike, but yeah, we should win it.
We should win this. Let's see if they do. We're going into big, taking on FlyQuest.
Thank you, James. A very emotional move, right? To get rid of Gabi, to remove him from the coaching position. A surprise to him. Definitely not going to be an easy decision either from management or from the players, but something had to give at Big. This has not been a team that we've taken seriously as a contender in a very long time at this point. This is a team that's felt like they're searching for answers, that have constantly flip-flopped between, are we an international team? Are we a German team? What are we going to go? Bringing people in, taking people out, up, down from the academy squad. They've been searching for the answer, and at some point, when nothing's working, when you're not finding solutions, you got to look at the guy at the top.
Yeah, and then especially fresh off the back of two pretty big moves here, introducing these two guys and onto the roster, or at least maybe reintroducing if you're Searson as well. But it just feels like you said, they're trying to figure out their path forward here and maybe lacking some of that direction into getting back into form where we can start talking about this team more relevantly in the tier 1 space, which has been where they've severely been missing here. And if that's the direction they want to go, if that's the changes that they want to make here, I think it definitely needs to start when it comes to leadership, when it comes to what they can do on their T-side impact. And what's interesting there is, again, talking about like some of the trust that they placed into him strategically. I think that's what Crimbo said, which again makes me think, you know, they're looking, or they had that faith in him to provide that structure, that strategy. Of course you would when you talk about Gabi, but it wasn't quite working out in terms of the server and in terms of the role wise, and that's something that Kakafu talked about as well.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. I do want to take in a slightly different direction. We had the guys up on our screen, right, looking at their stats from the match one. I want to focus on JDC. He was the positive for sure, and he's an interesting character in this big team because most people will be familiar with him from his stint on Mouse, you know, into the academy, then promoted up to the team. Originally as a stand-in, and then just proved his place. Had to stick around. Had some really big performances last year in Dallas. Actually, if I'm recalling correctly, was the event before he was removed, and he knew he was on the out, and kind of had a big individual performance himself there. And so he's somebody who's talked about it, that in the stint now back at top tier CS, he wants to be a little bit more selfish as a player, show what he can do, because if he has faith in himself and in his abilities, he could deliver on taking some of those, shall we say, more selfish positions. Not even selfish, but just playing a little bit more for your own line.
Yeah, 100%. He's got a lot of supporting members around him. Like, again, if you're willing to make those sacrifices and those quick moves to be more of a facilitator, you've got Crimbo right in the back lines ready to clutch up around off the back of that work that you have. So I think this is the perfect opportunity to show it here. But talking about the veto here rolling through immediately, I was wondering if we were going to get Vertigo here. I think, again, you know, Biggs and Ross, who I think have taken a hit in confidence in this map, and definitely heading into this event with all of the changes that we've seen on that map, they're actually going to ban it out and not go into it. But Ancient, I think, makes a lot of sense for this squad here. It's one of those maps where I think, again, that CT side proactivity and the way that they can build that cohesion is going to be perfect. And again, I think some of their stronger members, JDC, can work very well on this map.
Yeah, we've seen some big moments from them on Ancient as well. I think Tabson as well, just in recent memories, had some big individual maps over there as well. So that might be just a bit more comfort. I mean, it's an interesting situation for Big, right? Where like no one swapped in the server, so there shouldn't be any real stumbles in that regard. But it's sort of the one of the mascots of the team, the emblems of the team, a guy who's been quintessential to your orb really since its inception, who's been a foundational piece of that entire company, is out. The vibes have to be a little interesting, but you know, the flip side is maybe you get that bounce afterwards, a change of pace, a new boss in, a new coach standing behind you in Kakafu. He's been there, they know him, they're familiar with him. Just a little bit of a different voice in the ear, and maybe that gives a lift. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, look, they're no strangers to going out early after traveling across the world. They don't want to do that anymore. They just had this positive move at Pro League. They don't want to go back to being first eliminated out of their group. Like, they need to show a little fight here. They've got these sweet jerseys. They're sponsoring koala bears. We've seen some big plays. What do the Aussies got here, Cole? We're about to hop in the server. What do the Aussies got?
I think they got a lot for us here. Again, I think this is a roster that's been working hard to structure themselves, putting in work in the server, and they've been finally fielding some of the fruits of their labor here. And we saw that in Pro League, where they were buckling down a lot, it felt like. And that's a good sign from this FlyQuest roster. But they need to buckle down here now, as, again, whoever wins this is going to start their lower bracket campaign.
We got Quaddies out. Inns and Vexite, they'll split up to wield the dual pistols. Inns up towards tree early. Interesting setup. This does look like it wants to finish A. And yeah, they're not making any secret of it. Cribbo's going to be setting up a flash, presumably from back in spawn. There it goes. Liaz, though, finds first blood, second as well. And now this is looking like a non-starter for Big. Getting shut down. Inns trying to chase this up. He's hungry to support a koala bear. We might just have the first one locked in. Crimbo, what can you do? Can you endanger an animal? Crimbo, do you want that on your conscience if you're going to pull off this?
Just run through the smoke, Crimbo. Give it up.
At this point, he hates koalas is what we're learning here. But surely, FlyQuest can fulfill the mission statement. If you don't know what we're talking about, check out the FlyQuest Twitter. They're doing a great environmental initiative, as it seems like this pistol round's just going to slow way down. Crimbo really just trying to squeeze every possible edge he could have here to maybe make this round a possibility. He's going to walk out, and as soon as he goes around the corner, that was the expected result. In fact, does get deleted. Nice starter for Inns, and that's one koala.
What's its name?
Check.
What's its name?
Humphrey.
Humphrey.
Name of that koala's
just
Humphrey.
been saved.
FlyQuest,
Right
if you get the choice, name it Humphrey.
Please. But Liaz was really carrying right there as he, just locking down one side of the approach right there, straight through Donut, covering all the bases. Fantastic setup to shut down what Big had in their back pocket. And now we hop into what is a full eco. And you know what's interesting here? We have Dexter and JDC playing up against each other. These are two finalists on the same team, but now opposing in an elimination match right now from the last IEM Dallas to today.
Funny how the world works, man.
Yeah. How quickly things change.
Life comes at you fast.
1 year's a decade in Counter-Strike times.
Go from an international team to an Aussie and a pyramid team, sent back home. It's even, for both of them, it's not even the first roster that they went to, right? They've both been through 2 roster changes since then.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's actually crazy to think about how fast that's gone.
Yeah.
Actually, I think JDC might have even been part of a 3rd mix project for like a week. There was a brief period. Anyways, esports, 1 year is a decade, it feels like. They might be feeling like they might need a bit more of a decade. Dexter's in a tough spot. Could get overwhelmed. Oh, not great for that fight, but Vexite certainly is. 4 picked up. No ace, so no koala.
Oh. Wow, they could have had back-to-back koalas.
Could have had 2 koalas.
Humphrey and Humphrey, too.
That's actually, we need an extra scoreboard. We've got the round scoreboard, and then we need koala scoreboard next to it, please. Let's get on that, HUD designers. MC, come on, I know you like koalas. If you're listening, get to work.
Who doesn't, really? Those are universally loved.
Beloved icon of the Australian and international Counter-Strike scene, that MC. With a big hand, to my understanding, in this HUD.
It's looking nice. I like this from Liaz here, taking some early positioning, but that can happen every once in a while. And Crimbo being the one to activate here on this A side. They're going to look to scale off this as well. Utility already in, and Tapson already out, so it's an MP9 long range that Alistar has to work with, and Ailey does win it, actually. That might have just done enough to deter them for now.
The execution. Inns trying to lock this down. That's not going to happen. Searson approaches, this actually finds a kill elsewhere as well, so now options perhaps being opened up. Late flank in, Searson taps, but it's a bait. Oh, Proces gave up the footstep. Vexite's ready for it. And now his teammate's coming back around as well. Dexter trying to link up with his comrade. Vexite knowing he needs to play his life for this moment. Back away. Give Dexter a chance to cook. As he gets around the corner, might even be able to get a fresh magazine in that gun. Big stalled out here. They've got no more smokes. They've got no flashes. An A-site plants a nightmare without anything to cover.
You're just going to have to use your guns here, and that's not easy, but at least cutting this noise has forced these repositions right now. And that might be the safety that they need, at least. It depends on how they activate. And they're still very patient about this approach. Now 20 seconds left, and Vexite has not left the A side.
Searson has to cross is the problem. There's no time. He's got it! Oh, the pre-fire is beautiful for Searson. And now we need a big clutch from Dexter. Oh, he's already matched his kill total from the Spirit game, if I'm not mistaken. Now it's time to see how much further he can go. They've gone completely off the site. They've given him the space, but he's not got the kit. One's right in front of him. Does he have the pre-fire onto JDC? Did he see the kit go? Oh, JDC prepared for it. Well handled. An opener from Crimble, but it's JDC and Searson to see this through.
I do think there's some really good mid-round decisions right there, late-round situations where they start off so incredibly well, and they slow down, they cut noise, and just separate those two players there. Vexite, so far removed from the situation here. And obviously Dexter can't join him. So it ends up being a lot more of a difficult situation there, even in the 2v2, and even with the HP advantage. So onto a full eco, though, here for FlyQuest. Is money shot pretty quickly, yet you want to keep things safe here for that gun round to come.
I got a psychology question for you. All right, comparing the path for both these teams, right? They played 1BO1 yesterday. They both lost. Thus, they're down here facing elimination. But very different games. Big played actually a pretty strong game. You know, kept it relatively close. 13-9 against Na'Vi, the major winners. FlyQuest got demolished. Do you think that almost helps you just write it off in your brain? A little bit of a speed bump? Like, all right, GG, go next.
I think anyone can write off a loss versus Donk and Spirit right now and say, that was a tough one. You know, I think that's what a lot of teams are doing right now, and whether it works or not, like it's kind of what I've seen a lot from these interviews and from these players. Like sometimes you actually just cannot contain that man. You know, Mouse do it pretty well, where they were able to kind of keep him contained, keep him level, but not a lot of teams have been able to master that much. So I feel like both FlyQuest and Big kind of on equal standing there, where it's easy to wipe away there. Process.
Ince. Oh my God. Ince. Back to turn. Oh no. Leah's not going to be super pleased with his teammate on that one. Apparently the flashbangs, the chaos, a little bit enough, because it's not exactly like they're making a secret of that playthrough smoke. JDC was getting frisky on it. But the up on the line, that could be the difference maker. Alistair, though, misses his shot, will not get another opportunity. That's likely going to cost them. Yeah, you can't come back from that, unfortunately. That's up Dexter for disaster. In's going to give this a look-see. Oh, but he never expected Tabson to be so close. That's a tough one for Ali.
Yeah, that's a shot that you feel like if it connects there, you can reassemble, get multiples off of that, but I feel like that's a fight all around right there, man. Just... Oh boy,
we're having some good luck with the smoke plays.
Yeah, they're really delivering. I love a good smoke back-to-back moment. That one ends a little bit quicker than our last, at least.
Now you get into that tough situation where you're FlyQuest, right? You're getting behind. Your money, tough to recover as the CT side. You've had in that last round an opportunity where, you know, a couple quicker shots, maybe it goes a different way. So maybe that doubt's just starting to creep in your mind. A win here with the Deagles would be like a nice little bit of mouthwash. Alistair not going to be part of that win, though. 1 by 1, they're faltering. No problem so far for Big, as they're just rolling right over.
Tabson rocking the op right now for fun?
Tabson's the opper. Searson said, I'm a rifler, bro. You know what it is? Tabson picked it up at the end of the last round and said, you know what, I'm going to keep this.
I guess he maybe had a better boost spawn.
God B never let him up. That's not here
What's
anymore.
funny is Kakafu said in his HLTV interview that it was all about like more clearly defining rules. And then bam, Tabson
I'm going to say
hopping.
he had the spawn.
I'm
going to say he had the spawn.
He had the spawn.
Because he's giving it up now in this
Yeah,
game.
he has, yeah.
But it is fun for him to, if you think like in his head, he's like, Godby's gone. No rules! I could stay up all night and eat ice cream for breakfast.
That's the dream right there. Living the dream. Ice cream for breakfast.
Just remember, if you're a grown adult, there's nothing to stop you from doing that. No rules.
I mean,
apart
just
from
general health. Yeah.
Look, I turned 30 this year. I'm starting to feel those catching up to me.
It'll get you. Even at 24, it feels like it gets me still. So, no ice cream for breakfast for me.
The youth. Enjoy it.
It's too late for me, Cole. There's still time.
A big opportunity to recover. Here's JDC getting active towards the middle. Again, just able to disrupt it off these flashbangs. Crimbo setting him up, and JDC knocking him down here towards middle rather consistently.
It feels so uncomfortable, right? Like these are. If you're the player up in window, you don't feel like these are kills that should be happening. And we've now seen a couple of these, so a concerning sign for an ancient defense. Question is, what is it? Is it lack of coordination? Is it lack of comms? The mid player saying not communicating that they're giving it up? Is it just they're getting timinged? Is it just JDC's having a good day?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of a mix of, JDC finding some impact here, but the setup as well from Crimbo. These flashes that are landing are not giving them any availability to sync up on these mid defenses. So when you're getting broken down like that, job becomes very difficult. There's one silver lining here, and it is that they're leaning in on towards that B site right now, and that's where the last two players are. So
who's going to be the hero? It's got to be somebody. Dexter playing ahead of the pillar. Just could catch the ramp player off guard, but can't land the second bullet. Now Liaz caught out as well. A proactive big will never give them a chance to pose any problems. The B side is theirs, the round as well. And Big Clan looking very dialed in these last few gun rounds.
Yeah, I mean, look at that early pick right there from JDC, who just flies by the initial rifler, jumping away from the player that's flashed and just catching a back turn. That's a dream scenario, and it's not the first time we've seen that out of JDC on a gun round.
I do like, when we had the interview in the pregame, I did like the mentality that Crimbo was voicing about this matchup in particular, which is that he's basically saying, look, we're not in a place as a team to ever talk about being the favorites right now, right? We haven't earned that. We haven't proven that we can do that. But if we want to be the team that we think we are, then yes, we have to, beat a team like FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, I want to add to that as well. Last time, I feel like the team kind of took FlyQuest lightly in an important matchup. It was Bet Boom when they were high-fiving when they had drew this team in FlyQuest. And look how that turned out for them. So, I mean, again, it's kind of what we expect out of a big roster. I don't think this is a roster that can afford to do that like he mentioned, but we've already seen what happens when you take this team too lightly. They can punish you. They can catch you off guard. They can surprise.
Time's not really an issue just yet, but we are sub a minute, so keep an eye on it as the numbers are starting to stack up. I mean, they got the read about where they're headed. The question is just, do they have the firepower to do anything about it? Oh, there's one. The second, if it wasn't a CZ, he gets it. Ends every bullet maximized. Makes it happen here, and this is big trouble on. Just taps him with 3. And the bomb's dropped. He can't do anything about this. He has to fight. He's got a flash to do it. Might be able to salvage some util, but the nades are scary. Makes it down to the clutch. Vexite actually does have armor behind this AK as well, so this is a very tough fight. It's going to have to be a headshot. It's going to have to be a headshot. He'll face, and he will not find. Beautifully done from Vexite. FlyQuest, just as we're starting to feel that big momentum, they snap out of the daze.
Very big on the pistols right there. That CZ, I thought it was not going to be enough. No extra ammo right there, and he used that last bullet for full efficiency. So that multi through the mid flank means so much, disrupts that execute. As soon as I think Big were doing good work to take that initiative and actually start to scale. Just get shut out right there by a multi-kill on the flank, and maybe a bit of an oversight from Big, but big play capitalized on by Ins. Searson looking to nullify the pain of that round with a early op pick potentially. And they're scaling off the back of the space here. Process so quick up the ramp. Is there a trade? There certainly is. But Ins takes so much damage for it and has to rotate out.
Oh, all right. Okay, hold on. Searson gets a little hungry for that kill, hearing the tick of the flame, perhaps. Tries to take the space, and this punish. Now very recoverable indeed. Alistair's managed to cross. They haven't planted the bomb just yet. Is there util?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there it is. There's the molly, but instead, Crimbo making it all happen. Now it just falls to Crimbo. Position known as well. No kit. Oh, Kit. Oh, boy. Molly's going to finish it. Surely he's here. Heard him burn all the way up, and Crimbo knows he just needs to toy with him. Right now he's a cat with a mouse on the end of a string. Just keeping him just far enough. But he's never going to let him out of his grasp. Kit recovered, but that will cost. Crimbo slides into the angle, and it's 4 on the board for Crimbo, 6 for Big.
It's the last thing you need right there if you're FlyQuest is Crimbo closing out those what feels like unlikely clutches right there. When he is in a post plant, when he's in a late round situation, he always makes these right moves right there. I don't even know what Molotov he just threw to line that one up, but the utility usage in that late round to make sure that there was no safety in defusing that bomb and just buys so much time to where he can reposition. He plays it masterfully as he so often does.
Does indeed. Timeout going to be taken here, presumably motivated by Aircast. You would imagine. The coach now of this FlyQuest roster, previously a teammate of some of the boys back in the Greyhound days. Good to see him back in the fold. Though he's not doing a lot of talking, so now I'm starting to think this might be of a technical nature. We've been bamboozled. Oh yeah, headset off for Searson. Little restart coming in from Searson. Shouldn't take long. So we should be right back into the fun here. Oh, what do you think he's looking at? What do you think Prosus is looking at?
I don't know.
What do you think he's locking eyes with?
Yes.
Prosus making eyes at someone. Looking at Searson, looking at something.
There's got to be something going on back there.
If we get a post-match interview, someone ask Prosus what he was looking at.
What was he eyeing up there?
What's going on? Well, hopefully this restart won't take too long. But look, some moments for FlyQuest, right? But it's not sustained. I mean, even in that one, a 3v2 with relative control, you've got the utility, you're trying to pressure the planter, and Crimbo takes the initiative, and it feels like that's big in so many of these rounds. Apart from that eco, it just hasn't really felt like FlyQuest are on the same footing.
Yeah, not quite. Again, just very good in these late round situations here. They had the pistols to pull them back. I mean, in the 2 rounds that they were winning so far, pistol in the following conversion and that eco that they picked up. But not things that you really want to lean on here. You want to find consistent success here, and somehow Leah's able to work that. But a quick trade out of Sears and shotgun opping will do the trick. But that dang CZ's right around that corner, so we'll see how much more Ins can find. It's just damage this time. He gets that reload off and re-swings into Searson's top. Once again, this guy playing so much better than he did just yesterday versus Spirit here. He's trying to level up his game and looking to show some promise. Or sorry, versus Na'Vi yesterday.
You know. Spirit, Na'Vi, JL. Basically the same thing. Basically. Vexite gone. Done a good job of now exerting some influence on the B site. This could get interesting. Dexter actually has the gun. Hold on. They're gonna have to cross him. They've got 1,000,000 nades, so this should be child's play. Or you could just try walk into the angle and headshot him, Tabson. That also works. Save your nades. That's, you know what? That's economic efficiency right there.
He's just thinking money. Dollar signs.
He said, if I don't throw a flash, I don't need to buy a flash. That's thinking with your head. Now, Lestaire would love to keep this gun. Be nice to get a parting kill, but it's not really going to tilt the scale.
A lot at this point here. We'll be able to at least lock in one. That bomb blast does quite a bit of damage there. So does JDC, so not going to allow him to escape. Doesn't matter too much, as I still think their economy is going to be in a good enough position to purchase, but again, very systematic shutout here. When Searson starts to turn the tides, feels like that's a risky spot to find an MP9 multi, but he's knocking down these tough shots here.
You know, trying to get a sense of what Kakafu's going to be like for this team. He's was with OG. He's been with Big in the past, if I'm not mistaken. I think he may have been part of the Academy project at one point in time. Like, a lot of people in Big have worn different hats. I think he was assistant coaching most recently after the promotion year. There we're seeing a sniper shot fist bump. Some coaches go through fist bump everyone indiscriminately. He said, Prosus, you get the fist bump this time. It was precision.
Pinpoint.
Stingy with his praise. You got to earn it.
Look at those right moves right there.
Process, though, maybe the fist bump didn't do him well because he's gone. He's gone at this one.
The success can never linger too long here. Searson's still looking to be aggressive here. He's looking for his fist bump, but there's a lot around that corner here, and a nasty off-angle from Ins, playing in front of that pillar. He will not get tested here.
It's so disappointing if you're Ins. He's just like, please, please, give it to me. But they're going to be fast on the approach. Problem is, Searson, little quicker. Shot miss. Just gives them a chance at the very least here. Gives them information as well. Alistair wants to get a bit frisky here. Has a teammate. They're getting aggressive.
Oh boy.
Flashbang into this. Vex side has to come up big, and he won't be able to do so. Tabson at least locked out for the moment by this Molotov, but pressure applied. Health is low. This is far from comfortable for Big, but the utility making Ali uncomfortable.
Oh!
Cave cleared the nade. It's brilliant as Liaz collects and Dexter finishes them off.
That's good, using that perfect util right there. I like that a lot. Double up with the HE. There's so much damage done early in that round, and they just can't make it up the ramp. That's FlyQuest having some very quick rotations there. A lot more coordinated on the effort. And Alistair making some right moves here in the late round there. Just continuing to fight with this op as opposed to fade away and concede that space.
Feels like he's starting to heat up a little bit, starting to get into the flow just a touch, which would be huge for this FlyQuest roster. Been a little bit more mercurial at times for the team. Certainly he's had a rougher start here on Ancient. So even for the series going forward, you'd like to see that scope heat up.
Double up.
Where's the second? Coming through and towards mid now.
Oh my goodness.
Rotating. Alistair can't hang on. Liaz will find one, but now they've spotted the op in mid as well, so they should know there's a vacuum here towards A. Still, though, Big aren't getting hasty on it. JDC will show why. Catching the first rotator around, and In's now so uncomfortable. He can't deal with the sight till he cleared out the flank. Fortunately, though, he's ably able to do that. Dexter got some time before he gets back into this. And Inns has to wait for his teammate to get active. Just to create the window, create the opportunity. Back exposed. Crimbo has no idea. Crimbo has no idea! Oh, a little bit of hash of the spray, but it will work out. And there's a smoke as well. Tabson is in a lot of trouble. Smoke goes down. You've got the op. This is not what you want. He's looking for a rifle. Please, just give me something to spray with. But he can't find the kill. It's way too late. And the defuse on to snatch away the last round and a half. FlyQuest with 5 as we take a break. Welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. FlyQuest down, but not out. A little bit of heat found there at the end of the half still. This has been looking like a strong, big, and now they swap to the defense.
Yeah, that's a big, with the T side, that shows a lot of initiative, that showed a lot of success in that same old Crimbo clutch factor as well. It's JDC really bringing in a lot of openings. Searson bringing in a lot of opening picks as well. This big roster is looking, pretty exciting here in the first half. But again, FlyQuest with a couple of clutches in the end just slowed down that momentum. But we'll see if they can save another koala here, adopt another koala.
Hit a koala. It did start out with a pistol win, which, if anything, makes this scoreline a little more damning. But, chance to regain. Hail of bullets on the edge of the smoke. Crimbo just take that molly. Uh-oh. No, you thought you were in the secret spot, but you were just baiting them in. You thought.
Fight me.
You thought he was bored. Attention span was running out, and Crimbo said, let's get a move on here, guys. I got a dinner reservation. Just a little bit of hope as he's been trying to do all map long, but it's short-lived. No koala bear today. It's big. So we like a little bit of a bigger bear type of situation.
I mean, it almost looked like Crimbo actually held W for a second to step in the Molotov and then faded back.
It did. He did.
It was like he actually did want to take that duel right there. Wanted him to get baited in.
He said, "Don't rotate. Don't rotate. I like what I'm doing.
Yeah, come here. Come fight me.
I don't want to have to retake." Driving on into this round.
Or is big in the driver's seat.
Feels that way at the moment. It's quite difficult to get a driver's license in Germany, so they're driving. It's a lot of effort. It's commitment, expense as well. They actually try and teach you how to drive before they let you get behind the wheel. Here in the U.S., we say,
idea.
yeah, your parents said you drove for like 10 hours, so that's probably good.
Oh, that's a big shadow advantage.
Oh no! Shadows seen or not, Crimbo can't do anything about it. The Shadow Demons are upon him, and Searson next to Falter. Trouble on now, bomb plant. Maybe coming through, but Tabson just goes into the smoke, only for the one. There's a flying techie from Alistair is enough to calm this down, and now with the smokes up, surely they can get the numbers punched in.
Yeah, should be good, just about. Smokes help them out. Provide coverage. They picked up A1S's, MP9s in the mix. Are you going to give this one a go? I don't think so, and that will help out on the fadeaway right there. JDC just gets plucked from the server by ends. There's no way to get past this one here for Process. Going to grab that gun, a little upgrade, and bail. Get as far away as possible. Get your boots wet.
That's better than a pistol win. So if a pistol win gets you one koala, does an immediate second round reset get you two koalas? I'm going to try and make my pitch for more koalas here, folks.
What about a pistol round ace?
Oh, that's two koalas.
Is it two koalas or is it a multiplier?
Well, but like the multiplier of 1 times 1 is just still just one koala. So we're going to hope for two koalas. 1 to the power of 2 is still just 1.
Yeah, fair enough.
Unfortunate for the koalas.
Wow, jumping tech right there will do the trick.
Very fortunate for the Aussies. They needed a little bit of spice here. This does feel like a game where, especially in the second half, keeping that economy limited for Big is your best path to a win. If Big start to put 2 or 3 rounds under them, I mean, it's just going to be over. That's how math works, unfortunately. So, FlyQuest, not a lot of margin for error that they've left themselves, but a primo opportunity. Boost up on both sides, and Process is the one left standing. Big guns here, but they're still rocking on in, and it's costing them in a big way. Tabson, P250 connects for 2, and In's left alone wondering what the heck has gone wrong. Tabson prepared to answer him.
Well, it just evaporated right there on that B plate. I mean, good news is Bomb is in still a recoverable position here, but Hans has a whole lot more work to do before he's able to chew through. Start to talk about any plants. So he's actually trying to find these kills, isolate them first things first.
Oh, so far back.
Yeah, it's going to be a long motion here. He's going to have to work for this kill and then run all the way back to try and grab that bomb. Maybe that'll provide him some sort of timing here, maybe some small advantage, but that's if he can get past this angle. Given the leg room here, at least, the timing kind of favoring him just a tad. He didn't catch the shoulder, though, on the jiggle, and it's back his turn and taken care of by Prosis. 3 kills in the round with this hero rifle to kick it all off, and he sure does make it look good.
That's one way to regain from the reset. Second round for us, well, we'll just get right back into it. The one safe gun makes all the difference, but it's Tabson to be the hero as well. It's just a P250 and the timely stack. And I mean, FlyQuest is going to chase this up. How can they not? At this point, it's exactly what we talked about. You can't let Big create this separation. So they're going to try and drag them back into the mud. And Dirty, they're getting frisky. And Eanes is getting the timing, the kill to follow it. JDC did a whole lot of that in the first half, and now he's on the wrong end of it.
He's having a monster game right now. Playing super consistent, finding those openings, redeeming them here very quickly as well. Spexite moves up the ramp here. Dexter finds another one. They could go back and forth again as they find the entries on in here. Crimbo left last man standing on this B-bomb site, still holding the line. Alistair, do you want to continue to press the issue? You've got the bomb. And at least able to survive for now, but Searson drops another, and as quick as can be, it's into a 2v2 instead.
It's all gone awry, it feels like. Pieces have been swept off the board and has to come back through. Searson's on the angle now. It's that bomb stuck in Cade. That's going to be such a problem. Great flashbang combo. Liaz collects. And Searson now under pressure.
Oh my god!
Swing, they line up! No! The shish kebab shot Searson. 1 bullet, 2 kills. Talk about efficiency.
Oh my god, man. Lines him up right there towards the end. And what a way to finish what felt like around that could have just been locked in right there, but they, instead of prioritizing a post plant, try and get a little extra space. I think just a tad bit greedy there towards the late stages of that round there. FlyQuest, they want to really lock that one in with the space creation, and that's a really tough way to finish. They don't seem too upset about it, though they know what it means here. It's a concession likely of 11. This is a pretty nothing buy right now, and they're getting nothing out of it. They're going to get chased down here. Tabson with the flying AP9 again. Doesn't clear his corners, but it'll do just nicely. And it is quick till 11 now.
No one burst fire Glocks Tabson. Not like that. It ain't happening. Not on Papa Bear. Not feeling great over in the FlyQuest camp. Here's Aircast's opportunity to get back involved, but they know this is really the one chance to turn things around now. You are up against it. This game has indeed gotten away from you. It is Big's map pick, so that's the silver lining here. For those Australians watching from the other side of the world, there is still hope, certainly in this series, but hope here on Ancient is fast waning.
That it is. They're going to need something out of this purchase. That's for sure. I mean, again, so much strength shown on some of these low buy situations. Obviously, when it gets shut down, though, in that 4v2, it feels a little bit bitter, almost. So trying to recover here in a more stable way with these gun rounds. See if they can find that same space here. Maybe some more setup for ends towards middle. Do that same little JDC effect of finding some quick openers. See if we can see that clash again. They just might meet. HE for the smoke? What are they waiting to turn that corner for here? There's a lot right around there.
Trying to get the space. It's going to be Crimbo instead to play the Uno reverse on it.
Oh.
You want the window peek? Well, I was ready for it. Window slammed shut, and with it, that might just be the map. Inns and Alistair desperately going to try and recover something out of this, but Tabson is hungry. Hungry enough that Ali's now heard him. Might have to just hit the pause here, and it's going to be a patience game, but it's one that FlyQuest are inevitably on the losing end of. If they try and wait this out, I mean, their options will slip away. So Wyn's going to try and create some space here in towards mid, at least threaten that he could be doing something.
Are you clearing this here if you're
He knows. He knows. He knows.
Oh, yeah.
Just got to hit that shot.
There it is. Nice.
Unfortunately, not prepared for the next angle. No audio cue from Searson here, Cole. And that means it's time for the INS show. And that show has been canceled.
Off the air quickly. Man. Again, Searson lining up some nice shots, but Crimbo just perfect read on this situation. But flicking all around to defend both sides. He's got catwalk, he's got middle. He can do it all. It feels like just a tad bit out of gas here for FlyQuest in the second half. But if there's anything that can get them back here, it's these pesky half-buys that they've actually been super consistent at winning. I think they've got 3 of them so far, or at least 2 of them. One in the first, one in the second, but that's not the way you want to start it off. There's so much utility damage already done, and Tapson just plucking them out through the smoke as well to make matters worse. He can't get the reload off, though, so they do lose space at least.
A glimmer. The space gain. Brosis under threat, under siege. Dangerous scenario, but he's isolating these angles, isolating these fights. Beautiful work done from Brosis. So much damage. The bomb plant they might have to concede, but even then, there's still work to do to secure those digits. INS putting in that work, putting in that time, but once again, he is all alone, and Crimble will allow him no further. Big commanding here on Ancient. They separate, they go clean above, and they put FlyQuest to rest in the second half.
I mean, that's just a super consistent second half rolling through there. We had JDC and Searson cracking opening duels over and over again that first half, so felt like a winning formula found there very quickly from Big, and they took that all the way to the bank.
They did indeed to the bank, but we'll need to make one more withdrawal, at least when we come back from this break.
Question number 1. When Taz was winning IEM Hanover back in 2007 with Pentagram, what else was going on in the world? A. Steve Jobs introducing the first ever iPhone. B. Facebook being created. C. Michael Jordan still playing in the NBA. Or D. An Inception movie being released.
No, Inception was later.
Yeah, this was 2010, I think, or so.
So
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I think this or the iPhone stuff.
I'm out of iPhone. I have no clue about iPhone, even though I use one.
You can choose. I'm between iPhone and NBA.
We choose the iPhone one.
That's correct.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it from the second first.
Which legendary player once said, "If we win more rounds than we lose, we win the game"? Was it A. Nothing, B. JW, C. Pasha Biceps, or D. Kiyoshima?
I have no idea. I would say Pasha.
Yeah, because it's a simple.
Yeah.
Because it's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's go for it.
Is Pasha?
It's incorrect. It was nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah.
Of course.
Who won the first IEM tournament for CS 1.6, and what year was it held in? It's double whammy. Was it A. Team Pentagram, B. H2K Gaming, C. Fnatic, or D. SK Gaming?
This is something I'm way too young for this.
Yeah, it's no.
You don't know anything, right?
Yeah, you don't know anything. You don't know anything, Jason.
No. I don't mean this, but out of the first question, it was 2007 with Taz. So we either have Pentagram in it, so it could be 2007, but I think it's way earlier.
Yeah, because I played group stage IEM 5, and that was 2011, I think. That means
way earlier. I say it's 2005.
Okay, but what team?
H2K.
H2K? Did they win anything?
Yeah, I don't know. This was...
Yeah, let's go.
It was Team Pentagram 2007.
You knew it was a trick question, right?
Yeah, tricky one.
Which team did Sponge not play for? Renegades, 100 Thieves, Vox Eminor, or Legion?
Who is Sponge?
Who? What was the last team?
So he played in Vox Emulo and he played in Renegades, right? These two are for sure.
Yeah, I still forgot.
Legion.
I
think he also played. What was the other one?
100 Thieves.
Yeah,
he didn't play there, right?
No.
100 Thieves is later. Yeah, I would say 100 Thieves.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Sponge, don't hate us in the cast, please, now. It was just a joke.
Or how many IM events, sorry, has a Liege participated in? A, 32, B, 26, C, 20, or D, 16?
I think it's over 16. It is over 20.
Over 20?
Yeah.
Okay. But not over 9,000.
26. I would say.
We go with that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
As many IMs as years of his life. Crazy. So 3 out of 5. You did pretty good.
Yeah. Take this.
Welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024, where we had a pretty one-sided affair in map number 1. Big looking strong, looking good indeed on their own map pick of Ancient, and showing us why Crimbo had the confidence, quiet confidence, I would say he did in the pre-match interview. FlyQuest, meanwhile, struggling here, Cole. What did you like what you saw from Big?
I mean, again, it was a lot of impact coming through from JDC in the early sides of that T side, finding some consistent openers on like the first couple of gun rounds. And you have, again, Searson's op recovering them some really good rounds there. So it felt like for their T side, it was some very early consistency at winning first kills. And then they brought in to a defense there some quick recovery. Things could have gotten a little bit sour. FlyQuest, they could have answered back pretty quickly if it were a back and forth affair of the forest by wars. But those late clutches coming through again from Searson, who was pulling through there big time in the later stages of these rounds, really saved them from that CT side kind of getting a little out of control.
Who we got on the end here? This is the Searson cam. Getting his hand warmers going. Okay. But yeah, no, Searson indeed having a strong performance. He's somebody that, we highlighted as maybe being a little missing in their opening matchup against Na'Vi. Now looking very strong here up against the FlyQuest side, having some big moments, having some big impact, hunting down some of these kills as well. Looking very good doing it. But really, it was a team performance, right? We had individuals across the board. We had big rounds across the board. I'm thinking of Process with that one save to M4. Really, in the one moment in the second half where it felt like FlyQuest could make this game close, shutting them down. Tabson, monstrous big plays all the time, but we kind of just expect that from him at this point. Some big moments to swing that, to deny FlyQuest any sort of momentum. And when we look at the total picture from FlyQuest, they just didn't have the kind of sustained back-to-back rounds they needed to really make a game of it.
Yeah, I mean, they did sure have ins in the server there, finding consistency. He was dominating in a lot of his duels there, so that's at least good news. And again, they're hopping into their map pick, so I think that round-by-round consistency can come through there, especially up against a Big that has had their struggles, particularly on the T side of this map, where, again, I just feel like the cohesion and the almost the clock gets the better of them a little bit too much there. So my concerns here are still there. I think Big are going to have a little bit more of a tougher time, and if FlyQuest want to answer back, not only do they need to here, but this will be the better opportunity to reply.
It certainly will be. I mean, I think for Big, this is one of those situations where you're like, okay, we did what we needed to do on Ancient, right? And we're probably feeling very confident if this goes to a 3-map series, but it's better than 3. 2. Smaller number. If they can close out here on their opponent's pick into this, if they can develop some confidence on a nuke map that has at times eluded them, that's where you start to build a faith back into a roster where, we look at this Big and we look at the individual pieces and components. We say, look, Tabson, as an IGL, as an individual, he's been a monster. JDC, looking newly refreshed into this team, looking like he could be an individual monster. Crimbo, phenomenal closer. We even had a great example of that in the last Ancient game, the 4-piece round, where it essentially turned into a 1v3. Capable of breaking out those plays all the time. Searson has this sort of up or down play, but capable of massive impact and process of developing young guns. Like, if you look at the pieces, if we look at this on paper, the math checks out. The logic of team construction checks out. It's just about remembering that, about reminding themselves of that possibility and getting back to being a real contender, as opposed to one of these teams where like, okay, Big's in the tournament, cool. And we never really expect them to be in trophy contention. That's been the case for too long now.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, for a couple of years here at this point, and you're trying to get back into that form here of feeling like you can win. And again, you've got these 2 new pickups here. I think JDC can definitely elevate this team if he keeps on playing as well as he has been here. If he can keep on, bringing in some of that T side impact there when you have Crimbo setting you up and you're the one that's able to find these picks like they were on H. And I think this can give them a new element to their T side that they have been missing a little bit. And again, like you said, if it is this same full team effort, it doesn't matter if there's struggles on Nuke. If you see the same sort of well-positioned opping out of Searson again, like he was doing on Ancient, I think, again, those problems could be solved very quickly.
And it is interesting, right? Because Kakufu did in his interview talk about the fact that he feels like with German-speaking pieces, you can build a top 10 team. And we've seen it in the past, certainly, with a lot of the pieces here. We know that they're capable of it. Just about reaching those heights again. And look, FlyQuest is the first hurdle on that, the first test. There are many tougher teams to face in this tournament potentially as we move on, but you got to pass the first test to even consider taking the second. So FlyQuest, we've been maybe discounting them a little bit. Let's flip the script now. Ancient first half scrappy. They get back into it. They have a moment there in the second where it really could have gone close. They could have given themselves a proper shot. It gets away from them. But now we're on to Nuke. We're on to a bit more comfort. We're on to their game plan for what they wanted to bring through here. Inferno, if we get to the last as well, Inferno, the classic maneuver from the Aussie side. There is still definitely hope that this team can bring it through in the next two maps and make this series theirs.
Yeah, and I need to see again that same sort of buckled down, that in-focused FlyQuest that we've been talking about, that we've been highlighting here, where they have been performing better in the international stage. They have been able to take down, weakened teams like Big, who we're not sure how they're going to be coming into this form. So my bigger question is, can they actually do it here? They're on their map pick. Again, it feels like Dexter's calls here could be of the utmost importance here, and everyone being on that same page there and getting off to a T-side start, because they didn't have much of that success. It felt like where they were trying to take control, they were getting shut down on that T side of it, Ancient, so they're needing to replicate that.
This guy on your screen has to be a focus as well, right? He had a bit of a sleeper on Ancient. That's been too consistent a storyline here for Alistair. You need to have impact with the big green. You need to be taking command with the big green, and that's something that could make a world of difference here for FlyQuest. So let's see if they can get him activated. Let's see if they can get a little bit of a hotter start here. We're hopping on into the server. It's time to dive into the depths of Nuke and answer the question, do FlyQuest have a few more koalas in them?
It's always the question in every first and 13th round.
Hey, they could get some aces.
Yeah, and whenever you get an ace, but I don't think they've had that just yet this event.
I believe
almost
the In's ace. I think we could get it happening.
Got a couple 4Ks in the mix there, but those don't count. We'll see.
Already one pistol one, so one koala confirmed.
Humphrey's golden.
Humphrey is solid. Start brainstorming names for the second one. We could be getting a koala here. Fight outside. Searson spots 2. Aim towards 8. They go. Process cannot land a shot, and uh-oh. Big trouble on now. Ball might just be planted, though. JDC will look to deny. Showing presence here in heaven, making no secret of that. The numbers are going to get punched in. Midi control enough to secure it. And it's a retake required of Big. No flashes to get over the lip, so they're just going to have to brute force this. Crimbo, though, taking the fight with Eames and making it work. Dexter, you're all alone. Got the P250. But 3 targets to find, and he won't get past the first. Plenty defuses on. The koala is denied.
Denied. Beautifully done by the entirety of the big squad there, just being able to cohesively retake so quickly. And a good little bit of pressure applied here from the initial stages by FlyQuest, finding some good entries on that A side. Just can't quite close it out in those post plants there. A little bit too fierce on the positions. That flank coming through in towards Hut. You got Heaven pressing in. It's just so many places to look there. And so if you're not covering these bases, and if you're not being able to play off of each other, it makes it very difficult.
Koalas need to, because of how little energy there actually is in Eucalyptus, they pretty much need to just eat, like, all day, pretty constantly. They're just constantly chowing down on Eucalyptus, and FlyQuest right now, I think they should get into character by just constantly eating and chewing Eucalyptus during the games. I think that might help them level up. JDC, though, gonna deny them that morsel. Snatches himself a snack early on here outside. They've gained the space towards Secret, but Big are wise to their antics. Prepared with the crossfire. So instead they'll head back up top. Oh no, where's he looking? Saved by the ammo. That should have been a very dead Dexter, and indeed it will be just a moment later. Crimbo wrapping it up with a little nade bow. Trouble on, and there's just nothing doing in this force by Liaz. 4 to find the world of work to do, and most of his health already gone. Tabs just looking to finish this, and he will do so. Post haste.
Running this one down right there.
Little claps coming through.
Oh, yeah.
We love a clapping coach. Doesn't even feel like he has to talk. It's like, ah.
That's good.
Off clap.
+1 round.
+1. All good. Thank you, Kakafu.
That's all you need to do at this point there. It went very well. Even when JDC goes down, very vocal. I think calling through that, 1 HP and the bomb, getting into a reposition that just exposes FlyQuest and their initial reroute. A lot less tools to work with now. They're doing the classic 1 deagle towards the outer yard. You can just keep recycling it. Oh, this is Searson. Can't stop plucking them out right there. It's actually DDC who finds it too.
Yeah, I know. That looked a lot more impressive.
I know. I was going to say.
Like, man, he's been practicing the rifles.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, did get one for himself. Only the one casualty as well, so they're going to be comfortable. It's a nice start for Big, right? Whichever way you want to slice it. A little bit of bank built up. Now here's the big test. But it's a test that you set yourself up well for. The best way to pass a test, if any of you watching are still in school, so I suspect some of you might be, is to actually be prepared for it. Shocker.
Study.
That's a lesson I did not learn until I was out of school, so learn from my example. Do as I say, not as I do. Or did, rather. Were you a prepared student or
What do you
a crammer?
think, Mike?
I think I know the answer to that one. Were you even a crammer, or were you like just wing it?
No, I was a wing it sort of guy. And it got me up to my senior year before I dropped out. So there you go. It can only get you so far. Look at this position, very strong there. Dexter's getting caught by the utility, and they're still able to join forces right there. That T-side molly is going to force him out. Dexter winning fights on all fronts. 3 quick kills out of Dexter, shutting down that A defense. Wants more, and he will find it. Okay, we're on for a koala. And Searson, he's not going to let it happen, is he?
Let him hunt. Let him hunt. Come on, Dexter. That's a koala bear right there. Save the animals. Searson, though, just thinking about saving that op.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not interested in the animal. Interested in the big green.
The beast.
Beast indeed. Creeping back. And no one's threatening him here and towards ramp, so seems like this might be a possibility.
Alistair is through the control glass right now.
He could do something. I mean, he's an opera, right? So he knows.
Come on.
Where would I be
Call
saving?
over Dexter. Call over Dexter. No.
Oh, it's a koala right there. Where was Dexter?
I don't know if Dexter could have made it on the opposite
Yeah,
side
he was
of the
a little far afield. Little far. Do you think that's why he hesitated? He's like, Dexter, where are you? Secret. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'll just do it.
No gun save through.
Dude, look at this, though. Look at that entry pathing rolling through there from Dexter, deleting everyone on that A defense. I mean, he's covering all the bases. His teammates on the inbound throwing some really good utility, but it's Dexter to find the entries right there and set up for success. That's powerful.
I'll do it myself. If need be. Interesting series of smokes outside here. A lot spent for not a lot of ground. The one exchange, that's A-OK. And Vexite this time picking up the mantle of the entries. Vexite with 2, looking for the 3rd. Tagged, put the utility down, the bomb plant secured. This should be another save on deck here for Big. Only so long they can continue to entertain the possibility of impact into this round.
Starting to think for just a split second that there might be some sort of gap that's been recognized here by FlyQuest. Back-to-back rounds, full charge, full steam ahead, straight through mini, and look what it gets them. Back-to-back rounds, Big just caught completely off guard by that.
This one's the economy cracker, too. They did actually get the op, but now desperately need to hold on to these guns, and it's just going to be Searson. He's got one more in him. That should allow him to secure the scope going into the next, but it will be all they take through. Eco all but required outside of the big green, and FlyQuest off to the races.
I need some big points of contest here right now through mini. Flybys rolling through from Vexite and Dexter in that last round, so I like that they have at least been able to press on this pressure point for 2 rounds in a row and get away with it.
If you were to
do Big to fix it.
If you were to do a koala race, do you think you would put them on the ground or put them on trees and measure climbing speed?
I would go trees for sure. It's like, I mean, I guess swimming's a thing, so it's like natural territory. Not always necessarily the case for races, but
Interesting. Nice thought. Liaz has been tagged up, but he's down the vent. And, well, with the switcheroo, with the bomb down, with no one in position for this, that little bit of tag damage may never come to fruition. This might become Operation Save the AWP again. Searson, where's going to be your hiding place this time? He's second vent right now, so that one's not exactly going to be safe from the bomb detonation. Have to get off-site and process his forward ground. is quickly denied. FlyQuest recognize they're not going to get a retake here, so time to go looking and finding one big scope.
I think you almost have to get towards like ramp right now, but Searson, he's full on HP.
Oh, Alistair might have this. Alistair might have this. Just look. Just look. He's right there. He's right there. That's the offer, you know, but can't land the shot. Oh, keep him close enough to the bomb, and the C4 will do his work for him.
Wow, I thought he was safe there with enough HP, but no, not quite. That's surprising.
Rady's got no mercy, man.
Oh, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Some nice shots on the way out there. Yeah, I mean, some excitement rolling through there. You know, finally taking down the op that's been saving for the last 3 rounds. Or at least attempting to. Shutting that one down.
Now this is interesting. Ali's got the op on the T side. Alistair breaking out the big gun. Haven't seen that yet for him on new. Didn't have the best of times with it on Ancient, so let's see if he can find some impact. Pressuring ramp early, but a smoke in his face. That's not going to happen. Instead, it'll be Dexter making some space outside. Could actually get the space for the mini wrap. Well, Tabson's in trouble. He goes outside on the pathing instead and can't capitalize. JDC too quick. So man advantage at least found, though the space towards lower is gained. Searson and Tabson will try and hold them at bay. Tabson, no utility, just gonna have to do this with the FAMAS. He found the first. Molotov might be too much, but he's even taken more. Vexite out of play. Searson ahead of the molly, leaves it all onto Alistair. If ever there was a time for some impact, it's now. Bomb down, but no escape. No ability to get away. JDC too quick on the flank, and it will be big holding on to the lead.
Quick right there. Rolling through from JDC on that flank. Tabson from the back silo finding 2 kills. Absolutely brutal. He closes the door behind them as well, and you know, there's no one to hear that sound cue. So I imagine if you're FlyQuest, you're rolling into that B site, you have no idea that Tabson's in the back lines here. You think it's safe.
Underrated sign of confidence over on the big side right now. Coach is sitting. That's always a key one. If a coach is pacing, chewing their nails, animated, crunching through their lip, things are not going well for the team.
Oh,
the coach is chilling. Well, he's back on his feet, okay. But if he was sitting in the tail end of the round,
timeouts are usually a good point to get on your feet, though.
Yeah, got to keep up appearances. You know the cam's on. Hold on, flex a little bit. Do you think there's okay? Do you think there's any players before like stage games or games where they know they're going to be on cam a lot, where they do like a little pump up, some push ups, maybe just fill out the jersey a bit better?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is.
I mean, you'd have to be careful. You don't want to tire out the arms too much. You got to keep the flicks fast. But maybe the coach is putting in some work here. I think he was doing some forearm squeezes, cockapoo.
Yeah,
for this.
Oh, it's good stuff right there. Either that or just built different.
Just the stress of constantly clenching his own arms while he watches the team.
Oh,
the best.
A little bit of a stressful start right there, but Process managed to make that one look easy on the opener. Although, okay, one straight through the smoke does the trick right there for Ince. It's equalizer found.
That was just the squeak smoke, presumably.
Oh, Dexter's done it again.
He's got all the space, and they've got the back silo player, so now Dexter can just sit here in towards Mini. That's a bit of a fumbling from JDC. Should have had a kill dead to rights, and while Crimbo will correct his mistake, this one's getting a bit chaotic. The 2v3 is retakeable theoretically, but if Crimbo's backing away off of this, it doesn't look like he's exactly fancying his chances. They're going to give this up. FlyQuest keep it close.
Yeah, right now, I think in general, FlyQuest finding the right targets on so many of these plays here. You're talking about free real estate towards ramp in a couple of these rounds where they've been able to lay claim in that department here. You've had these nasty, pretty consistent mini splits coming through from Dexter and Vexite that have opened up bomb sites. And so, while it is still a tie game, overall, I think FlyQuest doing a great job on this T side of identifying where the weak points are for big. Over and over again.
It does feel like it's been the same exploits, right? I mean, Dexter in particular is just getting massive space outside, changing up his angle of approach for sure. Giving them a few different looks, but they are tearing their hair out, trying to catch him. Okay, it was a nade pop for Process. That makes a little bit more sense. Nicely played from the FlyQuest side. Nicely called as well, not to panic after the first move out hot. And here's Kakafu on his feet, getting in their ears. A little change of the voice in the comms, but he's clearly got some thoughts about what he's been witnessing.
Yeah, I don't think, because a lot of these situations have been just 5v5, so I don't think there should be this many weak points in Big's defense. I don't think they should be sacrificing ramp as much as they have been, or giving over free reign towards this outer yard, right? But we haven't seen a lot of aggressive moves to shut down these outer yard plays. We haven't seen a lot of, fast-paced plays. I like the idea from Process right there. Just didn't last too long in the last round, but double ops.
Crimbo, what you gonna do?
Double zoom on ramp right there, the classic.
Yeah, okay, seems to be the lockdown actually. Maybe frees up Searson to keep
Only
cooking.
single zoomed.
Searson just up in the Raptors. It's still just JDC to deal with this outside. Tough spots for him as well. Pressure on, and this time they're going fully outside. So if this succeeds, if they get past JDC, it's just big trouble on. Searson tag. Flashbang good. He can't connect. JDC's making the play. Straight into the crosshair of Dexter. Was ready for that every step of the way, and once again, outer yard has been the Achilles heel. That's the heel they keep kicking.
That's at least info right there. But not any motion further in towards the Searson op just yet. Just Liaz thinking about it. Toying with the idea of turning that corner. In the meantime, it's a bit of a pace change here. When they take this out of yard control, they have sped it up. This time they're slowing it down, but they're ready to collapse in towards Mini, in which Searson's ready to cut them off right now. One quick pick and more spotted around the corner, but that's when Inns can react and help out his squad. Another one from Inns as well. From Lobby, finding so much impact in Crimbo.
That's got to seal it.
You might be pulling the Searson here when it comes to the saves, because there's just no way into this round.
Yeah, we know what he can cook in the late round, but no armor, no U-tilt, no pathing, no chance. Beautiful play from Inns. I mean, that was hanging on a knife's edge. It felt like he had to get both on the lobby play, on the late lurk. He even took his time with it, right? Betting on himself. It's the kind of situation where, maybe if you don't pull off the individual play, you're open to criticism of coming in that late, but it works beautifully. He delivers for the squad. He trusts in his own ability, and certainly that's trust that he's been paying off throughout this series so far.
Absolutely, that's going to extend favor as well as, again, they just keep on pressing this out of yard control over and over again and keep on getting away with it. Another excellently called round. And if, again, you can get Inns involved in the same fashion in which he was on Ancient, like you just did in that last one, it's going to be a bit of a scary fight.
Dexter, man. I mean, put himself in a pretty star position here on Nuke, and he has been shining. Just bullying them, right? Harassing Searson up top, then expecting the play from JDC through, right? JDC trying to catch that timing, hoping that he'd still be focused on the Heaven fight, and ready every step of the way. So FlyQuest in the lead here. Monumental result for them early. Well, Crimbo does have this AWP now with a vest behind it. All they really have to worry about in this round. Vexite's down. They've heard this. But Inns has followed. Strong control lower. The question just becomes, can the bomb link up? Tabson's getting active. Oh, Tabson. No, he's misread this. Instead of the hot crunch, he's expected them outside because of the players who've gone down vent. They've been bamboozled. They've been hoodwinked. But JDC, no, up the ladder. They keep pathing this. They found Alice there, but that just propels FlyQuest further in towards the site. They have no idea. Searson just missed this vision as well on Vexite. Oh, when the bomb goes down, that's going to be a frustrating one for Big. Searson should have this assassination, and indeed it does, but the round is a different story. A retake now required without armor on 3 players. An ankle shattering outside, that's even heard. Do they fancy their chances here, even with the number advantage? This one's brutal. There's no kit. Oh, tough story. Dexter finds the first piece of the puzzle put together here. Crimbo, does he want to risk it? Does he want to go over the lip? Seems like the answer is no. Big will concede. So much hope, but they never actually had a read on the situation. Tabson's going to want that one back.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a missed opportunity right there from Tabson. I mean, for sure. very
JDC
interested
as
to.
well, man.
Yeah, both of them just walked by. They had no idea what they missed. They'll watch that one back and just be shaking their heads. What's more interesting here is that FlyQuest dropped 2 players down the vents. And then they walk out hut with bomb with 2 players.
It's kind of insane.
They're taking both bomb sites. And I can't even blame Tabson and was it Crimbo that walked through, JDC rather, that walked right past them. Because why on earth would there be 2 players walking out hut when they heard 2 players vent dive? The only logical thing I would think there is that they're going towards the lower site with that. That's a bit of a wild one right there here.
Well, by hook or by crook, FlyQuest will take it. 6 secured, 2 more to play in this half. How far can they go? Searson. Gonna echolocate. Oh, Dexter was just spotted getting through, but JDC had the nades out, and Liaz now will punish its result. And they're in trouble again. Outside has been exposed, just battered, and so Searson's gonna try and make a move in towards ramp, and the timing could not be better. Just feels like for Big, nothing can go right. No reads, no timing, no nada.
Ooh.
And now ramp cleared out. A nice bit of play from Inns, and this one looking like it's done. What can you do, Process and Tabson? So far removed from the scene, likely just going to try and save your rifles for this final round of play. Nothing you could do about this bomb plant. FlyQuest are just outmaneuvering Big at every position.
Yeah, it all starts off, I feel like, every single round with an out-of-yard pick here or there. And at least for these gun rounds, it just leads into the perfect mid-round scenarios as well. I mean, Inns is playing beautifully in these lurking lobby positions where he's just letting them walk right into his crosser. He's just catching these kills as they come to him. The perfect bit of proactivity from him at every avenue. Just when he needs to spring into action, he does. And it is a whole lot more of the same here, it feels like. It's worth going for these exit kills. There's still money to lean back on if you're FlyQuest. Give it a go. See if you can find one rifle to be dropped. They won't have it. But they're really mastering this T side right now. And this is exactly the form that we needed to see out of him, out of Dexter as well. Not only is he just calling circles around this T side, but also bringing in that entry prowess.
It's a phenomenal rebound after Ancient, right? Where it felt like even though that one could have been closer from the FlyQuest side, it was hinging on them pulling off ecos, pulling off big plays, pulling off upsets. This doesn't feel like that. We're having the individual plays. Dexter's having a great game. Ince is having a great game, as we've been highlighting. But by and large, they've been winning the macro battle as well. This time, just the double entries. Vexite and Liaz getting in on the fun. Smoke pop deleted. How are they so ready at every turn? Bomb down. And Big, you have to attempt this retake. There's no choice here. But it feels hopeless. They've got no path. They've got no directions. There's no GPS telling them where to turn. Just driving in blind, and JDC doesn't even get back in the lobby. One man in heaven, and right now, Crimbo might be sending up some prayers to above, because that's about his only chance. Again, anything done. Burned, eliminated, dropped on down. 5 in a row for FlyQuest, and we go to the half. half of smiles for FlyQuest, and it didn't even start with a koala. What an effort from the Aussies. Heck of a way to regain full control on the T side of Nuke, and now they swap to the defense with a whole lot of confidence and a whole lot of wind beneath their wings.
I mean, really, outside of losing that pistol there, I felt like making all the right decisions, abusing that out of yard, and constantly finding success. And we're going to get a quick one here. Fast A play rolling through here. The Dolies are ready to go. And looking to find multi-kills, but can't quite do it. It's trades that are quick as can be from Big, and they might have both of them here if they play their cards right in the post.
Waiting for the take to come in to get over the lid. No, they preempt it. Liaz and Ins only can find the one. It's up to the clutch now. Alistair, if he wants this koala. Oh, he's done exactly what he needed to. Put that doubt in their mind. JDC, 3 already found, but 4 required. And this JDC wants to hunt it up. Now he's got to be wary of the hut wrap. There's still so much time, though. No pressure from the clock, but Alistair re-clearing this, getting all the information in the world. Will JDC read that he's moved? Well, he's not going to contend with the possibility. Out of there. Out of that site. Out of the scene entirely. Why deal with the unknown when you could become the unknown instead? And actually, the full route in towards heaven. Alistair not prepared for this at all. Not looking for it. Ready for the squeak fight instead. Repositions himself. Is shadowboxing right now. They don't know where the other is, but still. Trying to make the reads. Trying to win the positioning game. And JDC is looking for where his opponent has slipped off to.
Yeah, and eventually the sound cue. Oh, yeah, there it is. Does make a slight noise, so you can silently drop out of that heaven position, but he gets loud about it. Either way, I mean, the vent's still closed off, right? So he's going to have to blow that one open to start this retake, and that immediately reveals his position.
Door closed. One avenue of approach. Knows where he'd play from. Where he, JDC, but with that door back open, JDC gives up the audio cue and just way too early. That's a koala confirmed. That's an Alistair clutch to boot.
There you have it, man. Big time right there. JDC shut down. Has 3 kills. Cannot make it 4, though. So Alistair able to shut it out. The really long-winded 1v1 that just felt like they were dancing around each other for so long.
Patience, man.
And for me, it feels like, again, whoever makes that initial sound cue is going to be the one that that ends up losing that clutch. And I thought that would leave Alistair in a tough spot there, right? But plays it well. Dances around JDC, makes him make the first move, actually. And bomb plant's still nice, but again, there's only a couple of Galils and an AK in the mix there.
I was getting aggressive here outside. Alistair looking to take that space early. Maybe thinks better of it. The frisk not yielding results, but some doubts of that. Ooh, is that through the foot? It was through the foot?
Yeah. Oh, and he landed another one straight through the smoke. He doesn't know what he's just done. But 3 tags. 3 players below 50. Oh my god. He just worked them towards that outer yard. Ins.
Big had been air raided by this. Few more speed holes for them, and Alistair, meanwhile, has seriously maneuvered back down the vent all the way around here in towards Secret. It's going to be 3 softer targets now for him to hunt up. Finds the first. Molotov in. Can't be risking that if you're Searson. Can't be taking the molly. Have to back away. And with this positional control, it's just going to be a nightmare for Big to actually get anywhere. They basically need a dig shot. They need a kill. They need a headshot to even open up the room to rumble. In towards mini annihilation. Bomb now dropped. Bomb confirmed. Control outside. Eliminations to boot. And it falls just as Searson and Crimbo. Crimbo at least doing some damage here, but it's feeling like that might be the best. Searson killed from above as the nade rains in, and it all falls to this one man. So much to do. Ins and Liaz on the line. The bomb in their vision. Blinking away, taunting Crimbo, and this might just have to be the save. He's not got the time, Cole. He's backing off of this. There's nothing that Crimbo can do.
And they're bringing that same energy to the second half of just forcing to have to save here in these late round situations because of the setup, man. Big credit. And he doesn't find a single kill in this round, but what he does do is a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a good one for the Dar.
Yes. 111, I believe it was there at the turn of the round, so That's one of those rounds where you didn't even realize how much you actually did as you're just popping shots through the smoke, but you're going to watch that one back and be like, oh my God.
See the assist taken up top?
Yeah. You're like,
I did
some good work there.
I did good. 2 kills, 58 damage. Leah says, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll take those.
Lovely. Crimbo, I mean, what
Nades! Look at these nades! That's damage confirmed. That's a kill on. Off rip. Tabson, bye-bye. Get out of Dodge. Big Clan, at this point, they should feel like they're starting every round getting spit on. Just a little whack poo. Off the rip, there's no space that they can get. And I mean, it just feels like everywhere they go, they're setting a foot wrong. It's one of these no good maps, but Crimbo wants to change that fortune. He's got the 1 gun. Now make that 2. Space in towards lower, and maybe finally they found the space. They found the room to rumble here.
This is a huge relief, at least taking some space here, having some kills to be found, and a little late reaction there from Dexter might have cost him some time there. Process available for the trade, and a gun upgraded here. JDC now finds one onto ends, and a round could spiral out of control. Utility is out. It does damage there, but Vexite still holding the line here, still able to facilitate as he takes charge. He loses out to Process. Too many players around that corner, and it's just Alistair here with a A1S at least upgraded onto. And a little bit of a dream, a twinkle in his eye trying to move on in. But he's got a crossfire, a nasty one to break on through, and he doesn't have a kit to do it. So this just might be saved from a 4v5 with a hero. Galil, of all things, has turned into a 1v3 and a save.
That feels like a little bit of overzealousness from the FlyQuest side, right? Each individual trying to put the round to rest, but making their own play, not setting themselves up in a situation where they can be traded or played off of, trying to rush it, knowing that there's unarmored players on the other side, hungry to chase up those kills, and now they've given a window of opportunity back over to Big, right? Big, look, it's scrappy, but they're going to take that every day of the week. Crimbo, lethal as always, sets up his team, gives them the space to then capitalize. None of those players had armor in that post play. If FlyQuest play it with a little bit more patience, a little bit more coordination, perhaps it would have been so tough for Big to hold on, but instead now, the German squad, they've got a chance.
So we'll see if they can use that. I mean, as you were mentioning at the start of that round in the 4v5, it felt like nothing could go right for Big until it did. So you got to wield that feeling and ride with it. But you got to do that on the T set of Nuke, and that's easier said than done.
They're going to set up a nade for him? Inns has a single flashbang. Alistair could call for this. Here's the utility coming out from the other side. No, they smoked themselves. That's a
bit of an oopsie.
He turned for it. I think it was intentional. I can't figure out why.
I hope not.
But he turned around to throw it.
Maybe he accidentally unclicked his mouse when he was lining up the position to throw the nade. That's happened to me before, where you run into your keyboard and then the smoke flies there. Either way, it gives him zero space towards the outer yard, and it forces him into a one-way street. Ends just times up the spray. Blind through smoke, it does not matter. Doesn't need vision, knows what the play's going. And there's going to be still a defender here in Dexter who needs to just find his one. He does. He gets his. And they can operate here in the 4v2. Ready to converge in on this. And again, more damage to the smoke here from Ends. That HE could have done it right there, but he's still providing damage right now. Unrelenting Process looking for the kill on the Ends, but no, it just sets up Alistair to knock them down from behind. And 11 rounds locked in here. Immediate redemption here for FlyQuest, losing that last eco.
I want to see what the total damage was for Ends in that round. That feels like it's got to have been ridiculous, right? Most of it through smoke as well. Just making himself a menace. They can't get past him. And look, if anything, I think that missed smoke, whatever they were, I don't know what wound up happening there, but I think that missed smoke might have helped them initially, because it meant that they didn't go into Alistair's angle, right? They didn't go into that early setup that FlyQuest were trying, but you also have that non-starter, you have that error, you have that fumble, and you just cannot get reset. So for Big, perhaps the last opportunity. They are going to buy into this. They are going to risk it all. FlyQuest hunting for map point, thinking thoughts of Inferno already.
Yeah, setting their sights that direction. Again, these last two maps here, more tricky territory for Big as well. Again, in particular, I mean, this time actually Big faltering a lot on the CT side, and FlyQuest being able to abuse them very well when it comes to the outer yard control and how they're able to work that. But these T sides here for these last two maps have become a bit of a tough situation here. A run boost for Searson, though, to crack things open. Got a chance, got a glimpse, but he doesn't get it for too long.
Still
never took the shot off.
I like that it's more dynamic here outside, right? They've actually gained the first foray. They've gained the ability to sort of dictate the pace of these fights. Now they just have to actually capitalize. They have to be able to get past this red box. The deep smoke's in to set this up. Should give them the room to rumble. There's no one in towards secret, so that's not a threat they need to worry about for the moment, but well, there's also a lot of room out here, and Dexter's going to take advantage of that. Smoke to maneuver. Spot on the next. Can't quite line up the kill, but damage done. And more information gained. The bomb's in the smoke. Bomb's in the smoke.
He just made noise.
Tapson's right here, but ins. The magazine was empty as he flicked around. Oh, this is so weird. Tapson, a hero play. Somehow, from a moment of abject disaster, eventually he will be found. Big right back in a tough spot. Crimbo caught, just wandering, trying to clear angles solo. Process can't escape, cannot get away. It's all FlyQuest here, Cole, and they just need one of the next 7 rounds.
It's all FlyQuest, and they're just all over the map as well. There's always one more right around there for Big to deal with. As soon as you think you found the trade necessary to take the space, there's one more right around the corner. And Big just can't get away from that. Great positioning there to deal with the outer yard aggression that came through. Deal with the run boost from Searson. At this point, again, finish line looks a lot more set in stone here. Ends with 124 ADR. He's been doing damage all throughout this series. Consistency out of him. Needs to do it again. He doesn't realize that one has already crossed, though. He is toast.
Finally, a win in the outer yard. A win down secret. Now there's not teammates to link up with it. They're going to try and come through ramp instead. So Liaz is actually quite prepared. And through the smoke, he'll find the first, second. Can't quite swap around for one more. But he's done his damage. He's given his teammates the possibility to shut things down here and now. And Alistair still in the ramp. Plays right into the crosshair of Searson. That's a little awkward. But Dexter not clearing his corners, and while Vexite will find the one, the trade is instantaneous. Searson stepping up, being the hero that this team needs. It's a long road to overtime, but Searson has at least put them on the path.
Put them on the path here, and alongside that, I think they're in double eco territory, so they're probably forcing up here, and it's going to start some sort of small revitalization opportunity here for Big.
It also does just feel like the first time. I mean, it's just one guy yeeting his way down secret, but Process actually getting down secret and winning that fight without the whole team being punished feels like that's been forbidden territory for Big.
Both sides of the half as well. I mean, it's been nightmare territory towards that outer yard. They haven't had a consistent way to punish any of the motion from FlyQuest, except for what Process just did in that last round. This time, Crimbo.
Keep an eye on Vexite for me. The XM, when it comes out on Nuke, I'm always ready.
The Gator?
I don't know that they're going to come his way. So I don't know that the opportunities are necessarily going to be there, but these kind of arts and crafts buys can get a little interesting here. Less so when you lose your outer players. You lose your better guns. Vexite's going to have to get active.
Lobby's clear. Now what do you do with that information here? That's the big question. You walk up the ladder into Crimbo's open arms and he'll catch you. Not quite. And well, gets caught instead. Wow. Leah's able to surprise him. Don't know how many implications that's going to have on this round. It just depends on how much Alistair could do with a pretty nasty UMP.
That's all he's got. I mean, they know it's got to be light towards sight. Vexite even looks like he's posturing for the re-clear with the XM. Don't know if that's the angle you want to hold.
Oh.
They're still feeling the possibility. Alistair's just giving them a flip. JDC's cleared this back around. Is he going to go all the way? He is indeed. Oh, Alistair going to be shot in the back of the head here in a moment. And indeed, that should finish any possibility of this round getting weird. Liaz, Vexite just going to be on towards the save. Big, find the 7th.
Holding on to that Gator, holding on to the Galil.
The most important gun, the XM.
Mm-hmm. Could be fun on nuke.
Chap.
I got blasted by Hiko like 12 rounds in a row by the Gator pretty early on, I think, in the CS2 beta.
Manager to the game right there. Did you say, "Are you kidding me"?
I did say it a lot when he was smoking me.
Inhuman reaction. Just him pushing into hut, just holding mouse 1.
Deleting our whole team. I think they nerfed the amount of money that you get with that, though, so that was at least a step in the right direction.
Okay. Well, Vexite not going to be earning a massive pile of cash here, but he would have to get a kill first with it for that to come into play.
That's what this next round's for here. I swear he's going to step up with it.
I believe in the clutch. Where do we put him? On the hinge? It's kind of where he was playing last time, in towards the hut, right? So you want to be on or around the hut, most likely. You can make some ramp plays with it. The push outside, maybe not ideal.
Yeah, it's tough when they take out of yard control. Then it becomes a little bit more obsolete.
Hear me out. You throw, okay, so you have a nade, a smoke, and a flash to work with. It's theorycraft here. You give those over to your teammate. The angle that Alistair was playing a few rounds ago, tight under the silo, right? You work the XM up there, behind the flash and the nade, or behind the nade. You wait, Alistair throws the flash to set him up, when there's presence outside, swing with the XM, kill everybody.
That could work. That could work. Let's see if they bring that energy. I think he might be leaning towards the outer yard.
He's not bringing that energy in towards ramp.
No, right towards ramp.
Opposite side of the map. They were not listening. It's almost like they can't hear me.
They didn't hear Coach Mike in the server. Said it is a long-range Galil that's going to go in towards the outer yard. Makes a little bit more sense. But hey, this is where the action could come his way. No presence too crazy in that direction. Mostly going to be leaning in towards this lobby and ramp control that's being pressed in by Big. And that could make this XM a little bit more interesting. Come on. Here they come.
I believe. He hits the shot, but it's not the head. It's not going to be the killing blow. Still, they have found Crimbo elsewhere. Dexter can't quite get away. Seriously was baiting that one. And the trap is sprung. If they take care of Liaz, as they will indeed, that might just be it. Alistair's got the gun, and I think he's likely going to content himself with that. They might be able to get a second. Searson is under threat. Alistair, it'll take some time. Well, now there's no one to hold the gun, so it doesn't really matter if they find it or not. But Big, taking a long time to settle into this half, but they're starting to claw it back. We've had 3 in a row now. Has to be 7 in a row. When do they make a believer of you, Cole?
I mean, you got this gun round coming through. That's if they can get past this one.
This next one?
Get to 9. Yeah. It can definitely happen.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Not yet. But maybe soon.
Op can be up. Alistair can drop that AK as well. This should be a much better looking at FlyQuest here. Economy regained. And for Big, the big test. The huge hurdle to overcome. Berlin International Gaming clings to hope that this could in fact be the 2-0. Slim hope at this. They'll try the outside. This has been the pressure point for so much of the game. Presence spotted. They're making no secret of this. But how do FlyQuest respond? Nades in. A little bit of a softening blow. But nothing substantial just yet.
Couple headshot, one-shot territories for a Liaz A1S that could surface up secret at any given moment. But waiting for his time to strike, maybe waiting for some utility to set up as well. But he's going to get mollied off, and that immediately nullifies his position here for a little while longer. And now that allows for Big to take some space off the back of that, and again, Process getting himself in a position where he can succeed in this outer yard. A catch from Searson as well, punishing the re-aggression from Liaz. Set up for success, and another opportunity there. They get caught. not aware of where Process has already been positioned, so there's no safe place to stand here for FlyQuest right now.
Absolute dunker of an 8 into that top basket, by the way. Just want to point that out. Beautiful throw. Beautiful toss. Someone's been working on their util. Down and towards lower they go, and assuming Big do just commit to this psych take, you'd imagine for FlyQuest, this is a plug pull. They're already 1 foot in, 1 foot out the door. And though Alistair wants to get on the angle, wants to give this a little looky-loo, his shadow has betrayed him. And this blood splatter on the wall marks his mistake. The bomb down, the save on FlyQuest. Concede that 9th. Are you feeling it now?
I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Now?
I'm feeling it now. That was just clean, man. Again, in a position in which no ground was had here towards the majority of the first half, and you know, the early parts of the second half, it's Searson winning some duels this time towards that outer yard, where he's able to take some space. He's able to give them a couple of quick opening picks with his op, and that's all that they need now, converging in on these players in spawn. It might just have to be a fight here for FlyQuest to hold on to these guns.
It will be indeed. They're making no secret of this. Thompson trying to run these down. If he even gets one, it's well worth it. There's the one, the flick around, the second as well. Thompson will clear the board. All the pieces removed for FlyQuest, and they're right back into the doldrums. They were already thinking about the strat for next round, and Thompson said, hold on, there's still time.
Oh, look at him. Look at him go. Hanging loose right there. That is absolutely disgusting. Thompson taking all those guns out within a flash right there. Like you said, I almost think FlyQuest expected a little bit of respect right there. Didn't think that they would run into a choke point like that, but Thompson hunts them all down.
Dexter's bought into the hero rifle. Oh no, this is the crack showing here perhaps, and now Vexite's gone early. Liaz at least can cap in, but it's going to be a trade. And Crimbo ready, Johnny on the spot, Searson to play alongside him. The early advantage lies with Big. Still, they do have that rifle, that unexpected rifle, that hero play. And Ince has now picked up another. No armor behind it, but a bigger gun at the very least. It's Dexter down secret. His teammates trying to funnel them in that direction, and indeed Process is taking the space. But the bomb's not joining him. So how much impact can Dexter possibly have? The timing on this might actually be brilliant. They've gone back up towards the upper yard. Oh, Dexter, if you just keep going forward. The opportunity is presenting itself, but he's not moving a muscle. Still is a statue right now, so it'll be up to his teammates instead to hold, and it's just a USP to keep them out of many. Ins with safety in the heaven, but Tabson sends him down below. Now it's all falling apart, and just Alistair with a USP. Good damage even, but it just won't matter. Dexter, you've got to save this gun. You have to back away. That one kill is not going to make a difference. But it seems like he almost still wants to give this a look. It's such a risk now, such a risk. And there's the reason. Tabson on the other side, finding his footing, finding his energy here in the waning moments of Nuke. And that might just be enough. These last couple of punishes have really turned the screws on FlyQuest, Cole.
Now starting to hit a flow state here over and over again. In these successful rounds, not only do they have the opening picks and mechanics to find these duels when they're tested, but it feels like they have the right reads. They're giving FlyQuest a real taste of their own medicine towards the tail end of the second half. And now they're only 2 steps away.
This is interesting. That's the timeout from Big, actually, coming through. It is their last. I mean, obviously, you can't take them with you if you lose this round, but I'm curious about what the correction is. Presumably, this is a change-up being decided, something that they're doing, maybe noticing a new tendency out from FlyQuest. And it's JDC being quite vocal about it as well, so maybe something he's noticed. This is the critical one. They know if we break FlyQuest here, right here and now, it's going to be pistols. It's going to be sticks and stones on the other side. A little pressure on there for Kakafu.
Oh, man. Yeah.
The choice is standing behind the team.
That's when the comeback definitely feels a lot more real right there. Fast A call?
I think that was a mini smoke that's missed just a touch for Big. Either way, it does deny vision outside, so I suppose it may actually be the designed effect. And they're fast out on! Oh, from up high, he can't lay them low. And so it's advantage big. Hitter's been good. The bomb's going to go down. And, I mean, do you risk it? Do you risk it here? You can see ends under pressure.
Oh, my God.
All the timing. Alistair has no idea. This could be the knife in the back.
Oh.
And indeed it will be. Insult to injury as the blade sinks in. That's just solid the wound. There's no reason. He doesn't even need the money. He just did it for style points, and will Inns at least will get the punish. But Searson has found the sharpening of the knife. FlyQuest now, what has been feeling so good, so strong, a 12-5 lead has come down to this. One final round, 2 guns saved through. The barest bits of a buy, Inns on 2 HP to keep that op alive.
Oh, scary stuff right there. Searson, though, makes the comeback cruel when he goes for the knife kill right there, man. Just a little style with this fight. And that has got to be infuriating. Look at this maximum frustration here for FlyQuest. As it's a 1-round ball game, 1 round to do it here for Big, and they have got themselves a tie. They've got themselves overtime.
What's your one call? What's your one call? Limitations on, you're not going to have everything for you. It's going to be pretty good, though. But what's the play when you have to have it, when there's no other choice? Where do we go? For Big, one more for overtime. For FlyQuest, maybe those thoughts of Inferno came a bit too early. So now feeling like a distant memory. Full focus here and now. And they had such a dynamic CT side here in the early goings, right? To get this monumental lead, to get this control, and it's felt like the last few that it's been a lot more passive. Just Ali posted outside. Alistair playing very far back as well. No aggression. No push out hut. No fight in the outer yard. Just waiting to see what Big's going to show them.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight here coming down to it. And Searson might give him a test. That's the smoke to provide some safety for now. And no vision just yet. But again, it's back to the bread and butter here for Big. It's back to this outer yard control, pressing on the issue. And a push right now, rolling through hut. Crimble looking to catch him, but a flash is perfect. And that is what they needed. A rare 4v5 found here by FlyQuest.
That could be salvation. They needed something, some sort of dynamic play. But Dexter right back in, trying to press it just a bit further. And now the second one falls, and it's all coming apart at the seams. The A site is ripe for the picking. And Big here are here for the harvest. Bomb still needs to make its way in. Alistair getting his space up top. Inns isn't spotted. Inns with the swing. The one found, the second as well. And the bomb dropped down. FlyQuest could still close it out here. Process latent towards heaven. This could be unexpected.
I think he just made noise because he dropped. I'm not sure, though.
Tabson's trying to hold their focus, trying to distract, knowing that Process could be the ace in the hold. No one's looking. No one's checking. Liaz snaps around just in time, but he can't find the kill. And Tabson's gotten away with the bomb.
And so rotated down lower, though. He's already here to meet them.
But he's the only one who can do anything about it. Alistair's still up top. Process may not realize, but no, he does. He's ready. He's all there for it. Now Inns pulled back up as they've come all the way around. Big have done it 7 rounds in a row, and we are headed to overtime.
Oh my God, and the way that they just pull that right back from FlyQuest. It's a brilliant opening play for them to get this opening door here from Dexter and set up by Inns, but it doesn't matter when it's pieced up. They don't respect the space that you fought for early on. And they just wait and wait and wait for Process to activate from heaven. And Tabson knows how to play those late rotations. He knows with that experience what he can bring to the table. What a finish from Big, man. They've done the hard work. Now you get to look to close this out. And the evens, 12 all. Does FlyQuest have anything to find 13 at this point?
Talk about a deflating half of Counter-Strike. All the air has come out of their tires, and now it's a question of whether they can get that pump out. Get it back to ship shape. Road ready. Oh boy. It worked, right? The strategy in that last round worked. the double push in towards Hut, the 5v4, but then they want to press the envelope just a titch more. The bomb gets dropped. So many moments, it felt like FlyQuest had it wrapped up, and now instead, Dexter deleted. Outer yard, the domain of Big. What a change of fortunes this has been. The lower site compromised. And as Alistair falls, the hope of this being any sort of resistance from FlyQuest has gone out the window.
Oh my goodness, they've ripped this lead from FlyQuest piece by piece, and it feels brutal. They can't even get on this retake right now. Getting cut off, and the inbound here. Searson plucking them one by one. Another challenger turns the corner, and Vexite knows there's no real point. Maybe getting away with an op is valuable, but he's sticking around, and he's gonna burn. Go down in a blaze of fire. Here's JDC. Will be the one to eventually find a belabored effort, but it's the lead claimed here by Big.
It absolutely is, and this momentum is now just full steam ahead. FlyQuest are looking about as endangered as their beloved koalas. The energy has just completely gone out of this team. They're not eager for the fight anymore. They feel scared, frightened. They recognize this situation, right? You're not seeing the smiles, you're not seeing the cheers, you're not seeing any sort of energy in the cams, and who can blame them? It felt like they just needed that last piece of the jigsaw puzzle, but they've lost it. It's fallen off the table. The dog's eating it. They just cannot find the solution. Alistair going to try and deliver it. May have spotted a pixel. X-ray could be deceptive. But at least for now, he's not going to be given the fight, and he'll have to back away as the smoke threatens to fade.
Not a bad idea right there, and trying to find a solution towards this out-of-yard control. But they can't press him off. You can't find any opening picks here. That is just not given by Big. So now Alistair goes all the way from ramp with his AWP to make a move towards Secret. Still hunting for this duel. Still hunting for a fight.
It's going to leave him isolated, though, because he's going to be stuck into this. You'd imagine he's not going to fancy, a re-clear here, trying to hold the angle, and that means that the op won't be present.
I mean, right now, how quickly can they explode out towards A with only 2 players on the defense? It's a weakened bomb site.
No one's going to be exposed by that Molotov. It's a bit of a cheeky angle for Vexite here. Up in the rafters. Out they come. Timely CT Molly. Good flashbangs, but Vexite's collecting. He needs more. He's got it. A third as well. A time for a hero, and Vexite might have just donned the cape under pressure, but sets up the trade. Still, Crimbo's here. A clutch required. But Alistair locked out by a smoke. Crimbo does not know his position. But if there's one thing he's got, it's ice in his veins. 17 seconds. No time to spare. A reroute around. Clearing in towards the lobby. Alistair tight on the angle. If he just plants back sight, the molly can come out. Oh, but it's too slow. It's too late. It won't deny this. The swing on in, not checked yet. Alistair just begging him to round the corner.
I can't afford for this reposition, though. Now Crimbo in the hut.
He's creeping back in. Looking to clear. Crimbo's gotten off the site. Alistair, does he trust his read? Now he'll know. There's nowhere else he could have gone. And as he clears this, he's got the information. The Molotov could win this. The Molotov could end it all. Crimbo has to make the play through. Alistair will line up the shot. Patience rewarded, and the defuse to boot. FlyQuest aren't done yet.
Sweet relief right there for FlyQuest as you're up against the clutch against Crimbo. The last thing you want for a comeback to continue is to lose a 1v1 versus this man. And a little bit of redemption on offer right there. Much needed.
A massive round from Vexite as well. He's been whisper quiet here on Nuke, and he's a player who we know can go above and beyond for this team. The youngest player on this squad, perhaps one of the higher ceilings. We've seen flashes of it. If he can come alive here late, he could be the X factor, the difference maker that keeps them headed towards a 3-map series.
Ooh.
He's gone in this one, though. X factor neutralized. Not going to have to worry about that. Crimbo won't make that mistake.
Oh,
and Crimbo! Oh, I think a little upset he didn't get the clutch through because he's out for blood now. Oh, a bomb coming down, taps him through the smoke. It's all falling apart at the seams. FlyQuest under siege, under pressure. And make no mistake about this, Big are not interested in another clutch, not interested in another 1v1. It's overwhelming force this time. And it's Liaz as the next victim. All onto Alistair again, except this time, It feels nigh on impossible. It would require a koala. An absolute koala of an ace. And Alistair, the scope up, confirms his position. The shadow reveals it. The op lands from Searson instead. A lead once more for Big.
Crimbo, a little smile right there in the end, man. He knows what he did, opening things up right when he needs to as well, right? The clutch that he almost gets, not enough, but why not just kick things off with a multi, with a double kill opener to make sure that no clutch is ever required. You don't have to roll that one back again. Able to avoid that much. We hop into now the CT side that Big have struggled on. At least that is a small silver lining here for FlyQuest in this comeback effort, but what they don't have is any momentum underneath their sail, so. And what they don't have is any out-of-yard control right now. Searson's now in this overtime affair is taking that all away from them, pressing the issue and calling in for reinforcements on this A side. There's 3 players triangulated because they know there's no space here, and there's 1 less player removed. Dexter can't believe his eyes.
Now, how do you even regain, right? Searson staying alive. Alistair knows he has to hunt this up, knows he has to have this impact here. His teammates trying to make their way through, eating their own nade. Vexite putting his teammate down. A TK at this juncture. Oh no. Now they're fumbling. You're seeing the mistakes. Alistair at least will clear Searson. This allows them the comfort to at least know they need to fight forward, but it's a 2v4. The bomb lost, the miscues costing. Smoke maybe to recover here, but utility back the other way. They're so uncomfortable. He's out, he's out. That's the first step of maybe taking this back, taking this control, but they're not ready for Process to be so close. He's ready for the brawl, he's ready for the headshot, he's ready for series point for Big.
And what a call it is right there as well. How it all kicks off, Searson pressing the issue towards that outer yard and disrupting. This is not something we ever saw in regulation. This is not something we saw at all from Big. They were losing the outer yard over and over again. And in overtime, when they're feeling the confidence, when they're starting to feel that flow state hit, Searson says, hey guys, I'm just going to win this round. I'm going to get all the information for us. And what a value that is here for Big. What a value that is for tabseN to be able to stack those resources elsewhere.
Space outside. Oh, he's got this room. Nade pop, not quite punishing just yet. But the Molotov will limit his access. JDC 8's that HE.
Oh.
A little dietary fiber for him, and he will in fact be going. Searson did collect though. And Crimbo, the secondary op. This unexpected, perhaps the shot, not on. tabseN still into the angle, slips in towards the vents. That's a hell of a dust bunny for them to deal with, but Alistair, he's cleaning out the filter. Now they got options. Do you go down? Do you go up? Inns has this room out of the hut. Process under pressure. If Inns can find the shot, if Process wanders too far over, that's the A site. Compromised. Got the choices. Searson, maybe still a bit of a fly in the ointment. Timing here, but he is going to be rebuffed and cannot limit the AC for Alistair. Instead, strikes. And it seems like FlyQuest might get another go. Crimbo with 1, but how much further can he take it? No more. Inns to shut it down. 1 more round.
And they're fighting for their life. They're fighting with their back against the wall. They're up against elimination point right now for Big. That's been claimed. But they're able to stay alive for another round longer. A little bit of life on the line here for FlyQuest as they know that they need to take this one back here. They got to figure out a way to win one more T round. We'll see a little bit of that energy revived in this FlyQuest squad.
Feels like Searson has just become their boogeyman, right? He's everywhere. You getting killed outside? Searson. You getting killed down secret? Searson. The guy's pushing hut? Searson. He's just everywhere. But this time, oh, they've got a lot of space there. Searson from heaven. Everywhere you turn.
Oh, again.
They close their eyes at night, Searson. This time, Process the boogeyman, and Searson continues to find, and he will end it all! The dreams of FlyQuest crushed! They are out of IEM Dallas. Big triumph. 7-round comeback in regulation to get to overtime, to get to this point. It was looking like Nuke was a write-off, but Searson was not interested in hearing it.
Oh my god, he just comes alive here in the later stages. What a beautiful pullback from not only Big, but like you said, Searson ripping these rounds away piece by piece. An absolute boogeyman in the server, and in an elimination match as well. It's so important to see this guy rise when just at the kickoff of this event, they were taking on Navi, and they could not quite get him activated here, but this is great redemption. This is a great opportunity to build some confidence as Big start their lower bracket run.
That one's going to feel so haunting. That's going to feel so haunting for this FlyQuest team. I mean, you can see the looks right now. The thing is, we saw two different FlyQuests, before and after match point. It was a world of difference. They were so dynamic, so aggressive, so confident, moving around, showing different looks, different spacing on the lines of battle where the aggression would come through, keeping Big guessing. They could never get comfortable, and then it was just one round, right? The one saved rifle from Crimbo, opening it up on an eco, and everything seemed to change. The character entirely brought out of it. FlyQuest unable to close on Nuke, and oh, that's gonna sting.
It was just a half buy, man. You're exactly right. I mean, you almost kind of forget because it was so long ago when Crimbo found that one entry that gets him there, and you see FlyQuest, their eagerness, their hunger to close out a game. It comes back and it bites them here, and it came through all the way throughout the entirety of that half. And like you said, it's just going to be one of those games that's going to haunt you, especially knowing that that is going to be the elimination.
It is indeed. And the worst part, if you're a team like FlyQuest, it's a thing that NA teams are very familiar with as well, is when you get that elimination game, you got a whole long flight to be playing a few rounds in your head. What they can take some solace in, they've saved some koalas. A few koalas were gained here. Unfortunately, Searson's knife might be playing a few nightmares.
Gosh.
In their heads. That's but I mean, look, the new additions for Big, the new regime, change in the coaching staff, new looks, new light, being able to pull off this kind of a comeback, this kind of a rally, being able to have that step-up performance from Searson, a guy who's been oft-criticized at times for his appearance on land, for his performance in the big moments. That's a hell of a time for Big.
Yeah, I mean, for me right now as well, Searson was not only struggling, like, of course, in the LAN performances, but as well as, like, the online performances once he's joined into this Big roster. He hasn't even been really doing a lot of work in that department, so the confidence that's just been built in this matchup here for him, if he can continue to play like that, I mean, again, that's the sort of Searson that we got when they were online and they were winning big games, so that's what we need, and we need a whole lot more out of that as they run through that lower bracket.
We do indeed, but I do want to heap some praise elsewhere on the roster as well. Tabson having some monstrous moments across both maps. Really, the whole team as well. Crimbo, obviously a constant threat. We're never really in a 1v any situation, quite counting him out. Proces had a little bit more of a struggle, but found some big moments there on Nuke to make it happen. It's really just across the board. JDC, of course, massive impact on Ancient as well, but still, we do have to heap the praise on our Air Force Aim High MVP because it's Searson. It couldn't be anyone else. It couldn't be anyone else here, folks. This dude is insane right now. 1.41 rating across the series. I think a commanding 31 kills at the tail end there on Nuke. Really the one who put that map away and shut FlyQuest down.
It was a key. I mean, again, when you talk about a player here that has to contain some space, especially when that outer yard became a massive problem, it felt like he was the solution. He was the answer. It's like, how do we keep this control both on the T side and the CT side? How do we take that space? Well, I tell you what, it's just Searson that was able to piece that one up, and that was the solution there, especially in the overtime affair. But this map as well, man. Ancient just looked like this was a start that led to us believing that this was a different Searson today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, he's got that flair as well. I'm thinking about that round where he just fully pushes outside on Nuke, solo dolo, shuts down the kill back by the shutters. You're constantly wondering where he's going to be approaching from, where the battle line's going to be drawn, and Searson's a player who keeps you guessing and did in this series in a big way. Huge change in the fortunes on Nuke, and I mean, we were already thinking Inferno. We were ready for it, ready for this to be a 3-map series, painting the storylines about how FlyQuest could close, and Searson just completely overrode that narrative.
Oh, 100% there. Flip the script. This round right here, I mean, he's in their spawn. Where did we see that in regulation? Not once did we see that sort of confidence play. So when he gets activated, man, this is a tough guy to slow down, and he ended up being the bane of their existence.
It's good as well to see them start to get loud. You know, I mean, Crimbo talked about it in the pre-match interview. it's hard being without God B. Even beyond his genius in the server, his genius for Counter-Strike, he's a guy who's been with him his entire career, who's been there for every step of the way for a lot of these young players, who's been with these guys, I mean, with Tabson as a teammate and then a coach for, I mean, it's got to be the better part of a decade, if not longer. At this point, they've been together for so long. You lose that kind of stabilizing force. You part on what seems to be less than stellar terms as well. It can leave a little bit of a sour taste, but this is not a team that's let it keep them down for long. This is Big Clan that's like, it's just the first test. It's just the first step here. There's a lot more room to go to really make the playoffs here at IEM Dallas, the 100th IEM. But it's a team that's maybe just making us start to believe.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a lot to be proud about. They're, again, coming back and starting it off with a comeback. So, I mean, like you said, the challenge, it only gets a little bit tougher as you look at the competition. That's a little bit later down the line. But, hey, I mean, like you said, that's the kickoff that you need. And I got a little bit of faith that they can continue to bring that after what we just saw. If, that's any sort of motivating factor.
We'll have to hope. We'll have to hope. For FlyQuest, it's a tough one. It's a tough loss. I imagine there's some tough feelings to stomach here to find out how they are feeling after that. James Banks caught up with Ince.
FlyQuest are the next team to be eliminated here at Dallas. And Ince, I know this one's going to sting probably a bit more because you came so close, at least taking it to a third there. You certainly did put up a fight against Big. What do you feel was the biggest reason why this slipped away and you couldn't take it to a third?
I think, honestly, we're a little bit rusty. Taking about a week off, didn't get a boot camp in before this. It hurt us a lot, but I think we're still working on... We're a bit one-dimensional sometimes in game. And yeah, I think probably a little bit nervous. Pressure kind of got to us. We weren't reacting properly, and they punished that, and they abused our weakness on UKT side as well. So.
And I heard from Dexter at the same time as he was very much trying to tell you guys, let's try and play the way we were when we were playing in Europe more, having that boot camp coming in there. How hard and how difficult is it, though, to be able to swap between the different ways of playing and get yourself switch from one mode to another, depending on who you're playing, depending on what event it's at?
Yeah, I think it's really hard, especially because we always have to go back and play the online tournaments to get points and stuff like that. It's hard. It's a different type of Counter-Strike, and it's also like... We're just not playing as good as players individually, so it's always tough.
The same way, right?
Yeah, exactly, and we're not playing it probably as much as we do when we boot camp, just to be honest, individually. So yeah, that's tough for us.
But okay, right now is a sad moment for sure. But are you still seeing that, like, okay, we can do better than maybe what an Australian team has done in the recent times from your region, if we think to more of how it's been? Because obviously we look at like the Renegades roster, that's one that gets held to a very high standard. But do you feel like you guys have the ones with the greatest potential to go and reach further than that or do some damage? Because we look at EPL and honestly that made us quite excited about it all.
Yeah, I think honestly it was really positive signs at Chengdu and EPL. We were very close to making playoffs at Chengdu, probably choked a little bit against VP. And this is obviously disappointing for us now, but it's good to look back on in like a couple of weeks. After the play break and stuff. But yeah, I think we can definitely be that team. We just need a lot more time in Europe, which is what FlyQuest are giving us. It's just about finding that time in our calendar.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see a lot more in Europe. Thank you very much for your time, Ince. Let's get ourselves back to the commentators.
So a tough loss, but some room for hope, some reason for optimism there for FlyQuest, a team that does feel like over the course of the season they have improved, but the season has come to a close. At this point, they're going to be headed back home. They're going to be headed, I think, probably a few more online games and then the player break cropping up. And it's a team that, it is a constant struggle to get that time on task, that time in Europe, to continue to improve, to cement what they gain event to event and keep it consistent. And they've really seen, we've seen it here, that those nerves, that the weakness on Nuke to try and close, it's something that Big certainly found out themselves.
Yeah, I mean, just pressed on that pressure point here when you know that this is going to be a game that if you win, you can maybe give yourself a chance to continue to play up against the toughest of competition. And if you lose, it's going to be a little while till you get back to that point, right? And so...
This is not an appetizing prospect for Big, though. Let's take a look at the bracket. Oh my goodness, they're going to be playing the loser of FaZe Clan Virtus Pro. So one way or another... Don't think that's exactly going to be one you're circling as a fun game. Virtus Pro up one map. That's a little bit concerning for FaZe, perhaps. Looking to get back to their finals ways. But not an appetizing prospect as this lower bracket is becoming a little bit of a slaughter. tough run either way. And over on the other side, G2 and Mouse set to match up. We'll be taking you through the Liquid Falcons matchup on the other side of it, as one of these teams, only one of those 4 teams can make it through the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely wild right there. Again, you know, we had a lot of excitement around the G2 squad and what they were bringing to the table, but obviously got Smoke Vitality looking pretty good, so looking forward to that.
Looking forward to it indeed, and we'll have to look forward just a few minutes here, folks, as we'll get that last series of the day underway here on the B stream. It'll be Liquid and Falcons when we come back from this break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Let's go, guys. Let's give them a fucking show and win. Fuck W, guys. Fuck do this shit now. Push it. Where is it? Come on. Elbow. 1v1. We are never giving up, Bray. Come on, Rocky. You're fucking insane.
Okay, no. Absolutely disgusting. And FaZe look towards the finals.
Suddenly FaZe find a gap. They find a way again. Time is ticking. No to the smoke. Rocky runs right at him. He's out of ammo. His heart must be pounding out of his chest. And will confirm victory here on Anubis. And the dream reignites for a grand final showing in Dallas.
We're buying.
We're buying.
Yeah, we should buy.
Are we gonna play double maze setup?
Yeah, sure. Dead cave.
I smoke window now.
It's open. I'm gonna go big boys.
Let's kill.
We can do some nades. Banana. Side dead. Marty, banana.
Nice!
Let's fucking go, you idiot!
Up nice,
Triggers!
That's nice! He's on me bucket. Okay, up please, baby.
Nice, good job.
Banana dead.
One mace.
2 mace, one more. Want to go B?
Bananas. Banana.
They're gonna go B.
Red.
Let's side there. Let's go!
I'm gonna say
Temple off at 1 CT.
Temple my power side and I'm only CT. 1 CT boy coming Temple. Nice, Pablo.
Lobby.
Rush. I hold you.
I will hold and can be told.
Nice, Pablo.
CT is strafing me.
I'm living. Good job.
Let's go! This is Ants going quick. They tried a quick B play earlier. It did not work. It was shut down, but this time it's just Carrigan, and he gets cleared out. Snappy has no issue with the SMG. It's speeding up and cutting through the defense. No, that's classic Ants, man. They just steamroll.
Maybe pushing banana.
Snappy's already in. He's already deep. He's already going to be wrapping around and preventing rotations.
Dead window. Take CT, Marco.
This is about to be the 6th round in a row for Ents. They're doing what they couldn't do on Mirage, which is rip the momentum out of FaZe's hands.
Nice comeback. Nice try. Down, 8-1. Their T side is not that strong when we have practiced against them. Let's go, guys. Let's play as a team. Offer flashes. Remember, trade each other. Call the space you have. Call what you don't have. Call the gaps. It's all good.
Nert's one of the sharpest players available. He'll swing on out. Of course he will! Decapitation! Handed out to Carrigan and twists.
Varsågod. Upp sitt egen.
Scream.
Scream.
Donut. Scream. Get the point. Oh, we have smoke up there.
Smoke in smoke, yeah.
Donut smoke by the high.
Yeah, no. Get donut. Can be donut. I will smoke donut, okay? So I wait you. Okay, I don't see donut. They can be close. I will go you.
On CT. Smoke donut. 2B CT.
It's a shot for Rain. He's very lucky to get away with that, and that does set up Robs. Sets him up with a chance. Robs does it! That is simply brilliant from Robs.
Out there. Donut dead.
Pushing A.
Xbox dead. 3 more. CT to dead.
One dead.
Rain needs to provide something because Carrigan's in alert position. He is there, and he's going to make it work. That's it. That's perfect. Look at Carrigan, and now it activates. Here on North American soil, trying to fight their way through to the final. Just trying to elbow his way through, but Robs is ready, and he'll take a lot of damage, but the play's in B. Twist continues.
Second.
Nice. Hide model. Flash. Boom. Dildo. Yes, no.
I will kill him.
Take on me. Martin, you are sick, bro.
You're so good! That is the moment that gets Ents back into this, and it is Madden who rises up.
One A lobby.
Be clear.
Window or them. One more. Yes, window dead.
I have window for
out. No mid. Dead. Nice.
Pushing down temple, okay, guys?
Nice, boys.
Let's go!
OG double pick, boys. Yeah, OG double pick. Let's try the smoke. One-way shit.
When they're smoking, guys, when they're smoking, middle one way. Don't be afraid to go out.
One out donut.
He's
sniffing A.
Are you safe?
Up shooting an A.
Chafing.
End A.
Ending A.
You guys are gonna fake me.
It's clear.
Take it so as you can.
They're going to pull the defense over. Remember, the bomb is still going to finish at the A bomb site. Madden needs to do something big. All 5 players from Ents are on the wrong side of the map.
Can you rush donut now, boys? To
I'm ready.
Okay, rush donut.
Donut.
Flashing going.
One more noob. 2A, 2B. Take go.
Go and hold the donut for you.
Donut clear. I have donut.
I flash right side and we take temple back, okay?
Yeah.
Flashing drive.
Temple up.
I'm with the city. I have it.
2 temple.
I have donut.
I'm flashing in front of Bubble. Side, default. I'm dinked. Look at that.
Donut dead.
FaZe are trying it back. It's overtime looming, and FaZe have done it. Carrigan finds the way to the perfect round right at the end. He had him on a string, pulled him every which way, whichever way he wanted.
Elbow one, I jumped down. One banana dead.
A guy last.
Nice.
Over that. Nice. What's up? Nice.
Teammates.
Let's see. Double dead. One more a bit. One more down banana. One more.
He's not dead.
Quick B. Flat B.
Maze one.
Walking zero now. Up. Flash opening.
One more here. No.
Let's see, right side 10, no right?
Yeah. Taking side now.
Side, no.
What's the noob?
I don't know.
Red one. 2v2.
One down.
Elbow. Another gamer.
He's done it. The other guy's done it.
Cover up under you.
Molo. Yeah. 2 molos on default. One. Maybe he went to cave.
Ents did not expect to have a chance in this, but suddenly one is presented to them.
Give it the smoke, Pavel. Give it the smoke. Give it.
Smoke.
They have to take it. These are the moments that don't come often.
Yeah, Molo bomb. I'm gonna go banana, bro.
The molly's not used for the plant either. It's used to try and dispel them. They're moving in. D has onto the site.
D stick
Maybe
it?
He has to tap it, get on it, stick it through. Robs isn't getting it. Oh my goodness, D has! No!
Let's go! Well played, Merchant Pavel.
And still uncomfortable to plant.
Left side plant. One temple.
Nothing cheating. Hey, lobby. Hey, lobby. Donut.
And it is Brokey who thrusts himself into the clutch. And Brokey, he knows you're in his temple, you're in his home, and he is going to look for you.
Nice, Brokey. Good fucking shit, Brokey. I love you, good. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. Go. Be very good. Nice. That's very good. Stay player. Together now. Nice. Send for donut. Hold on, Hey, donut.
Here's it, goes on in. Oh, he denies! He can break them again!
Rocky, you're fucking insane! Bookie, man!
Everything they've worked for in Dallas could slip away. And is this a play? Flash limps out.
3, 1 and 3. One Molotov. Also. One more on A. South.
No. Inside, smoke.
Behind, side.
Nice.
I'm planting it.
Oh, can they hold on to this one? Think of how crushing it would be. Reigns blinded, and double overtime is looking likely. It's Kerrigan's turn, and he can't find the clutch. An impossible situation, and Ents once again outlast.
Is it wrong? Is it right?
I have best spawn. I will fuck them up.
Okay.
Is it dark? Is it light?
Last day. The rushing gate.
And Robs hears all the footsteps. Madden's coming through.
That donut. Like,
One side.
Side one.
I flash CT.
Plant. I have backside. Take backside. Sided. Yeah. Temple dead.
Nice.
There's a second angle to this attack onto the bomb site. Oh, Brokey goes quick. Oh, he goes moving fast. Before the plant, Sun Pius handles it.
Elbow pushing. Last for him. We have Molly also.
Just sticking it?
Yeah, take it.
And the Molly goes in. That can make the difference. It's too late. He's burning, and the defuse is already through. Kerrigan's going to take it. Sure, some bias at the end makes it look nice. There was a little bit of spice, but it's certainly the round for FaZe.
It be dead.
Nice! Fucking nice ball, Luas.
Is it dark? Is it light?
Nice.
Together now.
Good job.
Can you
be dead? Nice. One more.
Pushing one more. One more.
FaZe Clan, they do not break through. They do not get it done. And this game is not over.
We are never giving up, Bray. Default. Donk.
Tobias, he cannot lock it in. He cannot confirm this round. He's and now Diha on the defuse again. Oh, it's dastardly. Oh, it's the defuse chance, and he's done it.
Great place, Pavel.
1 second. Dildo.
As Robs is now in a 1 versus 1. And this round is certainly beckoning for FaZe. The Taz, the run, and the Robs round again. The FaZe better play, but this is going to be enough. Robs, he finds the only sanctuary, and Brokey will help. Breaking them apart time and time again. Just some bias, and FaZe have a clean round.
Fucking door.
Good base.
Side dead.
Okay, close.
I smoke him.
Outside. One more.
Okay,
Hold the phone, this is going to slow down. Robs is on a flank.
Mini elbow. Optaken. Don't it.
Diha doesn't care. Get out of here. He says as Rain twists back. It is only Rain.
Nice!
That means that one up touching mid.
Push it. Window.
Ents cannot feel comfortable running out, but they try, but Rand's already here.
Left side, left side. Let's go, boys. Woo!
Red up for the game.
Nice, the two boys.
1A, 1B.
Sampias and Madden once again find a path to be competitive.
Can be right side.
Should be right side.
He composes himself.
Up elbow. Up elbow.
And the timing has worked so well for him to drop back into cave, and they pull him in.
Elbow, last up. Robin's behind. Chill now.
Madden denied. No bomb plant. FaZe Clan get the first round of overtime 4.
Keep pushing, keep pushing.
Out there, coming.
Follow him in.
Side.
One more dead.
Donut.
Last alone. LG, I'll be there.
I smoke city. I'm only with 10 for guys.
Go side. Ready.
Uh-oh, you can't plant there. Not in the face of Rops.
Is he peeking? Could be peeking. Side to side.
No chance, no rounds for Ents in this side of overtime. They limp out with 3 players and they attempt to plant the bomb. Ents are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
Let's get it on CT, boys. Don't lose hope, okay? Don't lose.
Round by round, guys. We can make it, okay?
This series is gonna be legendary. Let's win it.
Oh no, they line up! Sampias! Ents stay in this matchup.
He's in miss. I have a smoke here.
And Nerds, he's the man that is tasked with dealing with it, and he is not going to do it. But Twist falls. Madden hits the shot. Remember, Diha is still here.
Close right, but pushing out.
Outside. Out there, boys, side.
Playing for Donut. Temple CT. Temple up. CT AK.
Look at Rain. Oh, this timing is so sick. If FaZe can just hold on long enough, if Rain can get there quick enough.
Up Temple.
Hold the temple.
Pushing CT or something.
Can be out CT.
2 CT.
Ice cream. Top side. One more side.
Dead.
Halo behind. CT.
It does come down to Rain, but the defuse is in. It's not spreading, and we have to go again. What a retake from Ents. I cannot believe it. The never-ending war. On their feet, 3 in a row to bring it right back.
Up that. That should be close, man.
City. Ice cream.
Yeah, Diha wanted stance on the bomb side. He wanted to get behind the boxes, but realized he didn't have the timing. Nerds, oh, he stops it. That's massive. The delay is everything right now. Time is everything for Ents as they shift over.
Donut switch fading. No, I smoked it.
Okay.
Xbox one, play.
Default. I flash here, man. Behind us.
Temple out. Temple Donut.
Donut.
And Rops is going to watch for it. The molly, it can go out to the side. He'll use it. The glass smashes against the wall, and so will Ents' chances of picking up this round. Rops is ridiculous. He is inevitable. Encourages the Ents players to fall back into a more passive setup on this B site. Here comes the utility. Here comes the move. And here comes FaZe Clan running right into Snappy. They do not get past. Snappy whops out the staff and stops them from getting anywhere near them.
Running in. City.
Rain.
One more.
Scream.
Right side close. Scream.
Rain.
Scream.
Right side.
Scream.
2v2. Half alive. The front Robin.
Snappy's behind. Rain is going to go. Ow, he's going to go back, and he gets that angle right at the right time. Sampias brings his up on over. It's a brilliant kill on the first. How bright can he shine?
Nice, bro! Some punches!
I'm only doing that.
Only did also. Flashing long also.
I'm flash ABC.
Out, pitch, out,
Maybe out.
Flashing one more long, flashing. Out, oh, side. Nice!
Bill, I'm behind.
I'm only long and I smoke at ABC. You take it.
Just play.
I'm plant. They're retake. I have phelps.
You can see how paranoid they are about him coming around the back.
Flashing elbow, Harry. Zero smoke waiting. What's up? Robin, can you flash some smoke here?
Yeah.
Dillo.
2 kills away. Looking at that grand final. Snappy and the end side have done it. A war fought between FaZe and ENCE. Every round, more and more. But it is ENCE who come out on top.
up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds. Grow some trees. Ain't no smoke that's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off ID, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024, the 100th IEM historic occasion, and one where we might not be seeing some of the returning champions of just last year. It's another elimination game here on the B stream. Today, we got Liquid taking on the Falcons. And well, they might need the power of the Falcon punch if the Falcons are going to punch their weight here, because it's not exactly been pretty for them lately, but much can be said the same for Liquid. And I mean, beyond pretty, it's been chaotic here, Cole.
Yeah. I mean, again, we talk about the Liquid opportunity that they had in that dang upper bracket there, where they were so very close. And if you roll all the way back towards Nuke, you know that they were just a round off of maybe just sealing that 1-2-0. What could have been? What could have been for Liquid?
If Skulls had just turned left, perhaps. There's a clip that you might have seen making the rounds of the internet. If you haven't, here's a refresher. Oh, this was actually physically painful. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. They don't have our incredulity on this replay. They don't have our cast on this replay, but they were right next to each other. Right next to each other for 40 seconds of just pure anxiety-inducing terror in this matchup. And it just kind of shows some of the absolute madcap moments that we had in this game, doesn't it, Cole?
Oh, it was just madness for sure. And then again, like this round here, while it did allow for a little bit of life, a little bit of extra extension in Liquid, it felt like this was going to be the curtains.
I can't believe he just leaves. He just leaves. He just leaves. Oh my God. One of the most insane moments I've ever cast. And I just need to know. I need to know what Skulls actually thinks about that now that he's presumably seen the clip.
Surely.
It's
out there.
They still won. They won the round. It was a great play from Skulls. Possibly one of the most insane ones I've ever seen.
He was just looking for the multi-kill instead of just the one long. He was playing the long game right there the whole time.
I need to know. I need to know. What did Skulls think? What did Skulls think? Let's find out.
Liquid have got their backs against the wall here in Dallas, and they're taking on Falcons next. We've got Skulls with me, and Skulls, I want to talk about something not so much about the recent games, more about a moment that happened on Dust 2. Did you? You saw the clip. What was your reaction when you saw the clip?
I couldn't believe it, really. Like, Carol sent me the clip later, and I watched it, and wow, that was a timing. Yeah.
That was one hell of a timing, right? There's not many times that's going to happen. I also want to look at just 9Z in general, because I know for you guys this game's going to sting to lose that, but you played them when you were on Liberty, you played them when you were on Pain as well, you know these guys. How tough was that to lose when you're on Liquid for the first game, where on paper you're the favourites?
I mean, of course it's sad to lose, but at the same time I'm just happy for them, because I know them for a long time, and I know like their struggles and how hard it is to be a SA team that doesn't bootcamp at all in Europe, and just presenting a very good CS here in Dallas. And I'm just proud of the boys at the same time and happy for them, because like it's the least thing I can do.
Okay, so you got a nice way of looking at it. I like that for sure. Now, in terms of this was the first time you played 9Z on Liquid, it's going to be the first time you guys play Falcons as well, which does look like it will be a tougher team for you guys. What do you make of where this game can go, and how much harder do you think it's going to be?
I mean, I think we are just focused on our own game. We don't care about like the opponents that we face, because if we want to reach playoffs and reach the grand finals here, we need to beat everyone. So we just focus on a game at a time, and yeah.
Do you feel there's a lot of pressure on you for this one?
Of course there's pressure, but again, we're just taking a game at a time, because it's going to be a long path. So yeah, we just need to focus on the present.
Okay, focus on the present, focus on the game ahead of you. Thank you very much, Skulls. And we'll get ourselves back into the game with our commentators. And I'm not getting hit by a ball, but Skulls are catching them. Let's see if he catches them when he goes into the game.
Good reception. I mean, look, if this Counter-Strike thing doesn't work out, Skulls, try out for the Cowboys. Their brand's on the ball. We don't like them here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Go Birds.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I mean, a little bit of a rivalry there. You're giving one of our better receptions just away to our rivals.
You know, There's a few receivers out there. I think Skulls, might be making a go of it in this one. Huddle up for Liquid. One thing we really did notice for Liquid in that previous series is even when things were going right, you really couldn't tell from looking at the faces. It feels like, per the reports that we've been seeing around, there's some serious tension in this roster. Maybe we're reading too much into it. Maybe we're reading tea leaves, but there are definitely some moments where it feels like not all is well in paradise.
Yeah, and again, that cost him dearly, I think, on Nuke more than anything, where that was where things were going very well, and you could almost feel the writing was on the wall, that it wasn't going to remain that way for very long there. And I think they very quickly bounced back, because Anubis did look much better for them. It looked like, even when they had that 9-3 lead, and even when we did see 9Z try and pull back a slight comeback there, and they did, they brought it back to 9-8, it still felt like Liquid were in the driver's seat. And that sort of rapid transition into a much more comfortable Liquid was promising. Didn't linger too much into Dust 2, obviously, where we finally saw 9Z get off to that better lead. But now they need a day in between those two series, and they need this in the lower bracket to keep on moving, where there's pressure on how you do in this series and in this event. Well, again, I hope they use that day wisely.
I hope so, right? This still feels like Liquid, we just don't really know what to expect when we load into the server, map to map, series to series right now, especially with some of the questions hovering over the team about KDN's further status. I mean, individual performance have been certainly all over the map, right? Who's standing up, who's popping off, who's having a bit of a stinker, but the team as a whole, there's moments of this lack of cohesion. I mean, even yesterday on that Dust 2 game, it felt like, so many of the rounds were just Yekindar trying to create, and the rest of the team maybe not following suit. Maybe they're on different pages, and that just can't happen today up against this Falcons roster, because yes, this Falcons roster, as we shift gears, have certainly had their own dose of criticism, their own dose of pressure, of tension, but we've started to see a little bit of that lift back in. We've started to see a little bit of that caliber that we know these players can achieve. And I mean, yesterday in particular, Sun Pius over on Dust 2 is serving heaps and doses of that up against Monty.
Oh yeah, and I'm very excited to see this, because as we mentioned yesterday, when they were taking on Monty, it just felt like Monty had too many new changes, too many new pieces for them to succeed up against the caliber that Falcons, we know what they deliver. And I think Liquid is that perfect next step for Falcons right now. When we talk about climbing up that staircase throughout this lower bracket here, the challenge is going to get even more difficult later down the line. But again, you're kind of going up against a little bit of a beaten down Liquid here as they head into the lower bracket. And I think it could be a good chance for them to capitalize, and it could be a good opportunity to get their heads back in this one and start to make their way through.
And it's always worth pointing out here again, if you're just tuning in, if you're not so familiar with this squad, reminder that the core of this Falcon squad came from a little team called ENTS, and that just last year they lifted this trophy in Dallas. Had one of the high points of that entire roster on this event, on this stage at the K. Paley Hutchinson Convention Center. So there's some fond memories there, and I'm sure there's a strong desire to show that they are the kind of team that can get back to that point. There's a lot more work to do, though, at Liquid. Obviously, the next hurdle. We got the veto coming through. Falcon's going to go in towards that nuke after having watched that Liquid collapse. Got Ancient coming through from Liquid. How are you feeling about this veto, Cole?
I mean, again, I think it's a good opportunity here for Liquid to offer up some redemption very quickly on Nuke. They kick things off with some, exciting opportunities to defend on the CT side, and that's always going to be an asset. And then these latter two maps as well here are things that you can kind of catch off guard here. Falcons coming into this event struggling just a little bit when it comes to their consistency on Anubis. Lost out to G-Stu on this map, got closed out by him with his injuries. The defense was a little bit missing. So, if you're on the side of Falcons, these last two maps are, I think, more so than anything what you're concerned about. But again, like, if Liquid can just give us some of that same strength and bar those mental issues that they ran into towards the tail end of Nuke, that mental hurdle that they had to jump through, I think, they're happy with all three of these maps.
And of course, with this veto, there's one other thing that we should point out before we actually get into the server. Whoever wins this matchup is going to get a very questionable reward. They're going to get the opportunity to play either G2 or Mouse for that last spot in the arena. So, whichever way you slice it, this is perhaps going to be the easiest part of their journey to playing in front of the crowd. But it's this test that both teams are going to need to show us that they can overcome. If you looked at these 10 players in a server, and you looked at this a year ago, you would say, wow, this must be a battle between two top 5 teams. This must be a battle of some of the best players, the Counter-Strike world's ever known. Maybe, you have some questions about Skulls was certainly less proven than the rest, but these were two teams at the beginning of the year that kind of have had similar paths. They were tabbed for glory. They were expected to show greatness very quickly and develop and gel. And it just hasn't quite worked out that way.
Yeah, and this being an elimination match, what does that mean for heading into an off season where there are going to be some shuffles, where there are going to be some motions, and that's already kind of the word around the street for this Liquid roster here. That puts all the extra pressure on this matchup, because for one of these two teams, again, there are going to be questions about stability. There's are going to be questions heading into that player break about, what's going to be the answer? Is it going to be, are we going to change up the roster? Are we going to make these moves? So that's going to be interesting for me as well, is one of these two teams is going to find themselves in that tough position.
Yeah, and I mean, I think just from our perspective as outside observers, without, with the rumors that are floating around, with the information that's floating around, with the reports that have been made, but without the knowledge from inside the team, these guys are going to be under a microscope. We were doing it yesterday. I think it's going to be happening all tournament long. Certainly for Liquid, you're just looking at anything to give you a little bit of information for where the fault lines might be, for where the fractures might be, seeing if teammates are on the same page, if they've got the same idea, what plays might be coming around, and it is always going to be a factor here for a team where there are rumors swirling. What can they show? Can they put those doubts away? Can they show that this 5 need to stick together, need to be given more time? Or is this potentially the last best of 3 series we're ever going to see for these 5 players in Liquid jerseys?
Yeah, exactly that here. And again, you got to take it back to what could have been there on the 9Z matchup, and coming so close to that opportunity to play into the playoffs, which would have been such a huge step up for this team as well. Getting a chance to play in front of the crowd here, kind of having that home turf advantage.
And yeah, I mean, speaking of that, the crowd is hungry, dude. They want to watch North American Counter-Strike in their home soil. We've already lost Complexity, the Dallas hometown heroes. We've lost M80, the young plucky upstarts. We've still got G-Stu. We've still got Liquid. That only one of them can even possibly make it through, and they might not even get to the chance to show it.
Yeah, I mean, and that opportunity right there, a chance for that home crowd to have an opportunity to root for an NA team would be a massive deal. That's going to be everything, and again, I think that could be something you wield to affect. And as has been mentioned many a times before, Dallas winners sometimes are just a little bit inconsistent, a little bit different. So it is always interesting to see if you make that playoff run, can you extend it further?
We're getting a full hot swap of a PC. I don't know what his status in the team is, but he's somehow caused an issue with the status of the PC. So Kadian's getting a hot swap on in there. We got George on under the desk, working away with his monkey wrench. But eventually, that will come through. So adding the team on it, making it happen, getting this all through. It is just, it's so interesting, right? The storyline of these two teams, we've been focusing on Liquid primarily with it just because of the rumors that are swirling around, knowing that this genuinely could be the last best of 3 for a team that had so much promise. I mean, think back to, even before the player break, when we're watching them move a car stuck in the sand. Everyone's like, this is the future. Look at them gelling. They're weeping and embracing and what could be. They're forging these people into a unit, into one spirit, one soul, and then maybe they should have forged them into one Counter-Strike team.
Yeah, what was so ambitious right there is you're not really operating with like a core. You're just bringing in so many new pieces. It's a team building project. And I think that's what they tried to take the approach there out of the gates. I remember them talking about how they weren't even playing Counter-Strike when they had first initially introduced this team here. It was all about building this team, building this unity, and now pan over just a couple months later, and we're not sure if that team building it's lasted all that long.
It's just crazy. It just goes to show you can spend however much you want. You can get the biggest names possible. I mean, think about this. We had a top flight IGL, considered pretty much indisputably a top 5 IGL when he was coming over into this roster at that time in the world. You've got Naf, who's been just a cornerstone, consistent contributor to this org years and years. You've got the prodigal son in Twists, who left the team, was pushed out by tough situations, went out on his own, struck out, and won a major and another Grand Slam with FaZe, coming back to bring that knowledge, to bring that experience. you've got Yekindar, the guy who was supposed to be an absolute difference maker coming into this roster, who had some misfires, but certainly still had the promise. And you had Skulls, this potential new next big thing coming from South America, an eye-popping buyout attached to him, all sorts of promise and expectations, articles calling him the perfect teammate. All of these factors coming together. You're looking at this, you're looking at the recipe of this potion, and you're thinking, surely this has to be the Alchemist Brew. Surely this has to turn lead into gold. This has to make absolute magic in the server. And it just goes to show, you never know how those ingredients are going to go until they're actually together and what's going to combust.
That's the brutal part of building a team here. So you can have all the right pieces, you can have all the right answers, and it just doesn't come out to where you want it to. The equation's off. And that has to be somewhat of a brutal reality. And again, it's forced them to, maybe start to lean in on rethinking some of these decisions long term here. So, I mean, again, there's been a lot of questions as to where you go to next, but it probably just depends on, maybe even still how they perform in this tournament. Maybe there is some opportunity for redemption. That's what I was expecting here, is to come through and maybe see some new styles out of Liquid, some new calling that was necessary here, just to give it one last chance, see if we can land these adjustments. Because, as we were saying earlier, we've got to like to win, and sometimes it's winning my way that matters the most, but winning is what's most important here, and so however they can figure out a way to do that is going to be key.
And that's always the question, right? When you have these rumors that changes are potentially coming in, is like, as players, you can respond kind of in one of two ways. Well, three ways, let's be honest. There's some teams that realize they're dead and just have fun with that last event, maybe have a surprising result, but they know it's over. There's some teams that say, no, we don't want this to be over. We want to fight this. We want to prove that we need to stay together and try and battle and have the best result yet, so that you could put that pause in their mind and say, maybe it's not time for changes. Maybe there's more work to be done. And then you might also have some teams that say, actually, I do really want this guy gone. Don't know that I'm necessarily going to put in 100% at this one, because frankly, I think it's time for a change.
Yeah. And what's interesting here is that at the very least, we're not seeing, I don't think we're seeing a Liquid that's like taking this one lightly or just having fun with it. I haven't seen a lot of those moves. I've been seeing a little bit more of the same old, and some very intense environments there where it feels like, it isn't just kind of heading into this event with no pressure.
Yeah. No, definitely not. Looking at the other side as well, I mean, talking about that pressure, talking about, the number of times this team was supposed to be the super team. And Snappy's did everything at every point to try and throw water on that. We're not a super team. We're not a super team. That's not the expectation. We're not really that. We're not really that. Well, you spend the numbers. You bring in the pieces. You got the major winners sitting next to you in Dupree and Magisk. You've got Zonic standing behind you. Expectations are high, and you're taking a core that showed that they could win here in IEM Dallas, that showed that they could lift the trophy on this stage, and you added in two major winners and the most experienced, most pedigreed coach you possibly could in the world of Counter-Strike. And again, we haven't seen the results. Again, we haven't seen the motion. They've already made one change, taking out that mercurial potential player and Boros, moving in Dupree for the extra XP, and still haven't quite found the formula, though maybe they're getting closer.
Yeah, I think they're on the right track there, but like we've said here, it's been a lot of talk about with the Boros roster still being involved there, with the struggle in building that playbook, and still it feels like that conversation is kind of being hinted at here in some of these equations from Falcons. It's like the playbook hasn't been built here, and we still haven't been able to get everything slotted in perfectly. And the bigger question there is you've got a lot of those pieces. I think you've got to upgrade them when it comes to some of the anchoring that Magisk can bring to the table. You are missing a very key piece there, and that was that firepower that Nerds had given you, and that's got to be such a big deal. It's got to be something that Snappy's missing at this point.
Yeah. No, absolutely still the case. Still trying to find their footing. I mean, as well, even the coaching change, right? We were talking last year so much about how Saul and Snappy seem to be this brilliant brain trust, and while you've gotten another guy who's just world class in terms of respect, there's always going to be a little bit of a period of the melding of the minds, as perhaps their opponents in Liquid have also learned. Now we should, as we've been told, we've been promised, should be getting into this shortly. So headsets back on, hearing really soon in my ears, so I'm going to put my trust in Amit, trust that this is in fact going to happen. So it's time to hop into the server. The proof, as they say, is in the pudding, and it's time for us to do our taste test as we get to watch one of these teams' final best of threes. at the IEM Dallas 2024.
Go. Oh, no,
it's the music.
There you go.
Let's do it. Fist bumps on land, music playing, blood pumping. Who's it going to be? Liquid or Falcons? One of these teams is going home. And for one of them, it could be their last dance with this roster. Let's find out.
That's what I think the big deal is right now. Let's find out here who's going to be heading home a little bit sour with a lot of questions. Who's going to be able to strike forward in this lower bracket? Skulls gives them a little Wild West swing right there. And the Quaddies on the A site ready to defend here. They've got a lot of guns ready to go.
The one found though, despite the 2 pistols, but Cadian strikes in for more now. Twists, activates. Man advantage found for Liquid. Bomb dropped down as well. That's the big risk. Magisk trying to reclaim it, putting down some suppressing fire, and it's a dive down the vent, but look at who's ready. Was ready for the player, but not so much the bullets. That's a bomb plant. That's a bomb plant guaranteed. Snappy staying up top. It's activating now. Here comes the motion. Not just looking for this. Here's the dance. He's got the neck. Snappy hasn't even revealed himself just yet, and it's just down to one man. Yekindar. What can he do? Dancing around the box. Finds the first. Assassination on that. Does he have the read on the next? Should do. Off of his double control, but he needs this kill, and Snappy knows it. It's a foot race now. That's a decoy. Not going to blind much of anyone. Could have just had it on the stick, but Snappy won't give him the fight, and as he's pulled off, oh, Snappy knows he's won it. Going in for the killing blow, but it won't matter whether he finds it or not. They're both dead to bomb, and this one's going off, and the first round falls for the Falcons.
What a steal right there. I mean, just some tough shots went out there on the bottom. That lower sight right there from Magisk, able to isolate those duels perfectly. He actually jumps on top of Naf, finding that frag in the vents, which was, I mean, obviously a very difficult one, but then still holding on the line, dealing with Katie at long range with that Glock. Very tough position to find yourself in, but Falcons in an important reroute, able to, in some form or fashion, rely on some of the heroics.
Smokes outside, creating a carpet for Madden to traverse. There's another player who was very, very good for Falcons in their previous series up against Monty. Kind of the sneaky star of this roster. Maybe not so sneaky anymore. But certainly a guy they need contributing and who delivers more often than not. Double setup here in the vents. Madden has given many audio cues, but still Skulls will not be able to capitalize. Knew exactly where the player was coming from, and yet Madden is a thorn in their side. Now he knows how much he's distracting his teammates. Are going to take advantage of the noise that he's made and move in towards A. Their sight set, though a smoke will hold them off, at least for a tick of the clock.
They're just trying everything to flush him out. They cannot find him, though. He's such a nuisance until he finally goes down. But Naf, in the meantime, is stuck on the ladder trying to defend the A-bomb site, and that's never where you want to be. So, moseying the way on in towards the A-bomb site here, and should be safety secured. It depends on if this flank can come through towards Squeaky. No, not quite. Some Pius eventually becomes aware. And Naf and Cadian left to try and find some saves here, most likely. A couple pop shots their way, but Falcon's going to keep things nice and safe. Or they're going to get aggressive, look for the hunt, and some Pius will deliver a quick trade, only holding on to that scout there for Cadian.
Worth the price, they figure.
Bomb's going to hurt.
Yeah.
There's a FAMAS in Vince, but if he keeps on walking, he's going to die. So he just has to run through to secret right now at this point. Oh, please don't die. There you go.
Should be all right.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Okay. Just making us nervous. Put a little doubt in our mind. But, you know, Cadian ever the daredevil.
Knows how to make a save interesting, I guess.
Yeah. Keeping us on the edge of our seats, which should be the most boring of moments in a Counter-Strike round. Call him Evil Knievel. Ever the showman.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you for giving us something.
Unfortunately, a showman at this point without a stage needs to try and find it.
See if he can get back to that point at least where he can claw their way through again on this map of Nuke. I think they had themselves just a couple of opportunities to sink that one on in, and you know, that map could have very well meant a 2-0 in the series versus 9Z. So trying to wipe your memory clean, but then right back onto this territory once again for you. What was that CT side that they were able to dominate though? 9Z couldn't really get a lot going on their T side. Meanwhile, Falcons lifting off very early.
It is always nice to have the benefit of the pistol conversion. Makes life a lot easier. So now they just need to not trip, not stumble. Seems like the Falcons will dash their way on in. Snappy finds one, but it is the stack. Not a lot of weaponry. And the stack has been dismantled. Falcons finding player after player, making sure that none of these pistols are going to pose a threat.
They're just looking to win by elimination right there, walking into that stack, cutting them all down. So there is no casualties for that round. This T side building up, but this is going to be the bigger test. We'll see if they can get off to those same solid defenses that we were seeing yesterday. Very proactive, containing control. Kinder getting pretty aggressive towards that outer yard, limiting a lot of what 9Z could do. Oh, they did triple native mini right there. They were looking for a cheeky opener, but no one there to catch it. Instead, just an early gambit used from Falcons on the first gun round. I always appreciate a good first gun round gimmick. And so, while they don't connect for any damage, I like the thought.
Base outside. Given over, but there's a player in secret. Cadian is waiting. Cadian is hungry. Cadian will find. Magisk is down. Lots of map control information now known. Cadian's wary that someone could be close, but there's no one close at hand. Still, he'll play his life. Make sure to keep this lead buttoned up. And it seems like this is going to be an A-take. Snappy's going up top to set up utility here. Just a molly and a flash to try and get them through the choke points in towards the site. It's Skulls will receive the molly. There's Twist in mini. It's a pretty good setup, especially when Twist gets the kill first thing. Why even wait for the execute to come through?
A little help a lot, just disrupting that completely, which I think was necessary because Skulls is only on the bomb site proper. He was a bit solo in that sense.
That's hard. That's hard. Lots of footsteps coming out this way. Now, does he dodge the flashbang? Looked like he dodged the worst of it, certainly. But still gonna lose the fight, just straight up. Out-dueled there on the swing from Subfias, and now the lower site's under threat. But Cadian's still here, and they don't know. They do not know. Deal with the bomb, and it's all over. Dupree trying to stick the plant, but he's forced off by a hail of bullets. There's the check, now they know. And he's out of time, he's out of chances, and he's clocked as well.
I mean, not the end of the world right there. He still has some cash flow, but a fantastic finish. Rolling through right there. Cadian all over the map. Starts it off towards that outer yard. Able to seal that one on pretty early. Cadian as well down in towards that lower side. And honestly, what could have been a good opportunity for Falcons to capitalize on what felt like a slightly weakened A bomb site. It's not maintained. Liquid hold the line. Cadian activating on the first gun round, but Debris flies around the corner and deals with the Akindar. Absolutely blasts him. And we've got a big 4v5 to kick things off. A fantastic start here for this round. Falcons look for some immediate redemption.
That's going to be trouble on for Cadian as well, right? He's the only player towards the bottom of the site. Rotations can come through. They've got vent control, so maybe some reinforcements can come in. Naf as well, but Naf is wary about the outside wrap. And meanwhile, this bomb's creeping ever closer towards B. The Falcons wrapping their talons around this bomb site and squeezing.
Oh man, what an adjustment right there. Quick on a Naf. A 3v5 now. Snappy turning that corner slowly and letting Cadian deal with them. Subpious next step back. Same fate right there. Cadian holding down the line again in this lower side now to dodge like an absolute phantom. Cannot be catched by Dupree, and repositioning into even more valuable real estate here. He opens up that door to just fake out some presence, but he's again spotted, and problems arise here as Mad misses his opportunity to deal with the problem on this lower site. Magic's in the meantime able to find a quick kill there, dealt with eventually by Skulls, and Cadian still defending this lower site with his life. Buying time for this rotation to activate here in Skulls. Now it's just Dupree left versus 2.
Calling the escape artist. How is Cadian staying alive this long? Now Dupree under pressure, and Cadian constantly on the move. Can't be pinned down. He's just so slippery. Every time they think they've got a read on him, a beat on him, he's just gone out through an egress and away. Brilliant bit of maneuvering. From a guy who caught a lot of flack for his performance yesterday. He's finding some early impact here on Nuke, and it is much needed for this embattled Liquid side. Oh, big twist. A little surprised by one of the motions there. A little surprised by the shot, but it all works out. Now the money's getting into an interesting place. Reminder, Dupree got clocked. There have been some awkward moments here, so this bank has run just about dry. The pockets are deep in the Falcons camp, but all things come to an end.
I mean, again, Madden fast on his motion towards this outer yard. Wants some more, but Mollies will keep him at bay for now. The HE doesn't reveal any opportunities for Yakindar. Got leveled out in that last round here, but still looking for these duels. Hasn't lost any of the confidence.
They heard him shifting back in towards Mini, so they're going to trust this outside play, and he's actually gone down. There will be someone to receive. But Falcons seem convinced that this is the ideal path into most of these rounds. Smokes outside, take lower. Smokes outside, take lower. Yakindar's about to... Oh, man. Get caught out. The timing on it is brutal. An HE there would have been a bit of magic, but now with Naf lost, the chance to even get back into this might have slipped them by. Cadian gone, the op on the dirt, an expensive round now to deal with, as Liquid just eyeing up the save, thinking about what they can even bring out of it. That makes it a little easier, but 4 HP. He wants the op, but he's going to need to get the heck out of dodge after he finds it.
Knows his route straight forward. He's going to bail. You got to get as far away from that bomb as possible. Falcons right there with some fury. Down towards that lower side. I mean, again, it's so quiet on the cross towards that outer yard. They don't make any noise. And then all of a sudden, Yakindar's got 4 players in his face. What are you to do to defend up against that sort of presence right there? Just far too much to deal with.
It's a tough one. That's been the exposed weakness early on, and right now Snappy is challenging them. He's saying, show me your moves. If you can't stop us from getting down secret, you ain't stopping old Captain Falcon over here. Off they move. What's the change up from Liquid? They tried to smoke pop in that last round. Reminder, it's not like they're being passive on this. They're trying to look for solutions, and this time it's a change-up pitch from Falcons. They're straight out into the upper site, taking the Molotov. Twist will collect on the first, but traded. And Skulls, meanwhile, has lost himself in the smokes. His teammates falling by the wayside. Somehow he stays alive. But that nifty bit of maneuvering might just enable him to actually save his gun. Cadian tagged up, will have to concede, have to back away. Falcons making no mistakes about this one, but the kill from Skulls. Oh, that might just draw them back in. Naf desperately hoping for something with Skulls lost. Cadian low, Naf low. They're going to concede once more. Liquid bailing out of this, as they're just not winding up in these post-plant scenarios with enough to actually weigh in.
Might not have enough here to get Naf out of dodge as well. 1 bullet left in the chamber. Couldn't do the trick. Tough exit right there. I mean, what works out so well is, again, I think just isolating Twist alone in that bomb site. Skulls is just fully rotated in, caught by these flashes over and over again. And it ends up kind of being a non-factor in the round entirely, as they target the weak bomb site. Only 2 defenders. I mean, usually you're going to be able to have some sort of advantageous trade there. And that's just a really well called round and a good pace change here. It's still been pretty flashy from Falcons all the way through. They've been very quick about their motions, but a fast A play is not something we've seen just yet.
Here we're seeing the timeout, and this actually does look better. You know, whatever we were seeing yesterday, which is insane because it was when Liquid was in a much better situation. That first timeout got called on Nuke, and we were seeing obvious signs of disagreement in a way that is just not usually that telegraphed on player cams. Not the case here. We're seeing nodding. They seem to be on the same page. They seem to have settled down whatever was flaring up. So maybe, despite the scoreline not boding well, that alone bodes well for Liquid going forward. Still, the Falcons don't care how smiley or naughty or happy you are. They would like to crush your spirit. Madden not able to do so. Yeki quickly traded out, but Skulls looking for more. This nade bouncing into heaven. Oh! Touchdown! Sun Bias now collecting players headed through smoke. Plenty of teammates in his favor. And eco kills galore. Cadian gonna give it a look with the op. The Clutch Meister himself, he finds the first, looking for the last. The USP, though, can't find the kill.
So Pius just get to stare him down right there. Just finished the job. And the 1v1. Finally, we see, you know, a little bit more resistance on this A side, but back-to-back calls here from Snappy just to rush it down towards that A side. That is bold moves.
Against the Pistols, too.
Yeah, and honestly, fresh off the back of a timeout there, you feel like this is where the timeout was leaning more towards right now, is around like this, where all the guns are in order, but it's one of those moves where it's just like, okay, you called the timeout, what's your game plan? We're going to throw the playbook right in your face.
Maybe you saw those 9Z 3B rushes in a row last night, thought,
that could work.
Flashbacks. Nav strikes first. That's ramp shut down.
It's a quick pickup. Right there, and a much-needed 4v5 to offer up relief. Timing on the spam, though. Walks right into the headshot, and Madden has a nasty lurk through Mini here. They're not being fully covered, and he gets to strike towards the outer yard. One more as the flashbang's perfect for Magisk as well. And Madden's still working the outer yard. This 4v5's crumbled within a flash. Dupree takes care of another, and Cadian has found himself last man standing again somehow. He's just left scratching his head, and now on the wrong bomb site as well.
Oh, I mean, that one just genuinely, if you're Liquid, you're just, huh? Everything's good. Twist head through smoke, everything done. Vaporized. Madden, incredible play there. His pathing perfect. The flashbang timing, you're absolutely right. It's these elements of team plays that are really coming together for Falcons. It's a little detail, right? But it is just the littlest of details. The flash that sets up Madden comes from one of the non-N-score players.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of cohesion is not exactly what we've gotten out of Falcons heading into this event here. So that sort of cohesion is what's necessary. It buys them an extra half second for that kill. It gives them another opening to add to the tally and one more prong to worry about if you're Liquid in the advantage.
Falcons not too concerned about saving money, it seems, at this point. The bomb will take them out of play, but they feel like they're playing with House Capital. 7 on the board already in this first half, and a Liquid that's constantly on the edge of ruination, never able to build anything into this half. So they will throw away every AK they need to continue to keep the pressure on, to continue to keep the heat turned up, and continue to turn Team Liquid into steam.
There's full pressure right now. Right back to it here. Madden on his solo adventures, this time actually helped out by Dupree. There's multiples heading in towards those locations, towards the outside. Spam rolling through right now as well. I mean, Liquid have thrown all of their resources at this outer yard, and Snappy has taken advantage of this and is now calling over to the rest of his squad that, oh my god, I am about to have the biggest flank.
He's going to get into heaven if he wants it. Take the locker player, looking for more. Now he's got the heaven play. What can you do? Everyone just has to turn their head. Everyone has to be focused on this. This is just complete disarray. What do you even do now? If you're Liquid, how do you mount a defense? They've got full ramp control. They're expecting the player up. Look at how many players are frozen. 2 of them locked on the angle, waiting for the maneuver from now.
Oh my god.
Snappy continues to collect just this nightmare, this commando behind enemy lines. And if you're Liquid, how can you mount a front when you don't know if your back is secured? Bit by bit, they falter. The trade on the NAF, never a chance, and it's all up to Snappy.
It's Snappy and it's dominoes here that are just falling piece by piece. He sets it all up at the start. Look at the smile on his face when these plays.
Ear to ear.
are working perfectly, and that is a smile of a person who knows that he is in Cadian's head right now, calling exactly around what he's doing, calling around the next move, the reaction to what Snappy's going to do. He knows your next step.
You know, that's an element we haven't even touched on in this matchup, right? Is we've talked about the turmoil, the disarray, the parallel storylines between these two teams. We haven't talked about the parallels between these two IGLs, right? Two Danish in-game leaders who haven't always found the most shine from their countrymen, but who, despite that, have battled into other opportunities. I mean, Cadian replaced Snappy as the in-game leader of Heroic. That was a change that came through. So there's been a lot of ties, a lot of history between these two players, and it's always going to feel good to get one over on them.
Snappy's certainly doing that right now. Plays going straight into their hands, so just catching this aggression, at the very least some relief on multiple occasions there. Short-lived with a trade from Madden. Twist and Yakindar left versus the world, and it's just not going their way. MP9 long-range duel, it's just going to be over in a flash. Falcons claim a 9th here. And now Liquid, they get the Uno reverse card pulled on them right here. It's potentially, at the best of scenarios, going to be a 9-3 half for them.
One more chance to turn this from an absolute curb stomping to just a little bit of a bounce back. I mean, at this point, this is brutal. This is brutal. A 9-3 is tragic, to say the least. If you're Liquid, you're going to feel battered one way or another, but that little ray of hope, that one sunbeam cracking through the clouds, breaking up the hailstorm, perhaps. That's what you're looking for right now. You're looking for a weather change outlook. Meteorological phenomena.
There's thunder in Dallas right now, but...
Thunder, hail, maybe a tornado?
Yeah,
Heroes are getting quite the experience of, you know, the
weather. Middle
and south of America. Welcome.
It's about that season.
It gets weird. We started getting tornadoes out here in PA quite a bit.
They're following me then in that case.
Yeah, it's your fault. You are the problem. But NAF has solved at least one problem early on here for Liquid.
Last time NAF found a 4v5 here. Didn't necessarily go perfectly, but we'll see if they can...
Can't blame him for that.
Redeem themselves for that one.
They're gonna
it's up to the rest of the squad.
It's Cadian with the op here as well, so might be a chance to receive them. But there's no utility to stall it out, so it's going to be one shot. Good luck. Cadian gives it up. He does find that one. It's a low HP player in Sampaius, but he'll concede the ramp control still, having found the 5v3. It just gets better for Liquid, even with the loss of real estate. Kindar repositioning to receive it, playing the off angle, playing ahead of expectation to great effect. The second, no, not quite found, but the damage indeed, and there it goes. Just a little bit of sweetness for Liquid at the end of a very bitter half. a dire half for Liquid, but it's the Falcons soaring high. 9-3 reads the final scoreline as very little got going as the horses stalled and stable on the Liquid side. Falcons, though, I mean, dominating, right? Full control. Hell of a read from Snappy. It felt like every time they called a fast play out from the Falcon side, they found the empty gap on site. And just again and again, Liquid found themselves pressured. Now we swap sides. Liquid, this one could be over all too soon if they can't find it here on the pistol. Ice facing forward. It's Ancient and Anubis for the next, and Sun Pius might just be sending us through to Ancient sooner rather than later.
Yekindar almost hit the deck right there to fall damage, but he lives with 1 HP. In the meantime, they're still losing duels towards this outer yard. Now looking to recover this one with the USP, but they're walking in again to what feels like a snappy minefield of extra resources, more players around the corner, and no relief into this pistol so far. A 3v5, which is recoverable for sure if they lose a couple of fights, but not. They lose out on this duel there. At least Skull's able to stay alive for now, but no further ground gained at all.
Yeah, I mean, just resetting back in the lobby. Like, oh, well, the whole first minute of this round stunk, so let's reset. Death ball up, see if we can't overwhelm one position. There's just Dupree over here. You know, just Dupree. And now as I say that, Madden comes to join him as well. So, goes from bad to worse. They're not looking for Dupree. And one after another, the dominoes will fall. A 1 HP Yekindar with an ace required of him. If anything's going to happen in this pistol round, even a kill here would just take a bit of the sting out of it. He's desperately trying, but it will not be presented. Double digits off rip here for Falcons, and this could be a quick half.
If you got an ace there, I would have gotten my very own koala at that point.
Yeah, you just going to steal one from the zoo?
I don't know. You could probably find some.
FlyQuest, bring us a koala. We'll sponsor it.
Sponsor? I'll adopt it.
Gotta be
I also have a friend.
Yeah, those guys got some problems.
Oh, really?
Why do you think they're endangered, man? All got STDs somehow. Not even kidding. That is genuinely one of the big problems. That, you know, habitat loss.
Oh, yeah. Combo deal.
Combo deal. But one's a lot more fun than the other. I think Liquid are feeling a little bit of habitat loss here. Every time they try and find a little bit of a home, it gets wrenched away from them. And this time, they're just going to try and set up some sort of cheeky punish play if someone comes creeping around the silo. They can't even... Do they want to stack? Do they just want to be next to each other? They don't even seem to agree on how to approach this.
What sort of triangulated setup do we do here?
Human pyramid. Oh, maybe they were actually... I think they were just testing who can boost. I think that's actually what it was. I think I'm reading too much into this. I think they were taking this moment in an eco to see who of those 3 players would have the boost bug. That's actually good awareness.
Is it player specific?
Yeah. It's you load in and it's player specific, I believe.
Oh my gosh, that is nuts.
Yeah, so I know some teams have done this in ecos where they literally will just test to see if the boost bug's going to be a problem. So then you know, when you're then going to try and line up a boost, who needs to be the player who gets boosted. No one will get boosted into this round. No one will find any sort of elevation, as the Glocks find very little indeed.
Quick and over here. I mean, again, this is going to be a drastic fight back here for Liquid if they want a chance. But this is the same sort of competency that we were seeing out of Falcons yesterday as well. Like, it's just systematic nuke here. I got to give a lot of credit to Snappy on the calls, but the coordination and cohesion in between these players as well. On the fly, very quick motions out of, like, in between, like, you know, Madden and Magus that you love to see right there in terms of facilitating openers.
What a story it would be as well if the final, you know, the turning point for this Falcons team, for a team that's been under so much pressure, is the event that meant so much to their core just last year, here at the 100th IEM. Be storybook. Twist trying to ruin that story, trying to write a different chapter to this one. And he's got a co-author, Yekindar, chiming in with some thoughts of his own. Now they got all this space. Skulls is way back in towards spawn, and Liquid have wrapped their tendrils all over this map, but one of those tendrils will be chopped off. Someone gave Madden the machete. He's clearing the undergrowth. I feel like I've mixed a few metaphors in this round.
Yeah, but I mean, all of them somewhat landed there. That's impressive. My question is, where exactly do they go from here? Because you've got the bomb in a very neutral location in between sites, but you've last seen a player in that upper A bomb site as well. So if you lean into the
trap
B side, it's going to be
the trap. Cadian's
incredibly frustrating, and that's where the bomb is heading.
Oh boy, Twist gone.
It's got to be the move here. You got to run.
Bail.
This has to be the exit path here.
24 seconds. Now he's bailing. Okay. Full force, full noise. He was waiting for his teammates to just clear around the corner, make sure this wasn't just one player left on the lurk. But indeed, this should still be a bomb plant, but it's very much going to be a situation where perhaps if that kill hadn't come through, Falcons were just going to concede the save on this. Now instead, Madden lost. Bomb down. There's a decision here. How much do you want to risk? Apparently, not that much.
Yeah, with a lead like this, it's not super necessary to go for this big attempt at a clutch. You can hold on to multiple AKs, still have full belts of utility into pre as well, so not the biggest of deals. Right? You can let this round slide, knowing that you gave it a bit of a go there in the 3v3, and you almost made the right read. You almost made the right Campbell stack there if it wasn't for Twist poking and prodding on that lower site. So, relief and an exit for Snappy, and maybe more than just that. Maybe some extra credit as well. No, not quite. Skulls landed a nice little headshot. That bomb damage not going to cover it either. So, a fourth here and some relief offered up from Liquid. We'll see if they can spring that together.
I think the op's going to come out here now for some bias.
I did see a purchase.
You're going to be curious to see where they're deploying it early. Because we know take over the server. We certainly know that. Liquid would not be the first team to feel the wrath of the sun. You know, in Texas, you got to wear your sunscreen.
Oh, yeah.
It's harsh.
Well, not if it's cloudy out. Raining.
It doesn't last. Spent a lot of time in Texas. I'll tell you one thing. It does not last.
Okay.
Keep that sunscreen on.
There you go. Then wear your sunscreen.
Wear your sunscreen, folks. Young gamers out there, start wearing sunscreen regularly now. Protect the skin. Worth the wise. There's Sun Bias. Not quite connecting just yet, but letting him know, hey, I'm holding court. Gotta be wary. I hope you brought your op screen. Gonna need a high SPF for that one.
Oh, goodness. There's no protection from that smoke spam. You think you're safe crossing down in towards that secret side. Not the case. Frustrating start, and it continues, it compounds. What a read from Madden. The two players that could crack things open for Liquid in that last round, dealt with early. And now who's going to make the opening move here for Liquid? Who's going to try and pull this one back here for this squad?
It looked totally frozen. I mean, genuinely, this might turn into a save.
Oh, boy.
It feels like it'd be waving the white flag, but you've got very little to crack a bomb site. You're in a 5v3, and if you lose here, that is all your guns gone. Here's going to be the move. They're going to get a kill. That'll light the way back in. So, indeed, they're not going to make the uber cautious play. 3 out of play. Okay. So much damage done. Naf, though, tipping the scales. He's down to vent. That's going to be a bomb plant. They made their way over. Liquid not waving the white flag. Naf's turning it into a battle standard. He's made his way back for the bomb plant as well. Sampai's can't do anything about this.
Scope should have been heard, right? But Cadian just feeds him. Walks straight into the crosshair here, and it's Snap who has to do it all with only 15 HP.
He's done so much already. It's going to require the ace. No koalas to be found either, and it's Sun Bias to connect instead. Map point found for Falcons, as they have flown through this nuke game about as quickly as their namesake.
Just a dominant scoreline right now that just doesn't feel like it's recoverable. Again, the one hiccup here in the second half immediately nullified here. 2 quick openers coming through from Twist and Yakindar, get them their 4th round. Well, guess what? We spam you through the smoke and we fight to reclaim that space in the very next round. It's an immediate reaction from Snappy and the rest of the squad there to deal with that out-of-yard presence that only lingered for a single round.
So Liquid still struggling to find any sort of solid ground to stand upon. But at least they gained the space in towards Secret. There's actually no one to receive them. 2 players down early. If they can cross the bomb, this could get real weird.
But at least Sampaius has caught the vision on the cross here, so that's going to guarantee those rotates eventually. And you can see that does come through in the form of Dupree.
He's got no nades, though. He can't stall this out. He doesn't have a smoke or a molly for the choke point. Oh, this is going to get real weird. He just has to hit the headshots. He just has to hit the headshots. Actually does land one, but not in time. Now the lower site is under siege. The rotation's back in. It's going to be challenging to actually find some way to deny this bomb. Cadian will get it planted under cover of smoke. If creeping forward, Cadian connects. That means that he hasn't been revealed either. And Falcons are pulling the plug. No reason to force the issue here, and now they'll back away. Team Liquid, they've left it towards late, but they may have finally found a bit of resistance here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's just some great space taking right there. Catching Dupree off guard before they can pull those rotates, and Skull's now on a bit of a hunting mission with the back turned. The Tech 9 long range does not do him justice, and sweet escape for Madden without too much of a hunting party chasing him down. Should be all good now.
Hi, Nav.
Yeah, he was hanging about there for a little too long. Blasted by the bomb, no big deal.
I suppose it's not like they're going to say. There's theoretically a world where they, make it out with one alive and it turns into a problem. But we won't worry about those edge cases just yet. It is going to be a better buy now for Liquid, a little bit more comfort, but a long road. Still, 7 in a row. As Big showed us earlier today, never say never.
Yeah, and on the T side as well. It's already happened once today. What if it happened twice? I'd actually be insane. It maybe goes to show that Liquid aren't in that tough state like we maybe said they were here, but that's not the kickoff you were hoping for. Again, Yakinder on these proactive moves. This time goes down.
Skulls might get caught. I mean, he revealed himself, right? Dupree's just all too eager to take that fight.
Wish is in mini right now. Got space.
This is so awkward. He's trying to chase it down, but yeah, they've made their way out, and Twists capitalizes. Skulls applies the pressure and leads them straight into the slaughtering field that is Twists' crosshair. Bomb down. Another bailout from the Falcons. The road to redemption is finding a few more steps trod.
Stepping forward here. Snappy gonna save his gun, but this is Liquid hanging on there. A kid having to do it up against a 4v5, and right now does feel like that very powerful duo. The Canadians and Cadian lifting them through some of these tough situations here. Twist, when it's been called upon, has been able to aggress, be an opening presence in this T side that I like to see. And right there, in that 4v5, splits his way through mini and finds a couple players off guard there.
It has been the Canadians, by and large, for this Liquid squad, who've been the dependent pieces, who've been the strong pieces. And in this map, there's still always the possibility they could turn it into worst-case Ontario for Falcons. But many more rounds going to be required to show us that. Deegs are out. Deegs are out. And look, Liquid are truly an NICS team. There'd be no more fitting round to lose against than the Deegs.
Must be honorable. But we got a Zeus, I believe. It's close range Zeus angle for Dupree. Oh, this could get some action here.
Oh, come on, Dupree. Come on, Dupree. He's even got the skin on the thing. Do you think he rented it?
It's looking like a rental here, but the USB shots.
He didn't commit.
The back almost worked. The Deagles, they sing, and there's damage that was done earlier as well. These low HP bars are so incredibly tantalizing, and Snappy eventually able to surface up here. Still, though, looking to draw these jewels out, and Snappy winning every last one of them. You might have been on the money as it's Yakinder left. Last man standing on the outside looking in with bomb out of his control. Oh, my God.
Well, I can confidently say that whatever their identities, nationally, individually, as a collective, Team Liquid truly do represent NACS. Let's see if Yakinder can bail them out of this dire situation of watching Nuke fizzle out just like this. He's had a quiet map, but now they need him when it counts most. Snappy, hidden, Not wanting to reveal the gun barrel, all about the timing of the peek back out. Still some time. Kindar's patience is rewarded, but as he goes down, it will be Magisk down below. And with the time on, Kindar's gonna risk it. The Deeg will fly, but no! The gun comes back out! He might have just done this! The door opened! Pulled off the angle! With the bomb now punched in, it comes down to the 1v1. Madden's not got armor. But Kindar has had to go to the sidearm. The Glock connects. He can't finish it! The Deagle lands! It finds home! Falcons off of the deco have won it, have put Nuke to rest. Despite the late heroics, despite the attempt, despite the hunt for glory, the Falcons just need the pistols to take the first blow in what could be the last dance of this Liquid roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's all smiles on the man in the middle right there. Snappy doing great work throughout that entire map in the calling department, shutting down any sort of heroics as well as Madden. It's a fitting end for this this Falcons roster on Nuke that he's the one that closes it as well.
When Taz was winning IEM Hanover, the first ever finals in 2007 with Pentagram.
Holy shit.
What else was happening 2007? Was it A, Steve Jobs introduced the first iPhone, B, Facebook was created, C, Michael Jordan was still playing in the NBA, or D, an Inception movie was released?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay, so what is okay, let's just rule out the most random shit.
Facebook is all the way from 2001 or 2, something like that. Yeah, I think so at least.
So what was it? So yeah, and then the iPhone release?
That is more, it's more old than 2007, no? No, it might actually be.
I'm pretty sure Inception is from like 13, 12,
yeah,
something.
14.
So I don't think that. My best guess is the iPhone release.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
You nailed it. Yep, first iPhone was released.
Yeah.
Which team won IEM Season 5 World Championships in Hanover in 2011? Was it SK Gaming? Was it Fnatic? Was it Navi? Or was it Complexity?
So that was before CSGO was. It was kind of before CSGO was released, and
I feel like it was Complexity. No, 11. Was that the year when Navi won everything? Then you always talked about 1.6.
And it's either between Fnatic and Navi, I think.
Let's go with Navi then.
No, are you sure?
No, no, sorry, Fnatic. Sorry.
Fnatic.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
My best guess. I'd say Fnatic.
You should have trusted your instinct. It was Navi.
It was Navi?
Say, Camille. Good job.
So it was 11 Navi that was dominating.
Which legendary player once said, "I don't think I'm the best, but I also don't think there's anyone better"? Was it A, Forrest? Was it B, Olaf? Was it C, Simple? Or D, Flusher?
I'm pretty sure it's not Simple. Simple will not say stuff like that.
No.
Simple would just say, I'm the best. It could be Forrest, he's pretty humble. Flush has never been considered the best. Or maybe it is actually Olaf.
Could also be Olaf.
Because Olaf was considered the best.
Let's go with Olaf. I think there's a higher chance that he could have said that.
I will go with, and then rings bell, Olaf Meister.
Yeah.
You are indeed correct. It was Olaf Meister. How many IEM events have Carrigan and Rain participated? We've got A, 26, B, 34, C, 30, or D, 39.
I feel like it's high because I guess Finn was also participating in 1.6, no? Want to go with the highest number? Rain has also participated for a long time now.
Let's go with the highest one, 39.
39?
It's incorrect. It's actually 30.
Really?
But still a lot. And final question. How many times has Forrest been named the MVP of a tournament by HLTV? Was it A, 5 times, B, 8 times, C, 12, or D, 15?
So it's 5
I think Gedward has around 10, and he had the record for once, no? If 1.6 counts, I guess we need to go above 10 then. Want to do 12?
Yeah, let's go 12.
Yeah, we gamble 12.
It's not, it's 8.
It's 8?
Yeah.
God damn it, Forrest.
But you did pretty well. Off a random question.
I think it's super random.
Also because we...
because it's like it's not even narrowed down. You're just like, it's super hard.
The stars are big and bright. At night, deep in the heart of Texas, I massacred that, and the Falcons massacred Liquid on map number 1 of this one. Liquid really had no chance back in. They finally were maybe showing us that they could get their feet under them, and then they lost to a Deco, which, you know, fitting for a team that's meant to represent a little bit of NACS, but maybe not fitting if you were hoping to see Liquid in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was going to be some sort of formulation of a comeback there once you tackle that economy, but I do feel like it was Falcons that just showed up a little bit too much there in that first half there. Again, Snappy with the calling right there. It felt like it was in Cadian's head, and that leads to just round by round consistency. A 9-3 T side on Nuke there, not hard or not easy to do, not easy to make happen, but it was a lot of free real estate that was taken by that T side, man, and that's a scary form to see Falcons in, and the cohesion as well that came throughout that T side is really promising.
I think that's really troubling about it as well is that we have seen Liquid, they do play the Nuke, right? And so the question is that going to change necessarily as we set our sights on towards Ancient? Is that magically going to fix? Because over on the Falcon side, everything's clicking, and in particular, the firepower pieces for Falcons are showing up again and again and again. It's the guys who are meant to be the stars of this roster. It's Sunpies, it's Madden, it's that firepower core from the old End squad really showing us what they can do map after map after map in this lower bracket.
Yeah, that's just a statement right there from this duo right here. Finding openings constantly there. If you're Madden, who was cracking it open towards that out, you're a big piece of that calling that Snappy was wielding right there. Is this impact here making his job easy? Is the constant opening duels that these guys were winning, and it felt like all the way through this duo was powering up, heating up. Definitely, you can see the hunger in these guys' eyes. You can see the hunger in Snappy as they do want to reclaim their IEM Dallas title here.
And it's again the situation where when things are hitting for Falcons, it looks so comfortable. The flow state's good, the calls are good, they're exposing the weak points, they're making it way through, and so you don't need necessarily these giga clutches, these massive plays, the kind of lower percentage rounds don't have to come through because you're just winning it the way you should. You're winning it comprehensively from start to finish in rounds, and it's just something that Liquid could not consistently hold up to.
Yeah, and I kind of want to talk about the counterpart there. If you're Liquid, again, you have, I think, the Canadians still playing very well. You had Twist and Naf playing as we'd expect them to, playing how they have been throughout the most part of this roster here. And one player that just couldn't quite find it, and I definitely think Liquid needed if they wanted to really elevate that comeback, was Yakindar and his ability to find these opening duels towards that outer yard. It was a big deal when as soon as he slowed down, there wasn't a lot more. I mean, I think Twist was trying a little bit on that D side to fill that role of finding a lot of those opening duels, winning those fights, and gave them that grace of 6 rounds, but eventually they ran out of gas there.
It does feel like all the stars can't shine at once here for Liquid. You know, one's working and the other's getting eclipsed. It's perplexing at times. We talked about it in the pregame, just map to map, series to series. You really just don't know what you're going to get from these guys. And that feels insane to say for a team that was supposed to be packed from top to bottom with superstars, right? That was supposed to be that every step of the way. Hasn't necessarily found it. We are headed to Ancient. This is a little bit more comfort for this Liquid squad. This is a map they've really been loving to pick into from the outset of this roster, and they've consistently played all the way through. But it's also a map that, you know, we're talking about the stories of this Ents core, former Ents core, now Falcons core, of course, and IEM Dallas, one of the most incredible individual maps of Counter-Strike I've ever had the pleasure of witnessing was between that Ents team last year and FaZe, and it was, what, 58, 68 rounds of Counter-Strike on Ancient?
There was a whole lot of Ancient Counter-Strike there. They got the reps in, that's for sure. But, I mean, again, if you're talking about the style of calling, that was the big kind of storyline here. It was two just brainiacs battling in that server, it felt like. You know, who was going to outlast the other there between Snappy and Kerrigan, and that makes me believe that with how well Snappy was able to call right there in that last map, getting kind of a flow state, feeling like you're making all the right answers, you're making all the right moves, with that sort of confidence, now you're wielding into your opponent's map pick, that could offer up some more success. Although, like you said, Liquid on the outset there, they have taken a liking to this map. It feels like one of these maps here where, again, you know, despite Yakindar's slow start in the series, you don't think it's going to keep up in this next this next sequence here. You think those injuries are going to start flowing. He's going to start to hit his stride like he was, you know, last night on Dust 2, and maybe that could be the relief that Liquid need.
You need somebody. You need somebody, because if they're not going to out-call Falcons, they better outgun them, and that is a tough prospect. I think the Madden and Sunpius stats illustrated that nicely, but the thing is, just those were the guys having the outlier performances. Nobody else was missing either. Everybody was hitting. Dupree, Magisk, we haven't necessarily given them as much focus just from the history of the other three, but they've certainly been doing their job and then some. Everything's looking good right now. Everything was looking dialed in on Nuke. Question just becomes, can they translate it? Can Falcons finish Liquid, put this roster to bed, turn this horse into a bit of glue, and move on through? It's time to find out.
Have Ancient to do it here. Pistol kicking things off with a little bit of trust here and some utility. Twist rocking the P250, but they're going to fly out towards middle right now and straight through that red room smoke. This will be interesting because there is a player ready to catch them. He's just faded off and towards a more passive location, but he's got to get some help. He's got to get some support as they jump past the line.
Ooh, straight to A as well. Not making any bones about this. Just moving on through with the death ball and catching a whole lot of deaths on the way in. Kills aplenty, but Dupree still here, and that's the bomb. That's the bomb. Now this is trouble. Naf, though, massacring the mid approach means everything's on to Dupree. He's surrounded, and he can't hang on for long.
That's what we needed right there. That's how you get our impact out of the gates there. 2 quick entries rolling on through on this T side. And that is exactly what we called upon here. Finding these opening duels, dismantling this A side, that much more. Let Snaf there catch those rotates. He finds the pickoffs. And Liquid, I think, get off to a very relieving start here. The impact of the Yakindar, we'll see if he can wield that. It's always really good to see some pistol kills roll through for a player that you know can heat up, but now it's Twist's turn to take advantage. 18 open that smoke. Oh boy.
It did feel like those were the plays. Nice trade on. Dupree could have caused some problems. Those are the plays that were all going Falcons' ways on map number 1, right? Twist just finding the line through the smoke, finding the timing on the spam. Being dead on the money means that they're not going to have to worry too much about this round for much longer.
Yeah, it's a full force buy too. So if you can make this one look easy, lovely stuff. Skulls catches a late Madden trying to run through the smoke there, so.
I feel like Madden just never takes his hand off of his mouse while he's playing. You'll see the number of times he gets killed and he just, you know, other players who put their head in their hand, he puts his mouse on his face. It goes with. It's like an extension of his body.
Yeah.
This is, you know, this is a rifle. This one is, or there are many like it, but this one is mine, except it's just his mouse. He's just reassembling, disassembling, and reassembling his wireless mouse. Snappy might need to get a little bit better acquainted with the mouse. That's a little bit of a desk pop there, except it's back towards spawn, and now they're circling.
Yeah, have to give up the game a little bit. And it'll cost him. The chase is in. Cadian to deal with them, and that is interesting there. Maybe he has a perfect grip and he doesn't want to let go of it.
Primo grip.
Yeah, he's just locked in there. It takes him a little bit of tweaking to get to the point where he's comfortable.
Like, stick him in CS. You know, stick him in baseball.
Okay, yeah.
They put the sticky stuff and you put a little bit on as a pitcher to get an extra spin on the ball, a little extra velocity. He's just got that on his hands for ideal grip. No slip. Would that, I feel like, would that be an issue? Actually, I don't think that'd be an issue. I think that'd be completely allowable. It'd probably be disgusting to play with.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you start getting a sweaty hand, you know.
I don't think I recommend it.
It's going to be bacteria.
If anyone's ever done that because of mouse grip issues, I'm genuinely curious. Tweet out. I'd like to hear your story. Tell me a tale, because we've got no tale to tell in this one. Twist living up to his name as he 180s to kill the Cubby player. The bomb will go down, and Sunpius, best case scenario is he sneaks a gun out of this round.
Ooh.
Well, best case scenario is he knifes Cadian. Well, didn't have the patience for it.
Almost took care of him. That Mac 10 money stack up though right there, and there was a lot of Mac 10 kills. It's a lovely kickoff here for Liquid, bringing in that T-side success already. Building that confidence here, heading to this first gun round. Always fun to look who doesn't have the head Kevlar. That's Dupree and that's Pius, and they're up against 2 Mac 10s. So you never know how that can play out there. Sometimes a jumping Mac 10 can just delete you, and that can be an easy way. I see how Liquid can convert this bonus, so see if that clashes ever. Oh, Naf taking so much damage right there. And getting this space. And for very little reward here as well. The A play is going to come through, and it's already triangulated here from Falcons. They've got everyone involved onto the scene. It's so much resistance here, but the kills still float in the way of Twist. He does find those Mac 10 kills.
They don't know. They don't know about Magis. Oh, he's found the one. Looking to deny the bomb plant here. If KD can get that down, that'd be tremendous. Meanwhile, Naf is on the wrong side of the map for this one, so KD trying to stall this out, trying to allow his comrade to maybe just get involved, implicated in the action, dodging bullets, chasing that fruit. So bold. And now, with KD and Delwith, they're starting to realize, where's Naf? Well, he's saving. Is he saving? Is he going to reroute and try and approach us from another angle? He'll know that they're looking for him on the flank now that his teammate's dead. Does he still try and get into the action? He does have time. No. Oh, he does not. He does not, in fact, want to get involved in the action.
Pretty. Goes to the waterfall here. He's looking for some peace and quiet.
Some zen. Here's his teammates yapping and says, you know what? I need some zen. Takes the headset off, stares at the...
Just hit the server mute bind. Go full quiet.
Here's the pan pipes.
Oh, man. Lovely.
It's good back in spawn. Look at how nice that is. What a beautiful water feature for a thing that nobody looks at.
Yeah, I know. They really worked on that well.
Shoutouts to you, map creators. For putting in those little details that only weirdos like us ever notice. It keeps going. It's so pretty. I want to take a cruise. Just digitally following this river up to its source. This fountain.
It would be perfect here. Some tubing. You could slide down the slides there. Looks a little shallow for that, though.
It's a spring? All right, we found the source.
There we go.
I think sitting in that top spring, I think that would solve all of my issues. I think that would fix me. Well, I think that would fix me. If I could
I'd do it.
That spring. Just soak it up. Twists causing a whole lot of issues, but Magis back the other way. Okay. He found the spring himself. He's found the fountain of youth. The bomb is down, and Magis can no longer bail them out. Now with the numbers ticking away, the pressure is on for Falcons. Do they want to try and pry this site back open? Smoke's up at the choke points. You can get deep in towards Temple, but if Molly goes in, it would ruin their day, and Twist might just do that all himself. Creeping around for the flank. No one watching for him. Madden exposed. Gun barrel spotted. The bullets will land, and some bias. His next victim. 4 on the trot. Twist means business.
Got 11 kills right now, Twist. He's absolutely dominating the server here. And as we said, he's keeping up his nuke performance here and then one-upping it. Constant on the entries here. Routes all the way from Tona into their spawn to just make sure that they get no grace in that retake. No chance whatsoever. Twist just sets the tone early for this Liquid squad on this map here. The map that they need to stay alive when they were inches away from claiming a playoff position yesterday. But now a map down. And on this map could be facing elimination. Twist leveling up his game is exactly what you expect for this squad.
A major winner. A 2-time Grand Slam winner. The only one. One of one in that respect. One of the most accomplished players in the game of Counter-Strike. Certainly for North America. Trying to keep his team in this, whatever the state, dragging them into a competitive state. And he's doing it again. Just pistols. This time around. But as we saw on Nuke, the Deagles can certainly be dangerous here.
Can't take it too lightly. Oh, I just want to see Twist continue to hunt down these ecos, go and stack up that KD just one step higher, and he sure will. Diligent on the spam. One extra on the way out as the save comes through here from Magis and Dupree.
Twist always just has some of the prettiest aim you'll ever see.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like if you want to aim, he's a guy to watch. Like, obviously, there's just insane talent there that I will never get close to. And the vast majority will never approach.
You keep working, you know?
You can learn. You can learn from what he does.
You might get there. Not too... Oh, wait, same team.
Terrorists win. That's the, he got armor.
Yeah, take that $350 upgrade away.
Just a little knee tickler, a little knee slapper coming through.
Super concise, consistent right now. Twist. He's good for 2. And that's every round, it feels like.
If not more. Timeout coming through. Zonic looking to get in their ears, looking to find some solutions because Ancient has washed away all those good memories of Nuke. All the vibes that they were feeling. Everything that was flowing. Now it's time to find solutions. Because you are getting bullied on these bomb sites. That's mostly from this one man. Russell Van Dolken.
Felt like Dupree was getting very vocal in that timeout as well, which is interesting to see. And then Twist on the other side of things is very vocal in this round. And I think when someone's taking over the server like Twist, it's good to be vocal.
Yeah, absolutely. He's calling the strats, and the strat is, hey, I'm going to go kill. Follow me.
Oh, how did he miss? There were so many targets on his screen right there, but none of them managed to connect.
Now they've lost the bomb site. The bomb hasn't crossed just yet.
Oh, no!
How does Kitty get one? Dupree had him dead to rights. Had him locked in. No Skulls pulls away. Able to trade it again. Very fortuitous trades coming through from Team Liquid, and that's actually just ended the round. Okay. Ooh. Liquid are going to watch that one back and thank the lucky stars for it, because that should have been Cadian dead. No response. Skulls dead. Barely traded. That one, knife's edge. But it's a Liquid win all the same.
Yeah, I mean, and a small bit of frustration right there in the breakdown of that round there. Just a small little, it almost felt like just micro errors right there. It's a little slow in the uptick from Dupree, where he doesn't get the kill instantly, and it costs Snappy his life. Bam! If you're Snappy, you're asking what on earth just happened? What went wrong right there after that round? That's the whole thing that you got to clarify. And then of course, it could have been a 4v3 retake. It would have been much more encouraging right there at the very least. Instead, it's an instant save call off the back of your timeout that went nowhere. It got you no grace. Now some Pius the one getting very loud, very vocal right now. And as a player who's yet to lift off here.
Not a kill for some Pius, but he's got the AWP now for the first time. For the first time in general, right? This map.
He had it last round, but he did get to pop a shot off for it.
Well, now he's actually going to get to pull the trigger, presumably. Just maybe. As he's looking to show what he can do. As he's looking to have his impact here on Ancient. He's moved over towards the hot site, right? It's been A pressure after A pressure after A pressure to great effect from Liquid. But this time they pump the brakes. Acadian finds that those brakes may have just given a little bit of whiplash.
Be careful with how speedy you go about things with a great opening gambit there with the HE, and
Skulls is looking out A. There's no one left on A. There's plenty of time for the bailout. The question is, if the bomb gets caught in towards the window fight, can you even escape? But if Skulls activates earlier than his comrades, this could work out. Sampius still sticking around.
It is all about that initiative here out of Skulls. How aggressive do you want to be on a solo mission, on a solo adventure? Sampius assembles on the line. Takes a deeper angle, a deeper approach here. Now double zoom, though, vulnerable to Skull's position, and all it requires is just a little bit of motion out of him. A little bit of a movement, and it could be another kill. And then opening back into this round as Yakindar looking to take it towards the other side of the map here. But when does Skulls activate on this?
They're not trusting. They're not fighting. But there's the kill. Skulls needed it, and he finds it. He delivers on this lurk. All this patience pays off. And Dupree desperate for this kill in towards Cave, but he knows he hasn't rotated. He knows he's got this hemmed in, and that means that his teammates can get into the retake before Kindar can do much of anything about it. Dupree inching forward. Madden linking up. Back in towards Tree is Skulls. Twists to play off of him. And now Yekindar coming back from spawn. There's the tree activation. There's the swing off of it. Twist holding the line. Gets the first. Leaves it just to the one. Madden. There's a timer on this. And that timer is inching ever closer. Yekindar brings the lurk through. Locks it on down. Liquid. Now they're playing together. Now they're playing off of each other. Now they're reading both sides of the map and holding onto the positioning. And instead, it's Falcons looking foolish.
That is just a beautiful recovery of a 4v5 as well. Perfectly played all over the map here. Skulls finding that kill eventually. As we said, needed to activate, and he does just in time to take care of some Pius's op here, who's been just purely frustrated. And Yekindar avoiding death in so many different occasions and finally pulling through a lurk that managed to bring in a brilliant flank here. Bombardment of utility and a flyby around the corner. It's Falcons looking for frustration to be released here, and they're managing to find some success, but it's traded quickly by Twist, and into the site he goes. Oh, Madden. He's going to play some trigger discipline here, but no, eventually just steals the kill, guarantees it, doesn't let him get too far stuck in.
Bit of a panic, now they're bunched up. The hero's gone, Twist is gone. The hero of the last round, Yekindar also out of play. He just falls to Skulls. He did so much to open up that previous round, but does he have it in him to do everything here and now? Bomb on his belt. There's a path to an A plant.
Have to get that knife out and get going here, but you're exactly right. Could actually beat them to the punch. Instead, going to take the cave approach here, and that might just be his demise. Oh my god, he's nailed another timing, though. Some Pius turns his attention away. It could be more frustration for this man. Oh, spotted.
Seen him on the other side? Yeah, the knife out tells us the story. Madden right on the angle. The flank coming in from Dupree as well, so if he stalls out too much, yeah, not gonna happen here. Falcons finally find that second round onto the board, but it is far from comfy. There is work yet to do for Falcons to feel any degree of confidence here on Ancient.
Yeah, and it really did look like Falcons were throwing whatever they could at the wall right there, seeing what could stick, and an all-out B aggression with 4 players closing out in Liquid's location. It should do the trick, and it does. That's an answer that they desperately needed. Make sure that they can't get away with these late defaults. Even in like 4v5 deficits, Liquid have been able to pull through with the right calls.
This is actually a Falcons timeout again, off the back of that, right? It gives Liquid a chance to address what happened, but it's Falcons looking to correct something before it becomes even more of a problem. So now 2 timeouts used. We're on round 10. So keep an eye on that. This turns into a snowball, and they lose their ability to stop the momentum. Still no smiles on Liquid. Not quite the chirpy, active team we've known them to be at times.
Strictly business here.
Strictly business. I did also see yesterday Twist tweeted he was playing with a migraine.
Oof.
And if that's the case, he maybe is asking for a little bit of grace from his teammates for some of their usual shouting antics. Yekindar definitely dealing with a migraine after this one. But Twists!
Oh my god.
Painful head or no.
Kills.
Dealing out the headshot. 17, yeah. 3 deaths, 17 kills. How do you deal with this?
He's just turned into a super soldier here for this Liquid squad. At least something back here from Magisk and the Temple side of things, but Number's going to be punched in, and it's the powerful position of Donut that they have in the back pockets with it planted as well. And there's only a single smoke.
Snappy's so far removed, and he's the one with the kit.
And even a late flank, which you would usually think is going to be valuable, is not going to matter because all 3 of these players grouped up, or at least 2 of them in Donut, and there's again this nasty little late flank. Twist always on the move.
Do you think Madden's having flashbacks? Do you think he's remembering how it went? He's certainly a lot quicker into the angle. Doesn't want to get caught by this play from Twist. When do they look for it? When do they look for it? Madden goes back to check, but he's still not prepared. And that kill might have just ended it. The flashbang pops. Snappy just has to stick. They're onto the spam. Flashbang through. It's pulled him away. Down he goes. There will be only 1 survivor. But Liquid with the immediate halting of any momentum out from the Falcons side. Again, that late flank from Twist, the wrap around through red in towards spawn. That's just the gut punch they need to finish off a round.
Yeah, and right now I think right there in the cameras, Kadian showing a lot of love to that man right next to him. Twist deserves it. 18 kills to 4 deaths right now. It's just his impact reverberating through the server. He's taking control of this map and this series. And he wants more. Sampaio shut out again, man. 0 and 8, complete reversal. And it's Twist that just keeps on dealing with him, keeps on besting him.
Just getting his head ripped at every moment. This guy's got his number. This guy is just dominating right now. That's got to be brutal. Nice nade. Dupree burning, trying to get a little bit of a fight and succeeding as well. Cadian Collective worth the risk into the flame. Skull's now eliminated, and well, this one started out well. It's not gonna end that way. Now just trying to walk a smoke straight into the crosshair of Madden. And Yikindar's wondering how it all went so very wrong. I'm left thinking much the same. Falcons, look, there's only 1 round left in this half. This has already spiraled massively out of control, but at least they're going to get the chance here.
Yeah, maybe trading 1 for 1 out of the gates there on the Twist is almost like a relief for Falcons.
Yeah,
you can't hurt us anymore.
Even exchange, I mean, normally you say like trades favor the T's. That's kind of like the default wisdom. Not when it's Twist. It's like a 2-to-1 exchange rate.
Yeah, some players will be like, all right, you know, I'm not playing the best. I'll sacrifice my life on the line as long as you can take down that Twist guy.
It's like the Canadian dollar to the dollar. Magisk making some currency exchanges of his own. Led for kills.
Almost giving up that fight right there. Hop shot needed to be fast and flicky. Not going to connect, but in flicky. Not going to connect, but again, Yikinda taking too much space. Somehow misses that opportunity, though. And Sampaio is on the board, baby. He's back. He's got his 1. I got mine. But he's got a lot more around that corner. Still staying alive, though, no matter what the scoreline is. That smoke gonna just do a whole lot as well to make sure that Liquid can gain no foothold.
To me, Cadian, who wants to be the tip of the spear with his AWP. 3 players in the site. It's a tough entry. Tag on a Madden. No kill just yet. Showing that bomb as well.
Tree aggression.
Snappy's taking the space. Snappy's taking the space. Snap looking for it, but can't find the kill. And now Cadian has to hit this shot or it's all over. Because Twist is taking room elsewhere, but this doesn't matter if the bomb gets caught. Twist is going to be ahead of what they expect. Matches down. The victim. Does he know that Madden's in the corner? Oh, he's ready for it. He spotted him. And just on the other side of these boxes, Twist is just running this in. Cadian locks in another, but he never expects Sampaio to still be here. He's got the bomb out. There was no time to spare. And Sampaio, the player who took it to the last round to even find 1 kill, will put this one to rest. We swap sides when we come back. A dramatic first half for one man. Mr. Russell Twists Van Donk looking kind of monstrous out there on the server, looking like the stuff of nightmares for Team Falcons, but finally they find a little bit of juice at the tail end, and Falcons with 4 rounds may have just given themselves enough to fight back into this map.
Yeah, I really think right now it is going to straight up be a case of if you can shut down Twist in the second half, then maybe they can come back, but that is a big if right now with how he's playing right now. I don't know if you can stop this man. But we'll see. Could be a little bit of resistance already trying to disrupt this execute, but they're getting very little foothold right now. But it's Twist right around the corner, looking for some headshots, and of course he's going to start off this second half.
How could it be anyone else? How could it be anyone else right now? And look at the damage they've done on the Magisk as well. This is pressure on. They wanted to get in towards B, and they've succeeded in doing so. So Liquid's actually a little bit bottlenecked getting back into this retake. Hitting to slip the gap in towards the cave fight, but they've already wrapped a pawn, and Naf was never prepared for them to have gotten so far. Twist continuing to chime in, though. Oh, he's finally silenced. It's up to his teammates now, and as they flood out of the cave, Dupree receives them, corks them, keeps them in the choke, and yeah, Kindar cannot find the kill. Dupree holds strong. Falcons with that pistol now get a chance to spread their wings.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, I feel like almost a missed opportunity as well with Twist starting things off with this disruption. He offers up some big kills right there, but there's a bit of a gap on that B side proper that I thought was going to be filled in time. But they were so focused on fighting towards ramp, you can see Madden take some real estate that just shuts that round down, and Falcons, like you said, lifting off here. But you can't shut this man down, dude. Oh my god, another opening duel for Twist.
He's in the elbow. They know they have to go fast, and that means they're going to completely overlook this. Skulls finds the one. Yekindar another. Now Twist is getting activated as well. How do you escape? How do you get away from this man? Even when you kill him, he's setting up his teammates. That works to perfection for Liquid.
Oh, yeah.
Twist, the fear that they have of this man funnels them into a hasty A take, and that works beautifully for this double A main setup. That couldn't have worked better if they drew it up, if they picked the timing themselves over on the Liquid side.
Yeah, that's just massive right there. And again, I just saw Cadian getting loud there, yelling in the victory. That has to just feel so good. And you're watching Twist take control here. But his teammates now being able to follow suit and play off the back of his success. The Skulls, I mean, he has a nasty rush to deal with.
Oh, no.
But he misses the opportunity onto Dupree. And that's the A site.
Physically painful spray. They're walking into each other. Snappy's kissing him. Kissing him with open arms. This has to be a save from Liquid. If you hold on to the donut position there, it's a redeemable round. That is a catastrophic failure. There's no other way to put that. That can't happen at this level of Counter-Strike.
That's 20 bullets down range. Very little of them connect, but hey, Cadian goes down swinging. Unfortunately, that's the AK though. Like that's such an important weapon to hold on to. Maybe recoverable by Twist. He's got to run away from the bomb for a split second there, but can maybe go back and try and retrieve. He will find it. Nicely done. Man, it doesn't feel like success lingers very long when that's the reply and yeesh.
Oh, it hurts. It hurt me. That hurt me to watch. I closed my eyes for the replay. I actually couldn't see it again, folks.
You didn't at least see it from his POV. Just from Dupree's.
Oh, that hurts. That's really unfortunate for Liquid, but for Falcons, they'll take it. Twists, man, he's 25-8. Does he have more than the rest of the team? Not quite.
I was doing the math. He was very close at the beginning of the half. 2 off.
That's actually insane.
That is an excellent utility. This time Yakin are going to lift off, and it's separated one from the other. Naf as well, spraying down the range on the ramp. And Dupree falls, so we go back and forth here. And do you want to go back into Twist? Or Yakindo once again? I'll be the one to mop him up before they even get to him, so. My god, this has been just a pendulum swinging in between these 4 Spy Wars.
The wrap from Twist as well. This is the dagger in the back. No escape. Head exposed. Now Magisk knows. Pick your poison. And he chooses wrong. Twist back in action with that two-piece. 140 ADR, by the way. Just spotted that flashing. This is... I don't think we can stress this enough. I know we're repeating yourselves. This is a command performance right now.
This is an elimination map. Like, not an elimination game, but an elimination map here for them. So it doesn't get any more high pressure.
The biggest.
A situation like this, and he's just rising to the occasion.
Soaring, one might say. Some players out of play early on. This is just pistols. No reason to take it lightly. Spray on it. Of course, it's Twist to find it. They're trying to run this down, but one after another. There's just guns on guns on guns stacked up here for Liquid. As they try and creep into the cubby, Cadian will deny. It all falls to Dupree. And what was a slim round to begin with will quickly go by the wayside.
Twist his average just dropped right there with only a single kill in that round, but
it's plus 20, dude. He's 28-8.
Nuts. Just ever present. And it could just be enough here. As I said, you got to figure out a way to shut him down. But alongside that, I think not only has Twist been playing well, but the rest of the roster's been able to arrive onto the scene a little bit more.
Yeah.
That just makes this one feel like a layup. A firing squad for Dupree in middle as they're greeting, and it's force buys over and over again.
Should put the fear in him. Skulls finds the one, drops the bomb. Confirmation there, sets up a teammate. They're playing well off of each other. Twist is now here. Snappy, yes, there's something. Maybe you can put your hands on that gun, but he's hoping they'll overfight, and they are. But who else to polish it off? His 30th kill.
Oh my god!
In round 18.
That's nuts, man. What a performance here. I mean, Twist is looking to just pull them to this decider. Kicking and screaming.
I don't call him the magician for nothing. We're all under his spell right now. And one more incantation could be all that we need to see Anubis.
Again, it's just going to be pistols to get them there as well. Falcons got caught in that trap. That elusive force buying the D-Eagles in the armor. They've got very little utility to control the map here with, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before Dupree, the smoke fades, and it's Twist once again to haunt them. But some trades back here at the very least, and another one added to the tally there, and half with the dual Berettas out. It's all on Twist now to save this one. And he just might do it here. 32 kills.
They're running.
To his name,
running.
And he's chasing.
Magisk is running.
Oh my god, he can't escape. He can't escape his grasp. That's the bomb dropped. And one more to find right around the corner here. Madden looking to save the day. The HEO does it. That's the only thing that can stop this man.
That's how you shut him down. That's how you win an aim duel. You don't take it. You don't fight him. That's the terror he is holding over this server right now. The Fury is put into Falcons. The nade has to come out, and it does, fortunately for Madden. Because if you go into that crosshair, I don't care how low he is. All it takes is one bullet. And as Twist has shown again and again, one bullet is all he needs. 33 kills. Merely bringing back what seemed an impossible clutch. Yikindar under major pressure here. Still finding the first. Snappy dealt with. The bomb dropped outside of B as well, so now Sampais needs to be quite careful not to lose his life. Twist, meanwhile, dealing out haircuts. Only the one. Count your lucky stars, Falcons. But still, he has given his squad a man advantage. No, was trying to take that all the way to the finish. Instead, it'll have to be Naf who steps up. Had a quieter game, but it's still Naf, and, well, it'll stay quiet for the moment.
Yeah, I think caught on a tough timing, and I think this is just going to be cruising to a save at this point. Falcons did the heavy lifting in this round. Hadn't put up to the task here back-to-back of shutting down Twist, and he's up to that task back-to-back. Limiting him to only a singular kill this time. And a little bit of life. And Falcons still, and this comeback, you know, well, it doesn't feel super possible with this round rate here. It is kind of doable. 4 rounds is not that much.
Possibility has to enter our minds, right? Basically, the possibility has to enter our minds right now of what happens if Twist stops killing 2 players around, at a minimum, right? This round he gets shut down, he gets traded off of 1. What happens? Can Liquid close without him? Because they had an advantage in this. That's what he gave them. Didn't matter. Will we even need to answer that question? Or are they just going to put another AK in his hands?
Wouldn't be the worst of ideas here. At this point, you would think a faith would be placed into him. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Appreciate that one. Smart move right there from Liquid, giving him the tools he needs to succeed. He is succeeding.
It's going to be the A1S. Not quite the AK. But we know he can cook. Past the early nades, trying to fight in towards elbow. Heavy B presence here. And Yukindar holds up to the first. Snappy out of play. They've got to be wary of that elbow lurk, but at least for the moment it's been given up. Madden rerouting, giving them the path in towards B. Naf under siege and knocked down once again. Twist, though, this time he's alive in the post plant. By just planting open. Need to punish that. Damage on. First kill found. But no more. Pulling his health away. Twist back in. He's not going to slow down, but they'll catch him with utility in hand. Sets up his teammates in the 2v2. They'll play together. Cadian and Skulls. Time is of the essence. There is a kit on Skulls. There's utility to have as well. A smoke, a molly, a flash. Madden with the reposition out towards long, and as this smoke fades, that might be enough. Sapias catches them on a line! And Madden won't even need to get involved. It's happening. Bit by bit, we're drawing closer. 3 more rounds.
That's all that they need here. 3 more rounds and the money shot. Again, another 4v5 advantage here. But Falcons doing such a smart job of routing this round into somewhere where they can succeed in that deficit here, knowing where Liquid had stacked their resources and adjusting accordingly.
And so much of this at this point feels like almost just avoiding the fights with Twist, right? In towards mid.
You figured out a way to stop him, man. I mean, Madden, it's 3 rounds in a row where he's done it. Catching him with utility out, so one effective move. Throwing utility at him is another effective move. Just winning that aim duel, which is the probably least likely scenario, but...
First Liquid timeout. First Liquid timeout of this game has just been burned. Coming through from Zeus. Getting his piece in. Just gonna have to be an eco here. They'll concede double digits unless some magic happens. I mean, don't say he can't do it. I think we've learned he can do it.
I would not.
What's he on? 34? 35?
I think 36.
36 kills, 2 in that last one.
This is regulation still. 40 bomb.
Very attainable.
In the cards right now. And MR12.
Very attainable. Twist alone on this entire side of the map. Except, you know, for most teams, this would be a 1-4 stack. For this team, it's just even towards the sides. Twist's on one side and mid. 4 players on the other. Feels like a fair fight at this point.
That's the fate they have in him. With a CZ as well. We got 2 CZs rolling.
He has as many kills as his next 3 teammates, by the way. Not all of them. The next 3. Absolutely astonishing what he's doing here.
Just one of those games where he ascends. But I think that this could be avoided here. At least the worst of it.
The problem is
Falcons play the cards right.
If they just rock in towards A, it's like, what can you even do? No, do that. That's a gun game. 2 players have been spotted. Now,
look at this reroute, though. Look at this reposition. It's all about Twist buying time for this play here. But like you said, there's just not a lot you can do outside looking in.
Now they're going to start to move. Maybe a flashbang to get them back over the lip. There's 1 remaining. Wait out this Molotov bunch behind the smoke. We smoke on. It's going to be a flash through. Here comes the pack. Lining it up. There goes the flash. Out they go. Shut down by the Donut player. Dupree holds 2. That's nicely done. Holds the choke points. He'll get all 4. Why not? Dupree looking for the ace. Looking to hunt this up. Cadian wants to deny it. But it's certainly going to be the round win for Falcons.
I like that. Cadian just being stubborn. They're not letting Dupree take the ace, but Dupree mowing them all down through that choke point there. It doesn't matter if you flash. It's a very small angle. And there's a little bit of time here where I think you've just got to figure out, if you're Liquid, how you close this game out.
Put a rifle back in Twist's hand.
I mean, that's an answer for sure, but it is going to be maybe just on a full team effort. That would work too.
That's something they've done before. Often Twist's holding it. That'd be an interesting idea. Not going to do it here. Finances weren't exactly great. They'd rather have the utility. So Cadian will continue to hold court. Twist responsible for mid. Where is that op? It's in towards Donut right now. And Twist is shifting up quickly, right? They've been avoiding him by plays. He's dropped down with no impact. This is the difference maker now. Yakindar has to find multi, and he can't do it. That is 11 rounds on the board for Falcons. That is Cadian and Skulls forced into the early save. And this time, Falcons are going to hunt. The prospect is too sweet right now. If they can get any of these guns out of the hands of Team Liquid.
Sampais is a personal bank right now. So like you said, it's just so worth it to find these kills. These positions are nasty, though. How familiar is Dupree?
Snappy routing in towards Donut. Pressure on towards Cadian. Op on the line, though. The flashbang didn't catch. The op will. Dupree does not know that angle. Or at least didn't expect it. Blinded by the lights. And we're not even at the weekend yet. One more. One more. And it's all been about neutralizing Twists in these last few, isn't it? We asked the question, what happens when the carry engine stops?
And it hit a full-on stall right there, man. Out of the gates early. Sampais, who has not had the best of maps here, but with that one kill alone, offers up immediate relief for his squad. It's just breathing easy when Twist is out of the server, and when he's the first to go down, a tough shot like that, well, relief is almost guaranteed. And they're going to have one last shot in regulation. Another one of these maps here where you don't want to see Liquid just evaporate.
Let's see if the monster can take over again.
Just for one more round. Just one more round out of him.
One more hero performance. That's what Liquid is praying for right now, and if not that, someone's got to step up. Twists getting frisky. They're going back to what worked. Aggression down mid, but the Nades have called him out. He's down to half off rip. And that's Falcon's adjustment. Sampais, though, or the brunt of damage elsewhere. On the ramp, and Yakindar finding this space. He's going to commit to it as well. They've left him alone towards B. And this is where Falcons group up. He just gave the audio cue. Utility comes out. Oh, a fatal flaw, but he still found a kill. The bomb spotted. His teammates need to reroute, and they know it. It's panic on, but Falcons do not realize that this is the empty site now.
Cadian's here just in time at the very least, offering up some relief, and they still haven't made their move on in. But it's just standstill. I mean, it's going to have to be Cadian who elevates his game right now, and he misses the first opportunity.
Still the ops now on the angle. Do they want to continue to risk it? Do they want to continue to threaten? That Molotov actually pulls Cadian back in towards Cave, so now they've got a free and clear sight. They've got this control. Naf strikes. Starting to hem them in. There's no bailout option now. They have to make B work. Bomb will be planted open. It's a risk. But Sampais is clear at the flank. Twist just died to a Molotov? How has that happened? How has that occurred? A 2v2. A 2v2 for the map. Cadian, oh my God. Smoke, why not? Sampais, the slow starter on this map. Now he's got it all to do. 17 health, and Skulls will put him away. We are going to the third. Far from the dominant affair we once expected, but Liquid have done it. And going the full distance in this elimination game.
And again, I mean, it's a slowdown from Twist towards the tail, but he does enough all the way through for his teammates to step up in the final round of regulation. What a save coming through there.
What an effort from Twist. A titanic performance, but they need more. One more map. A chair punch from Dupree. Frustration spilling over. We'll be back.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
36 kills. 36 kills in regulation. That's what it took from Twist for Liquid to win a map, and it still went 13-11. It still went right down to the wire. I mean, a titanic performance. Steps above. This guy was at 140 ADR for the vast majority of that game, doubling up his next closest teammate and then some. That is a solo carry if ever I've seen one.
Ain't no help right there coming through from Twist, but eventually they do come and support him at least for that very last round, and that's such a relief right there. But Twist, what I thought could not be carried through this sort of consistent performance, I thought surely Falcons would somehow find a way around him. They never did. It never came through, and again, just consistency on both halves here. This man just became a mountain to deal with, and that's a statement victory here from Liquid, at least in terms of at least getting to Anubis, getting to this decider. They get to fight on in this best of 3, but Twist is the one that led him there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the kind of distinction where you could tell Falcon's whole game plan shifted to trying to avoid or contain Twist, trying to change fights so that he just couldn't take them ideally, so that you could catch him with utility enhance, so you could keep in the pressure on the choke points. And that kind of distinction is reserved for a few players. You know, your Zywus, your Donks, your Simples, where the game plan shifts to accommodate one man. That was Twist on this map. This dude was an absolute nightmare for Falcons, and one they couldn't clear from their head in time. They did find some solutions at the tail end. The question for Twist, right, is there any world where this is actually a repeatable performance? Even if he's dropping 25, is that enough for this Liquid squad? Can they make this happen now on Anubis?
I mean, it might not be repeatable for Twist, but I tell you what here, if you're any of the teammates in the camp there and you're watching him drop these sort of numbers, well, you better make good on that and close out and step it up a little bit on Anubis here coming through into that decider. I mean, Twist just pulled you across the finish line and with an absolutely incredible performance. So you want to make good on that here, and you have an opportunity to do that in this decider here versus a Falcons who, honestly, they're Anubis. It's just looked rough.
It has indeed. It has indeed. It's presented vulnerabilities. And I mean, speaking of looking rough, there was a little bit of recovery there, but one of the guys who's been a difference maker for this team, Sunpius, took so long to get going on that map of Ancient. It was an absolute struggle, and you could tell for Falcons that, you know, with him feeling uncomfortable, with him often taking the fight against Twist in towards mid and getting bullied in that engagement, it definitely did hurt a lot of the other pieces' ability to get going.
Yeah, and again, if there's any sort of semblance of that Twist hopping into Anubis, that's still going to be a painful factor to deal with long term, and he's going to still have that confidence heading into this matchup. But you can also see there was a lot of frustration in the end there for Falcons. They were so close to completing that comeback and had the solutions. I mean, they again used very effective utility to deal with Twist. They naded him down to 50, and he burnt in a Molotov in that last round. They utilitied him out of the round, and it still wasn't quite enough to pull him across the finish line. That frustration seeped through in the finishing stages of that, and you don't want to see it seep through into this decider, but how do you control that?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the chair punch rather for Dupree. So, you know, can't let that venom spill over, can't let that be present. Still, Falcons certainly have the support staff that they should be able to handle those type of situations. Reset, regain. Despite that kind of a monstrous performance, he's still almost closed in 2. It's just this map. The ninth round underway here. Do or die. One of these teams will not get a chance to play in front of the Dallas crowd. Team Liquid, a hometown event, a hometown crowd might just be denied. They have to pass this test. They have to overcome Falcons on Anubis. And for the Falcons, meantime, their fortunes changing. A win here could go a long way.
Yes, it could. I mean, again, continue the ramp up of Falcons here through this lower bracket. Confident victory over Monty.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Headsets off.
Not a good sign there.
Headsets off. Referee in action. All right, this one might take a little bit longer. Wait, in-ears back in.
Oh, no, quick one. Right there. Could be good news. But yeah, I mean, again, as I said, this is the Falcons looking to ramp up here throughout this lower bracket, and the competition still fierce on the other side, depending on who's going to win. If it's G-Stu, or if it's Mouse, it's going to be tough to make your way through here. But I think it's key for both of these teams to improve on your results here, improve on your performance, which is not necessarily, been the case here. Both of these rosters trying to prove themselves. And
on the subject of G-Stu, little check-in on the A-Stream. G-Stu has just taken their first map win over the world #1.
Bang, bang.
Mouse.
Can't stop them.
13-8. Look, as much as we'd love to have both teams in the arena, I don't know many things, but I do know this. If Stewie 2K rocks into the Dallas arena with an American flag around his neck, we might violate some noise ordinances on Friday. That might actually cause a riot.
I mean, that's got to be your personal goal.
That's what I'm going to be trying.
Yeah.
Let's cause some problems, crowd. Let's get weird. Let's get weird, regardless of who's there. Let's have a party. But I'll tell you what, a little Stewie 2K in action, that would make my job a whole lot easier, I'll tell you that much. So, might have a little bias riding on that one, but fortunately not this. This, I just want to see what we're going to get, because we've had a very strong Falcons, and then we had a very strong Twists. And I can't really say the same about the rest of Liquid consistently.
No, not quite here. Again, want to bring that consistency now here. It's up to, obviously Twist still looking to level up that performance here, but we'll see if someone else can influence the server as well and try and join him in that stardom.
I'm actually a little surprised. We'll talk about it in a moment. Falcons deleted on the first foray. Site control here, but Madden has something else to say. What was looking like a honeymoon scenario, a dream scenario, turns into a nightmare. Skulls, he's got to try and stay alive, try and get this bomb down. And he's actually going to exit because look at this. Yakindar has gotten all the way through mid. The question's going to be, what can Dupree do? They're wary that someone's wrapped spawn. Who's going to be looking the right way at the right time? He's missed.
What?
He's gone past the gap. Now he's going to be calling them back through. Hey, bro, I'm in Temple. Skulls is getting flanked. How do they read this? This has turned into such a weird battle of positioning. And meanwhile, Dupree's creeping ever closer on the flank. So Skulls stalling out here, slowing down. This could compromise the bomb entirely. But he's just dropped below the lip. Dupree doesn't know. Dupree can't see him. He'll catch him on the cross. There's the shot, but the shot is missed entirely. And now they can't land a bullet. Yakindar, 45 seconds to bring up this clutch, trying to isolate the one fight, trying to battle forward into Dupree, needs the headshot, and Dupree will be the first to find it. The Danish duo lock this away.
That's a relieving round right there, because if that soured out at all, again, that frustration would have lingered from that last map and into the very next, especially with Dupree missing those shots, allowing the bomb to get into a position in which it can be a problem. But avoided there in the late round and recovered. That's a nasty start from Madden, who, I mean, he's been consistent. Dealing with Twist when he was a problem on Ancient, he was, I'll just say it, the only player I feel like consistently winning duels up against him.
Yeah.
And had a fantastic performance on Nuke as well. Starts it off with a 3K. This guy's not missed a beat.
Not at all. Not at all. Utility sailing in. He's going to be under pressure. Better find that beat again. Twist dealt with. The pathing on in, Dupree to support. Oh, it's a lockdown defense here. Another three-piece picked up. Madden starting out with a 6-1. That's what you like to see if you're cheering for the Falcons.
He's getting loud as well. Pretty early on. Back-to-back 3Ks for him. And there's a reason to get loud.
That's a stinky face right there from Gideon. Looks like he just smelled a fart.
Fair enough.
Well, maybe that's what that round felt like for him. But
yeah. What is going on here? What? This is the purchase from Liquid. I understand the hero rifle.
It's the, hey, Twist, show me what you can do. I bet that's just Nap going like, hey, bro.
Yeah, tossing him some bread. I understand that. Cadian buying armor around it as well, I think could be a bit of a problem factor. But hey, at least Cadian is going to maybe be able to use that in some sense. The AK was dropped into the flames.
He's actually vacant right now for a split second. It's not going to be by the time they get in. Magisk is back here, smoke back up. I can understand their hesitancy. Cadian's now got the AK because, well, Twist not looking so healthy.
But this is now heavily reinforced. This B-bomb site backed up by, well, 2 players now.
They're trying to split B, or are they trying to split this in towards...
I don't know. I think Naf maybe hoping for some re-aggression towards Canals.
Here comes Cadian.
Yeah, Cadian has a long-range duel up against an MP9. It's just Snappy that's jiggling, though. He saw him. I mean, that's why he fades away.
They haven't rerouted, actually, though. They haven't pulled anyone. That would have been the bomb spotted.
Some get this calm?
Not looking for it. I don't think he saw him. He didn't know. He didn't know that that could be happening on the timing, but does Cadian realize Sampais is still here on the site, or did he think it was solo? Smoke up, he doesn't know. He has no clue there's a player here, but they could actually route towards
Oh, boy.
He's heard them go past. Naf has heard this all. He knows it all. They're sprinting it. Oh, my goodness. And Cadian will leave him the bomb. What a risk now. But a risk that pays off early. Cadian finding a bit of magic here again. Twist is on the other side of the map. Twist might need to reroute quickly here with the SMG from Naf. No health, no armor, no problem. Just down to the one, and now Twist will close the net. And Sampais wants no part of this. He will not participate in this tomfoolery. One hero rifle, one extra set of armor, and one round win.
I mean, I can't believe that worked right there. Just all over the map, but it came down to that mid-timing right there from Cadian. He threads that needle perfectly. And this could be a chase. I mean, I think I'd give it a big hunt here. Not quite too far away from the situation. Either way, Cadian just working that masterfully. Finds the timing on a Snappy. I could have guaranteed that Snappy got vision right there, but he clearly did not.
No.
By the way that he turned that corner, and by the lack of presence of mind from Sampais on that A site, right? So, and then Cadian making all the right moves here. Tossing the bomb to Nav, letting him punch in the digits, because he knows he needs to make the move with the AK. He's the only one with firepower here. He's got to make the next move. And what a call right there. What a risky purchase. You're just hoping for economic damage when you say, hey, Twist, can you hold on to this AK and do some work? He says, yes, but I can only give you one, and then tosses it over to Cadian. And Cadian steps up to the plate, man.
It genuinely feels like Cadian just unlocks a different lobe of his brain in an improbable round, right? Yes. Like, when it should be impossible, there's just an extra gear that he hits. Truly living up to that showman moniker. Like, just such an entertaining player to watch in those moments. Madcap play, throwing the gun around, throwing the bomb around, faking in towards A, getting the one kill, routing back around, hearing the rotations. It's just madness. It's madness. And they had so little to work with. Now I've had a Glock and no health for most of that round. Picks up an MP9 and gets a kill.
I mean, just working some magic right there.
He's scraping gum off of the bottom of his chair and somehow making that a round win.
Got enough coins from the teacher to get something going.
Say what you will about how this Liquid project has gone. They do not fail to deliver on the entertainment factor.
Not at all. Show it up right there, big time.
Falcons, though, less than amused. We were talking about that frustration as well from the last map, right? I don't know if you caught the tail end of that 3K on this. Maybe not completely forgetting the feeling of Ancient, but they'll need to get out of their minds, and a round win here would go a long way to resetting that.
Yeah, it could be very quickly redeemed, and they still have a strong purchase to get there. They only have 2 Molotovs left, though.
The B-main poke gave them a lot of information. I'm almost surprised there's not more of a focus towards mid here. There's going to be the peek out, not punished. Nikindor misses that, so it's pressure on towards A, creeping forward here in middle.
Ooh, but still another timing found. They're going to walk through this smoke right now, but it's covered. Snappy dodges out on the flashbang and still finds the kill. So much more damage found on the retreat, but still Skull's now looking to fight forward. Snappy finding fights on all fronts and winning them. He's kept them at bay for now. It's time to arrive here from Sampais. Still Cadian now winning duels.
They can't bail out this time around. Oh, almost had the shot. No bomb plants allowed. Again, a round that seems to be coming apart, but this time Falcons, their center holds.
And Snappy just leveling up right there. Needed to win these duels. And shuts down that play before it ever gets too far out of control. Even that flashbang that he's able to avoid. A good setup there from Liquid to get past that smoke and past that utility.
Right back into the force buy for Liquid. Rifle given over to Twist. We haven't seen the monster emerge just yet. But now it's in there. They know it's lurking.
It's the beast.
Becky's on the rest. An op for Cadian. Betting big on himself. feeling it early in this matchup. Let's see if he can pay off the investment. They've gone heavy.
Was able to pay it off the first time he went big for an investment. Maybe could have made an argument for an overpurchase, but then makes the round work. This time his crosshair. It was trained in the right location, but they shift the setup just in time. Oh, a little glimpse right there, the leg shot. Some valuable damage of a pixel shown.
Bree might be walking around a little uneven after that one. And a little Lance Armstrong.
Oh, but that kill just comes through straight through the smoke there. Again, Madden looking to defend this on the platform, and Twist leveled out again. Feels like the only man that can stop him is Madden on this B site. And he's had his number in this map.
Comes the approach. Dupree gave up a footstep. They certainly already knew he was here. This Molotov could make life uncomfortable for the Glyph players. They're burning. They're forced out. They're dropped down. One more to find, though. They don't expect Dupree. And Madden has drawn enough focus, even though he's lost. Now they know, I think, that Dupree is present, but the bomb, it needs to be planted, and that's the issue. The wrap around, Cadian wants one more. That's not to be had. The jump around, Dupree blinded. Flashbang timing perfect. Or rather, not from the CTs. It all falls to Snappy. First one found. Nearly puts this away. And he'll chase it up. Cadian gone. Let him know. Just one extra shot for flavor, for spice. And Snappy secures the round.
Yeah, just about everything right there for Snappy. Turning that corner, avoiding the op shot, and giving his team a clutch. Again, I mean, this is what we saw as well just a little bit ago. When Snappy can build some confidence individually, can really level up his game.
I mean, shoutouts to Madden, though, in the beginning of that. That felt like such a high-pressure moment. That felt like exactly the kind of round that unravels against Tech9s, and Madden finds exactly the impact he needs to make it possible for the Falcons.
Yeah, and he's just been doing that on this B side over and over. It's been multi-kill after multi-kill, where Madden's been able to defend this B side. It's not feeling like it's that much of an option.
This is such a difference for Liquid from what we saw in Ancient. We've already had 2 timeouts come in. Zeus didn't start pulling the timeouts until late into that Ancient game, until it was 12-9, if I'm not mistaken, for the first. So this is not going to plan, to say the least. The one round that they've won, not exactly a likely candidate. Without the hot start, without the monstrous individual, is this a Liquid team that has the resilience to keep up?
I mean, they used all 9 of their timeouts there versus 9Z. We've seen a little less of that in this series, but using a lot of them early to try and lift off on this T side. What a flight! Oh, southbound from Sun Pius.
How does he even know to adjust?
Oh, that is sickening right there. Yeah, Kindar gets to start this round watching from the sidelines as the now here rifle goes into Naf's hands. He's the one with the armor. He's the one with the tools to make this work. But what a start.
What a start indeed. Snappy catches the ding, so maybe a little bit of vulnerability here in towards mid, but I'm still a little blown away. Some Pius is being bogged down. The law has been called. The law of nature. Counter nature. Madden. On the line.
Oh my god.
Gotta line him up, stack him, knock him down. What does he need? He doesn't need support. He just needs a sidearm. Cadian, well, might want to back up with that. Bomb plant, though, seems like a distant possibility. Cadian eliminated all on twists, and there's no more magic to be had in this.
I'm worried that Liquid are facing up against a twist of their very own right now in Madden, who has now elevated his game. Another multi in the lineup right there. So much damage out of his A1S, and it's just not the first time where, because he's on this bomb site, B's not an option for you.
Yeah. And I mean, to their credit, rather to Liquid's possibilities, they should be able to avoid this easier than Twist was on Ancient, right? He plays a bomb site. He ain't. He is always in B. If you don't want to deal with him, you can go towards the other side of the map. Limits your options for sure. But he can be avoided if that's ultimately the adjustment that does come through. The question for Liquid is, right now, look, it's still early days. Twist is not having a great start. Is he out of gas? Did he burn it all on Ancient just to keep them in spitting distance, just to keep that match close? And if that's the case, if they don't have this gargantuan presence in Twist, even if Twist picks back up to a normal level, this is the question we were asking. Is this the liquid that can hang?
Saw some good reads, some good calls from Cadian. That could allow them to fight forward here, but you're going to need a whole lot more of that, and it hasn't quite been flowing. They've got control right now, just about establishing it towards E-Box here, but Skulls is now going to find the opener. And right around that corner is a lot more. Sampaius looking to get out of dodge with his AWP and reassemble. But there's so much to worry about on this A side.
And meanwhile, they're leaving B. They're getting aggressive. They're getting active. Dupree walking in. Dupree caught out. They get the one before faltering, so pressure back in. It's Madden to receive them, and Madden again to hold up from the first engagement. Able to escape.
Oh my God!
Able to catch Nap in B main. He just isn't making a mistake. Dancing around, diving, dodging, reinforcements coming through, and now just on the Skulls. The first test passed. Is the bomb retrievable? I think it did have a little bit of a favorable fall. He could actually get this planted back Obelisk. And he'll do so. Sampaius takes advantage of that to close the gap, tries to pull out the sidearm, catches him coming off, and Sampaius will clutch this up.
Yeah, man, Madden puts you in a position right there where Sampaius is in that 1v1, and he sure will clutch up.
I mean, you said it best. They're having a twist of their own. Madden is on 2 kills a round right now. We're 7 rounds in, 14 and 5.
He has 184 ADR right now. Absolutely wild what he is doing in terms of round-by-round consistency. He's flying all over the map here, fighting fronts on E-Box, covering B main. He's defending the whole map, and look, Nap can't believe it here. He's got teammates that he thinks can trade Madden, but they're scared to turn the corner into him. They just don't want to face him. I understand the fear in the hearts there, but here in map 3, that is going to haunt you if you show any fear, if you show any hesitation. Oh, Twist so active right now in his mid moves.
I mean, he's got to be feeling like he has to take command here again, right? He's got to be feeling like this is just a possibility. I was actually wondering. Hold on. What? On the smoke fade? Doesn't even wait for it to fade. Just gets a hint of a pixel, and that's enough. Dupree on those glaive settings. Bringing him back. I didn't realize that worked in the new game.
I mean, honestly, I've seen you Kinder make that move a lot, so I do wonder if that's, again, one of those things where you've done some of the work here up against your opposition, and you're prepared.
So what I've been trying to say, and every time I do that, the action hypes up. I was actually a little surprised to see Falcons choose to start on the CT side. I'm no longer surprised. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense right now.
It's a lights out lockdown defense here. It's going to need to see more of that, but oh, quick dismissal right there. Magist down. Skull's looking to take that ground all the way to the site. He will. Another headshot rolling out from Skulls. He's looking to take even more, but eventually it's Madden again. Almost 2 once more, but finally traded out by the man himself in Twist.
Dupree's making no secret of this. They know he's coming. Cadian's on the line. Whoa. Cadian doesn't catch it there. F instead to set him on his own in this clutch. And Dupree, you'd imagine, is going to try and back away. He'll see if someone gets overzealous on the hunt, gives him a freebie. Overzealous, thy name is Cadian.
All good, though. I don't think it's going to save them this round.
No.
Fortunately.
He's got the kit. Oh my god, he's going to try it. He's going to try it.
He's so low. Twist is so low. He's so low on HP.
That's actually crazy. If he hits 1 bullet, that's a win.
That's a win round. Yeah.
That was 100% justified to go for the clutch.
Yes.
Wow. Seconds from disaster.
Yeah, Nif bailed. Okay, he did have some very clear vision right there, which is good to know. Thought he was just wise to Yakindar's tricks, his plays.
Don't need to check his NVIDIA drivers.
No. Had the vision. But it doesn't matter here. 4v5 saved. And it's, I mean, rounds have been close. They've been very back and forth in terms of the clutch factor. So you're going to get a pretty tough force buy here. 1 FAMAS, a couple MP9s, and a A4 for Sampaius.
Somehow I still feel like the Most fearsome player on the server, though, is Madden. Even with the 5-7 in hand. Right? He's just the guy you don't want to go toe-to-toe with him. I don't care what he has.
Doesn't really matter. Oh, that's such a good molly, man. Dupree's it
has to go forward.
Yeah, that is brutal. Yakindar gives him no right answers. And, well, Madden is going to have to do it once more. With no control of E-Box, knowing he's lost a crucial teammate that's needed in his position.
They avoid the A site, and immediately in that moment, Skulls takes A main. This is good spacing for Liquid. If Skulls just continues forward, this should be a bang-on round. It should be a save out from Falcons. And Nap is even going to limit the possibilities.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no escape here. Get a little bit more dialed in, and while Snappy remains, the last player spotted. He won't need a bomb plant. It's pure elimination, baby.
That's cutting him clean down right there, Naf. And again, another one of those consistent factors there. Can deliver you some big performances. And maybe he's going to be that next man to step up to the plate here. It's looking more like a full team effort from Liquid, and especially if they can pull this one back piece by piece into a more even half here. It'll be forgiven, and it's USP, so you think this is the fourth.
You think? You would think.
I think Snappy dropped Dupree as Zeus, which, how nice of him.
That's a teammate right there.
Yeah.
Come on, Dupree. That's someone who understands psychological warfare right there.
Too much distance.
Yeah, range, not quite there.
Not a specialty of the Zeus.
They did stealth nerf the range as well.
What's that?
They were buffing the movement speed.
Oh, yeah.
They nerfed the range.
Yeah.
Which makes it
gives and takes
to hold the angle with it.
But they did add a skin for it, so. And you can rent that.
You can rent that.
How cool is that? I've got 1 day on my rental left. I rented it at a bad time because I'm so busy casting. I don't even get to use this.
You did mess up. You did mess up. That was a mistake.
Yeah, what was I thinking?
Does it only give you a week?
Yeah, it's a week.
Only a week.
$250 though for a week is not bad.
Feels fleeting. You know what? I'm actually thinking about this. This is a giga brain play from Valve. Because I know what you're thinking right now in the audience. You're thinking, well, yeah, of course they're going to get money off the rentals and then they'll continue to do it. But no, it's not even that. It's advertising. Because now all these pros are going to rent a new skin. So they've got the new hotness when they play events. They're going to spend that $250 to get the skins for that 1 week. And all of us watching at home or
that looks
in arena
so good.
or wherever are going to say, you know what, that does look good. That does. I should open some cases. I should throw away.
They know how to make some money, man.
That's genius. That's genius. The Gigabrain play. It's not in the server right now. It's in Seattle. Valve HQ. Oh, let's see what we got in the server. Aggression in towards B main, but Liquid are very much here to receive them. The flashbangs were good. The nade better. Though Nap is still lost in the exchange. A 4-on-4. And Falcons forced back.
But Madden is getting some of the twist treatment right there, catching an HE on his fadeaway. What feels like the only tool you can use to stop him in a gunfight is to avoid using your guns and just use that utility right there to nullify him. And that early 4v4, again, when it's onto a player like Madden, I think it's worthy of a trade there. It'll allow for a little bit of relief here. Twist making some moves, tapping away at Snappy, and takes about all of his HP off. As he's forced to retreat here, it's going to be big advantages in the map control. It's going to be high pressure here for Magisk in this A side, especially with the current split of a gamble stack on B.
What do you got? Got a little Magisk? Gonna need it. Cadian peeking into the angle. Cadian gone.
I wasn't there to trade either. So it's a solo move right there, solo mission, and it felt like everyone on the same page, although Twist will just catch him on the re-peek, and knowing that that's the A anchor, confidence might be building to mosey your way on in.
You would think they will indeed do so. Key thing to point out as well, you know, Twist, we did comment that he had slowed down in pace just a hair. Well, started out 1-5. He's now 5-6. I'd say that pace is heating right back up, and if you're Falcons, that's got to be a bit of a scary prospect here.
Absolutely. not going to be happy to deal with that long term if he's able to arrive onto the scene. Because again, it's a lot more of a full team effort in these rounds one. Everyone being involved. Naf having some good rounds here and there. Yakindar doing some great work on the opening stages. Skull's actually finding some success here in terms of like head-to-heads versus Majisk, which has, again, like you had mentioned, in kind of the terms of Project Avoid Madden on the B site, if Skulls can continue to press this A side of the map, that is just one more asset to add here to the Liquid camp. And again, what started out as a pretty one-sided affair here has turned into what could be dead even on the half here as well. We'll see if that's the case here. Nerves looking very calm, cool, and collected as Liquid build up this this streamline of rounds.
I mean, there's a world where if you're Falcons, you feel like you've done enough already, but it doesn't feel great to watch what was looking like a commanding lead just slip by bit. Cadian adding some more bits to that. Oh, that looked like an ankle tickler. Katie risks the molly, nervous about getting run down from A main, and I mean, it is rewarded. Twist finding damage. The lineup from Madden. Back to being the monster.
Oh,
They're kissing.
my
They're
God.
They've gone right past each other. They've gone right past each other. Cadian has no idea. Now he turns around. Where has Madden gotten to? But the problem is Dupree's actually coming back into this. Dupree, if he looks left, he's got it.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be the check, and one bullet will be required. A lead for Falcons. Chaos at the half. one more half of Counter-Strike. That's all that stands between one of these two teams and elimination from the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. One of these squads will see their dreams of Dallas glory dashed. Either the NA heroes of Liquid or the returning champions of the core of Falcons will see their dreams of the NA crowd ripped away.
That's a crushing way to put it right there, but you're exactly right, man. That's what's on the line right here, and it's a lot for both of these teams, and then some. As it could just be quick pistol here rolling through. Skull's just taking the furthest range angle to kick this thing off, and dealt with the one-for-one trade and a quick access in. But look at this, Cadian scaring him off towards the middle, but taking a lot of damage for it as well.
I like that angle from Skulls, though. It feels like putting training wheels on a bike, right? You don't even have to move the crosshair. You just set the crosshair at head level and just click.
Click. It's good with an AUG, too. I've seen that used every once in a while. But mid-aggression rolling through here. I don't know if this could be timed well. Yeah, just handled by Magisk and takes care of two.
A massive risk with the low HP, maybe anticipating that they wouldn't expect it. And, well, they've faced Cadian a time or two. Magisk has been there, done that, so he is ready for anything. This is going to be the split in towards B. That's the only place of resistance remaining for Liquid, but with the wrap in and the flank, it's going to be a nightmare hold for Naf. Kindar still, best chance for Liquid.
3 guns versus 4.
When you put the math like that, it doesn't seem so bad. First one spotted, information given. Can they bail out? They can, but they won't. And that will cost them straight to the blender. And now Madden is stuck. They can hold him in here. A smoke actually from the CT side. That is a blessing.
He's got 20 seconds, though.
He can get around.
I mean, he can make it, but again, already the reposition from Yakindar is going to blow him out of the water here. He's got to figure out a way to find Yakindar and plant the bomb. I tell you what, good luck with that.
There's the footsteps on. Now he knows. Hasn't been spotted. He's hoping he's just gotten lucky here. There's the check. There's the shot. There's the confirmation. That smoke nearly gave him a window back in. And Yakindar ready to make sure that's not a possibility. What a hold. A 2v4. They were getting flanked. They were getting wrapped upon. Falcons ran into the one remaining pocket of resistance. And resist they did.
I mean, it's just a perfect setup as well between Naf and Yakindar. 2 kills out of Yakindar as quick as can be. Shuts down the B main prong there, puts a scare on them. Of course, Naf is watching the right angle, knows the gaps, understands the vulnerabilities in that setup. And the 2v4, I mean, they just get walked right into. That's a really frustrating round for Falcons. They did all the heavy lifting. Magisk did so much in that round. And it gets nullified. And it's force buys here. We've seen aggressive purchasing from both of these squads. And it's been fun to see, but fun might be put to an end here for Falcons as they get shut out in the in-between. Twist can't allow them to allow their way on in, and they just won't. Yakindar shuts it out as well with the MP9, and Madden gonna get chased down. No luck. A complete shutout on a force buy here. And it could be Liquid reclaiming a lead.
Yeah, I don't think that was feeling very fun for Falcons at all. Right into the blender of the MP9s. Money stacking up on the other side. Madden, he's continued his monstrous performance. I think he's got like practically a 2-0 KD here. 18-9 before that round, now 18-10. But it's going to be tougher to maintain that pace, you'd imagine, here in the second half. Got to fight to get back to his ancestral home of the B site. His comfort place. Just like Grandma's kitchen.
Some home-baked cookies.
Not going to have it here. Cookies he's eating are made of lead.
Ugh.
That's not good for the
You're not supposed to. I don't think you're supposed to eat that.
Oh. Call poison control. Spit that out, Madden.
Probably took it out the gas.
Put it in the walls. Kills coming through. One after another. Dupree, a little bit of an answer, but it leaves Snappy all alone. One man against the world, and Liquid pulling into the lead. That's the first time on Anubis, right?
Yeah, I don't think they've had a lead. They had the 1-1 scoreline as the best scenario for them, and outside of that, this has been the first time they've been able to claim that. 5 Deagles purchased in that last round for Falcons and didn't really get much out of it in the end. A bit of a tougher position to find yourself in here. It's going to be Falcons heading into this gun round with limitations, AKs in hand. The tools are limited when it comes to Sumpius and his AWP missing. All around the map here. Taking their approach pretty slow. A big pace change from the kickoff of this map, which led them to a lot of early duels. Madden looking for duels all over the map here. And somehow we've managed to find another head-on collision in between these two players. These two studs in the server, Madden versus Twist. Looking to meet soon.
Skulls, though, going to be the first contact into this one. Now they know there's presence elsewhere, but Madden's able to slip away. Cadian collects, continuing to brawl, but in the meantime, they've realized, well, Skulls is off. That means there's no one in A. We can just rock on through. Kills collected, but the site lost. Was it worth the exchange? That one's a little tough to say. We're trying to maximize the MP9s, but that drawn-out engagement just kept them away from the site proper for so long that now Falcons are just watching the time tick off the clock, and I think Liquid might be conceding this.
Mad does it again, man. Two entries helped out this time by, sacrifice of Dupree, but still, I mean, as you said, it is always a little bit more difficult, I think, to keep up these monster maps when it comes to dealing with the T side, but he might be able to do it. Might be the man for the job here. Sumpius will be able to survive, keep himself hanging around here. He's actually had a bit of a tough map again here. He's only on 5 kills compared to what he has been bringing to the table.
It's
not typical.
Definitely been a little lackluster. Fortunate for him that Madden's shouldered the majority of the burden here, but now this is going to be an interesting round for Falcons, right? You've got that win over, but for Liquid, they drew out every ounce of economy that they could. No swimming allowed. And it's not gone exactly swimmingly for either side. There's been fits and starts. It looks like they want to pressure in towards A. This time Skulls ready to receive them. The early Molotov down. But they're viewing him as the potential weak link.
Yeah, they're challenging him a lot here. And they're going to continue to challenge him until he's up for that test. And again, jiggling out into the open right there. Has no idea how close Snappy is and goes down instantly on this B side. But at least there's Cadian to offer up some relief. It just doesn't last long. But again, just a small error, a small gap right there. And it costs him everything. And the round so quickly. It's almost as if he doesn't realize how close they could be around that corner.
Yeah, that feels like a weird angle to do. Smoke. Oh, Naf lost through the smoke. Yekintar alone. Is he going to go for this? Is he going to risk it? There's money still to fall back on the Liquid side. He doesn't have to do this, but by that same token, there's a chance to make a play. Molotov will end it. That's that final kill. Causes great expense, but he can't do anything about this round. We'll keep any cash from going forward. Yeah, that felt like a really weird way to play the A main approach, right? With a Molotov, I think it's more understandable if you're going to dump a molly when you spot someone, but even then, you probably want to play a little further up so you can spot in towards canals as opposed to back on that line. Unfortunate there for Skulls and Liquid, but Snappy will be taking that every day of the week.
Perfectly played right there from Snappy, but yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of a shock there. And that comes at a really crucial turning point where Cadian had actually some big bank to lean on here, so the investments still come through. Still a very costly round on the side of Falcons, but those sort of errors cannot be replicated, especially if the game plan here for Falcons is to target you, is to target this A site. And my God, do these defaults look like they lean that way over and over again. But Cadian taking some of the pressure off with that opening duel.
Been good about doing this. Right, trying to create, trying to give entries in. Skulls stares straight into that flashbang, so he will have to give this up. Utility from a teammate to try and keep them alive. An HE would be nice here if he could dump it. They're going to be up in towards the fountain. Skulls does find the one. Damage onto Snappy. That might set up the HE. Oh, Snappy limping.
Just Molly though into heaven. It missed it. Doesn't connect right there, and that's going to be a little bit of positioning and some relief right there for this 3v4.
First clear, Madden blind. So blind, so blind. If they just went over the lip, he would have been a dead man. But it's not to be, and he is the haunter of this site. Snappy, nope, not happening. Not with 4 health, 4 targets. Nope, no thank you. Bomb defused. And Liquid tie things up once more, and despite the bomb plant money here, that reduced bomb plant money, by the way, there's not a lot to work with here for Falcons. This is the problem. They've only kept 1 alive in the last 2 rounds that they've been winning.
Some Pice, both of those rounds surviving, but this time Cadian deals with him early. And he doesn't get that opportunity to activate late. A big 4v5 advantage, and then again, a little bit better on the defense from Skulls. Able to hold his line, get his one, get some extra damage. You like that impact. Missed it just 2 rounds ago, so. But I mean, what I'm noticing here is that Falcons are really liking this early A pressure.
Yeah.
They have found something that they want to grasp fully. And now that it just hasn't worked, do you think they continue to lean on that?
It's a good question. You throw the change-up pitch. Do you continue to try and pressure out A main? You know, Skull's playing further back in that one. Still was a bit risky. Needed the teams to play from mid to hold on to it. It's a tough site when the flashbangs start to rain out.
Imagine
they're going right back to it. Oh, 3 players on. This looks like it's gonna. I was thinking for a moment, it's like, is this a hezzy? Is this a mid setup? No, they're going right back to the same main pressure.
Yeah, well, this time different presence in the server here.
That's a nice nade.
Oh, beautiful. 50 off of some Pius targeting him. Well, Heat Seeker.
Opening up the skies.
Cadian is on the line instead. It's not Skulls taking this aggressive angle. It's an op that can reposition, that can outmaneuver you. But this is a full-on execute chasing him down.
They're already past. He hears the taking of the Molotov, but Cadian's ready at least to get the one. Can't escape. Caught by that. Nice bit of wombo combo. Skulls now just trying to stall the competition, but he just peeks right into the spam. The spray was trying to catch them on the flashbang timing, and sure, they were blind, but they had the angles, and this one's shut down, locked out. Falcons continue to pick on this A site, and once again, it cannot hold up.
They're just playing bully ball in this A site, man. They just won't relent. I mean, it's off spawn. It's every round. They're not defaulting. They're not even leaving pressure on the B side. It's I'm going A and I'm gonna go until it quits. And it's a timeout where Sonic's getting loud. And what's Sonic calling right there? He's saying go A again. Go A again. Keep on pressing it until, you know, again, they can find this consistency. And this time again, they're able to not only get past, you know, the Skulls anchoring, but also Cadian's op was there in the mix, and it doesn't matter. They just run right past it.
Something's got to give. I mean, you do wonder as well what the plan was in an ideal world for Cadian, right? Because he does get the one, but then he tries to fade away from the Molotov. So does he need a smoke from a teammate, a flashbang, something to set that up? Because they do just have the firing squad. There's no correct decision for Cadian. He gets the one, and then there is no bail. So that one's gonna sting. One's distinctly going to sting for this A site, and they've got to adjust once more. The Ops move back towards B. It's Yekindar. Yekindar has said, I'm gonna take it. I will play A. I will sacrifice. Let's see if we can't lock down this A main hold.
I mean, I think sometimes these small adjustments are necessary, especially if you want to win this dang game. And
it's been the hot hand.
Yes. I do want to win here. I do want to slow things down.
You know, we've been talking about Madden. Yekindar on the other side has been keeping pace. 18-9. Not a lot of deaths considering how aggressive his usual style is.
Close around that corner, but yeah, you're exactly right. When he's performing and he's not dying, you know what, that's good signs for Liquid. He's giving you a lot of opening duels here. He's willing to take these opening fights.
They're grouping back up for the A main hit. It's late enough now. A deep smoke back in, but Skulls is committing, and the utility has run out here. And there's no mid presence, so there's not going to be a fast rotation on it. Liquid were anticipating the change of pitch, and that means it's going to be a split of A. Now the utility's sailing over, and they might realize, oopsie, this is not exactly ideal. There's flashes to maybe set up a peak, but this is going to be tough. They're up, they're further, they're past. Skull snaps around. Still his teammate lost. Skull's got one more. He at least makes this a possibility. This time he did his job. He found the damage, but there just wasn't the presence here. The lean from Liquid And now do they want to risk going back through these chokes, going back onto this site? It's a big risk, but Falcons hunting for 11. Liquid facing potential elimination if this goes wrong. That nade vanishes. Don't know what happened there. What's about to happen is Twist is about to find a headshot, looking for more. He's got it as well. The Magician is back. Magisk, little magic on the other side. He thinks he's got the diffuser, but no, he hasn't had it on the spam this time. Enough for it. Liquid, hang on. Retake pays off. Double digits all across the board. And they're not done fighting here in Dallas just yet.
Just need to fight for these A-side retakes right there. And again, when Skulls does enough, it's good for these retakes. You have Twist in your back pocket that can rotate in and give you these quick kills and can save you rounds that feel like it's nearly a guaranteed save right there. I thought that was going to be a guaranteed save. Maybe if that HE didn't vanish into thin air, it would have been a whole lot easier, but that's not the reality that we face.
I still don't know what happened to that nade.
I think it bounced on the ledge there. I don't even know, but it went missing here. And again, they use Yekindar as this early B main presence.
That looked like it was an absolute dunker. We need like a X-Files investigation. Disappeared into another dimension. Flashbang in. Good luck. That's going to force him off. Molotov, though, will keep the real estate. Because guess what the game plan is for Falcons again?
Let's go A.
Shocker. They would like the A hit. That smoke, useless. They're past it. Snappy racing in. Skull's trying to get the Molotov down. He does get it. Needs the kills, though. Not gonna have that. The jumping MAC-10 from Snappy has opened up this site. Dupree follows it. Twist, though, is on the scene. Twist, though, is on the scene, and he's collecting. You waited too long. He regained his power. He's recharged from Ancient. And Twist is hitting headshots once more. They line up, and Twist knocks the one down. The lead for Liquid, just 2 more rounds needed. 2 more rounds to keep the dream alive, because this horse may be wounded. Maybe it's not got long left, but it's still kicking.
It's bucking right now, man. And again, it's Twist here in these later stages, giving them extra life. It feels like, again, right there, things getting chaotic. Skull's getting run down. You lost your anchoring presence there on the site. And Twist is there on the scene, ready to provide coverage. This late into the game, he just might have enough time to give us what he did on Ancient, to give us an opportunity.
I'm getting shades of Nuke, though, with the deco. It's even weaker this time. There's just 2 Deagles. There's no armor. There's no gun. Surely there's no possibility. And they're finally throwing the change of pitch. They're finally throwing the beat play. A little bit forward, but Twist able for the rapid cleanup. And so any doubt that you might have had in your mind, any tension you might have been holding as a viewer, it should dissipate.
Going to be two opportunities here in regulation to close. And all of a sudden, the game plan here, which is to go A over and over again.
Do they go back to it?
I mean, it would...
This is the last Hail Mary. Do they live and die by the game plan?
It makes sense here because, again, Twist is the only reason as to why they won those last 2 rounds. He's finding multi-kills in transition into the site, right? But they're taking the space that they need here.
I'm so curious if they commit. No, not fully. Not fully. It's not just going to be the 5A.
Finally, the bomb's leaning over towards this B side, which is a bit of a change up again.
Mid play is risky.
Oh, Cadian. He's going to get
very aggressive on Liquid. Oh, they're double peeking in towards window. There's a boost up on the other side. Twist has gone into the smoke. He's risking it all, and it's paid off. He's got one. Only the one, though. Oh, Cadian. Able to slip away. Able to slip the gap. Crosses the spam.
Oh, my God.
The last bullet. The last bullet before the reload catches the headshot. That might have been the difference maker. One extra hesitations moment.
Extra help, though, on this A side. Skull's not alone.
He's playing back as well. It's a new position. He hasn't been doing this yet. Kadar finds one. Almost the second. Skulls can lock it in. It's all on a Magisk to keep them fighting here at IEM Dallas. What kind of extra effort, what kind of magic do you have Skulls in the corner. He never knew. Fittingly, the player they tried to bully all map long is the one who sends them out of the tournament. Skulls has held strong, has held up, has found his footing, and that was enough. Liquid survive. They will make it to the final day of the groups here at IEM Dallas. One more test lies between them and the stage. Team Liquid may yet find their NA crowd.
They just might do it, man. They just might do it. What a performance here. Twist pulling them through that second map, and honestly, I'll just say pulling them through the end of this decider as well, with a little bit of life showing up here. And again, if you're Falcons, putting up this fight and needing this improvement on the results, and it won't come through.
That's got to sting how close it got on both of those last two maps. Ancient in your grasp, if not for a titanic effort from Twist. Anubis feeling like it was falling your way until the initial game plan finally met resistance. The adjustment though from Liquid, that's what comes through, that's what changes it up, offering different looks on towards A and forcing Falcons to go back to the drawing board. Oh man, what a series this was. What a heavyweight bout it felt like between these two teams. And it almost feels like a disappointment that we have to say goodbye to the Falcons because they were showing a much better look in this event.
Absolutely. I mean, it does, and it starts off with that win versus Monty. They just really delivered, shutting down a team who was going through a lot of changes, and we knew that was still the case here for Liquid. They're going through the troubles of their own, but being able to survive here still in that lower bracket, despite what was a very frustrating loss yesterday, they almost locked in playoffs versus 9Z. They found themselves in this lower bracket looking for redemption, and they just might get it. Lower bracket looking for redemption, and they just might get it. At least if they can get one more best of 3.
One more best of 3. Do we know their opponent yet? Do we know what is wrapped up here on the A stream? Let me see. Checking the stats. But I'm afraid we don't have the resolution on that one yet. Mouse look like they're going to send it to a third map, so that one fittingly looks set to go the distance as well. We wouldn't have it any other way here at IEM Dallas. At the 100th IEM, with that kind of a number, you got to get the maximum maps.
Oh yeah, you got to get all the rounds here, and that's pretty much what we got as well. So close on these comebacks here from Falcons, so close to glory on Ancient, shutting down the Twist Masterclass here, but it just couldn't come through. And again, a lot of promise delivered here, but Liquid shutting this down here, and again finding solutions, which it feels like a big reversal of what we saw yesterday. They weren't finding solution. They were being able to shut out these 9Z comebacks that were flowing through, and that sort of redemption is exactly what they need.
We need you to edge just a little bit forward. You're ruining the illusion here. Your shadows. All right. But no, genuinely, this does look like a world of difference, which feels wild to say, but just from yesterday, the mentality, the atmosphere seems to have changed around this team. You know, we're just seeing it through the player camps. We're not necessarily live boots on the ground for this, but you can feel the difference just looking at the communication in the timeouts. There was frustration boiling over at every turn, it felt yesterday. This time, in the tough moments, in the big moments, they're resting, they're regaining. And to hear about how they did it, I think we got a little word from the man of the hour himself. Not a name, not a word yet, but his numbers, certainly. We got Twists. The Air Force Aim High MVP of this match. Who else could it be? Half those kills, over half of those kills came on one map.
Yes, I mean, he had a monster performance here. It was the elimination map. It was when it was all on the line here and the pressure was applied. Someone needed to step up. And if it wasn't as monstrous from Twist, it went all the rounds. It went 13-11 with 36 kills in a map. If he didn't have those numbers, it would have been curtains here. I don't think Liquid would be standing, even in a third map. I don't think they would have been able to fight. And again, they would have been eliminated, heading home from what could have been such a cool opportunity for this team to offer up some transitions into more success.
And I mean, even on Anubis as well, right? A little bit more of a quiet performance by his standards, but those last couple of rounds, multi-kills, coming through in the big moments to make it possible. Even that final round, the play through smoke, the fact that he even gets one there
is insane.
It's the difference.
Yes.
It's the difference between this continuing and it closing out. Just an incredible effort, incredible showing there from Twist. World-class player. Truly one of the greatest that NA has ever produced, and so it's only fitting that here at a North American event, he's showing up strong. And they're going to need him. They're going to need another one of those. They're going to need a whole lot more of that caliber of Twist performance if they're going to close this out and actually make their way into the arena. Because however that other match ends, it's either G-Stu or it's the world #1 in Malbs, and that's your final test to get into this arena, to play in front of that crowd.
Yeah, and at this point, you're going to be super hungry to get there. So, like you said, it's going to be needed. That replication of performance there from Twist, it's going to be necessary. You're going to need to see that same impact. Yukindar in map 3 as well, giving him some credit for what he was able to do. He was still fighting for that success. Ended up, what I love to see is ended up being a solution to some of those A problems as well, right? That's something you want to see out of like a player that you know can be a star, is saying, hey, I'm going to fix this problem. We're getting blown away on A. I'll be there.
I think as well, a really good indicator between the 9Z game and this is actually the deaths. You know, not the kills, but the deaths, both for Yukindar and Cadian. Both of them felt like players who were letting some of the frustration boil over into individual play, right? Trying to maybe force it, play a little bit of hero ball. Yukindar certainly having some success with that as an individual, but still maybe playing that a bit too far. And we didn't have that today. They were playing their lives. They were playing cautious. They were playing careful. They weren't giving up those unnecessary advantages, those moments that tend to spiral around out of control. You can see where we've come on this journey. The upper bracket, the team that no one expected to be here in 9Z, now guaranteed into the playoffs, the chance to even make the semifinals if they can pull a victory over Vitality. And then we'll have our last contender from Group A to find out who is going to make it through to the playoffs. Will it be Liquid or one of G2 or Malbs? We've done the distance. Group B, still work to do to find out what our answer is going to be. FaZe Clan Team Spirit, that's who you would have had pinned up at the top. Yeah. That's going to be a heavyweight bout. But over in the bottom of the bracket, only one of Na'Vi, Heroic, Virtus Pro, and a Resurgent Big can make it through to the arena. That's a murderer's row right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, Heroic looking pretty fierce, I'll be honest with you. I know that they took down hometown favorites in M80, but it's always pretty impressive to see the way that they did that.
And now, in addition to the excitement that we feel for Team Liquid, there is sorrow on the other side of things. Falcons, despite showing us a very good look these last couple of days, they are going home. They are eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters. And to find out what they're thinking, Banks caught up with Snappy.
Falcons will find themselves falling here and falling short against Liquid within this game. I've got Snappy with me. And the things I want to touch on to start with is the nuke, certainly positive coming into that. It felt like even on Ancient with Twist doing what he did, you had a chance. Did it feel like letting that one slip away was a bit painful?
I mean, I think on Ancient, Twist just had a performance where, well, he bailed them out, right? And then at 11-12, we were in a 3v2, and then I think Cadian got 2 kills through the wall and the smoke, and I mean, it's CS that happens, but also a little bit unlucky, and that map slipped away, but kudos to Twist for that.
And for this Anubis, you were fighting back. I think 7 rounds on CT side, right, would give you great confidence going on to your T side. What was going wrong then when you went into the second half?
Some wrong like mid-round decision in the pistol. We lose a 4v2, 3v3s on A. Also, when we win the rounds, we don't exit the sides properly, and because we don't exit the sides properly, we lose economy, which makes it incredibly hard for us to run a normal default, because it felt like we never got a normal buy on the T side despite winning rounds after the start, because we just kept losing 4 and 5 guys when exiting the side. So it was, I want to play slow and play default, but it's pretty tough when you have people on Galil and Mac-10s.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit harder for sure. I want to touch on now just obviously the fact Dupree's still pretty new to come into this team, right? So you're still working things out, but did you still assume you would do better here overall? And does this still kind of see as a disappointment for you guys?
This is a huge disappointment. I think both this match and the G2 match are disappointments. To be honest, I think it's our own fault we lose both games, so we can only thank ourselves.
And what is the next steps for you guys? Because we're looking at Falcons, we see some moments where I say, okay, look, we're getting what we expect from you guys, but it still seems to be some problems that you haven't found the solutions for.
Yeah, I don't know, like obviously we had 2 months with Dupree now, and I think we've been working hard to create a system, but I guess at times we lack some cold-bloodedness, at least in this Anubis. Like, we have the situations to win, but we don't take them.
And after this, what's the plans? You just going to keep going, keep trying to practice throughout it all? You going straight on to break? What's Falcons doing?
We are going to attend ESL Challenger in Sweden because I think there's a Pro League spot. So with our current results, we need everything. So hopefully we can go there and do a positive result and do a bit better than here.
All right, well, good luck on the next event, mate. Thank you very much. We'll get ourselves back to the commentators one last time to close out today.
Honestly, respect over to Snappy that after all these years, after all this competition, after all these games, all these events, you could still see how much a loss affects him. Really feeling the emotions of that so immediately after the game. He lifted a trophy here a year ago, right? Yeah. He knows what it means to taste victory in Dallas, and now they won't even make it to the final day of groups.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the bigger deal here is knowing that you once had this trophy and you won't be able to contend for it again. For him, I think that personally affects him a lot more. And again, while he's able to try and show that form there, it just doesn't come through. And it feels like now what's left for the rest of the season here, heading into the player break, again, it just feels like they've got to turn it around, right?
They have to. They have to. It's frustrating, I'd imagine, as well, because it feels like they're playing much better Counter-Strike, right? It feels like the macro, the micro in most moments is much improved from what they've been showing, and yet still it's not quite enough. You can see the schedules here for the streams. Some exciting matchups for the final day of play, both to decide which teams skip right into the semi-final and to find out who our final contenders are going to be to get to play in front of one of the most electric crowds in all of esports, nay, in all of competition. I'll go there. I'll say that. I love the Dallas crowd. I can't wait to be in front of them, and I know these teams are feeling exactly that as well. That is going to wrap up our day here. Thank you so very much for tuning in. There's still a game going live over on the A stream, so be sure to check that out because I'm sure that's going to end with some fireworks here. And get ready. There's one more day of groups, and then it's time for the playoffs of the 100th IEM. It's time for the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas to crown a champion. We're getting ever so much closer. Good night for now, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.
Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is, you know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Time check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut up on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey, back at it, I'm back to it. I been in, but not last to it. I gotta go all the way with it. Full send, I can't have through it. With a hit set, gotta tattoo it. I'm going in with an attitude. I can't pass when I'm passing through. Yeah, guarantee it's absolute. I'ma win. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time, check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Just cut it up on a rematch. First time won't be last. Yeah. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started.
You know, we just got started. Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win!
And it's all done! A flawless win! Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic!
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Dolby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.